Welcome in. We're leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. We thank you so much for being with us. Got a busy weekend to look back and recap as we go out and live life. That's called show prep. We go out, live life, come back, report it, and we'll catch up with you. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Getting a lot of positive feedback from this past weekend's RBU with the Jason Rantz, his book, What's Killing America, Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. And boy, is that not the truth. Good night. But you got to know how to speak their language in order to not only debate them, but defeat them. And so we'll recap that. And it was a great RBU with Jason this past weekend. If you have not seen or listened to that, make sure that you're searching Rick and Bubba University wherever you get your podcast. All right, well, let's bring them in. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Coach Bullethead Michael Helms. Hey. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Boys.
Hey. What's happening?
Good. I'm not off to the best start.
Uh-oh.
You leave somewhere and you think, we left Statesboro, Georgia yesterday, and I knew there was something. I was like, what am I leaving? I'm leaving something. I even told the GA in the van about, I don't know, Macon. I said, I still have that feeling I left something.
Uh-oh.
And got here this morning, and I was going through my bag, and I was getting my laptop out. I can't find my charger. So I think I have left my charger to my laptop in the hotel room in Statesboro, Georgia.
You can't.
And I also did something.
Hey, baby, she's gone.
She's a goner.
She's gone.
I wonder how many cleaning ladies. I mean, do they have like a bag full of chargers? Because those things are not inexpensive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
You got to buy them now. They're good night. To get a straight up charger that pushes what you want. I mean, you're looking at $30,
if not more.
Yeah.
I'm.
Do they not just have a drawer full of them?
Probably. And it's also one of those things where I want to call. Mm-hmm. Just so that it's off of me. You know what I mean? Like, put it to bed, put it to rest.
Yeah.
Did y'all find a charger?
Did y'all happen to find a laptop charger?
It does me no good if you did.
Yeah, you're not going to ship it to me, and I'm just going to go over here across the street to Best Buy and buy a new one. But I just, for my mindset and punishment that I'm going to give myself, I need to know if I left it. And I'm so good about looking around the room. I think if I left it, there's really nowhere else it could be because it would be in my backpack. I wouldn't have put it in my bag with my clothes.
Mm-hmm.
But I had like two different charging stations.
Yeah.
I had one for the laptop, and then I had one for my watch and phone, and then a little speaker that we use. And so I think I evidently didn't grab it.
It's funny. We have a little doormat that is going out the back of the house, the door we use the most, the side, the back, whatever. And on it, somebody gave it to us, and it's actually still there. Printed out, it says phone, keys, wallet, glasses. That you just look down, the big four.
Checklist.
And the readers, you got to have them. But, I'm with you. You always check under the bed.
I did. I looked
around.
under the bed.
Hey, do I have everything? Do I have the big four?
Maybe I just was... throw it in the other bag. I don't know. Greg, at some point today, I'm going to ask you to borrow your charger, so don't look at me like so mean when I do.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't need
it. He'll let you, I promise you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, I'm sorry, buddy.
I also made just the biggest dumb mistake on Saturday morning. It doesn't get any dumber than this. I cut my finger so bad, and it was... I'm a bleeder, evidently. I've got thin blood, and I think that's a good thing. Could not get it to stop bleeding. Y'all should have. It looked like I had cut my finger halfway off and had that kind of tape job to get it to stop. But this is what I did. It was dark. I was trying to get into my shaving kit, and the shaving kit was open, and I stuck my hand real hard in the bag to try to find it, and I laid it right in the center of the blades on the
It kind of flayed your hand?
Yeah. Oh, it was three big, like...
Oh, sure. Oh, I see it now. You got it all bandaged up.
Well, this is just two Band-Aids today, because it wasn't that bad as far as the depth of the cut, but I could not get it to stop bleeding. If a doctor would have been pricking my finger, they'd have had plenty of blood.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. And finally got it to stop.
We were talking,
such a rookie mistake.
That we're getting old man skin over here.
Oh, yeah.
And we were having fun with that. Not only the bleeding, you can't stop. I nicked the top of my hand. I think it bled for 24 hours.
Oh, yeah, I did.
And I'm like, well, what's going on here? And you would think that like we hit our hand and we bruise up like we'd been in a fight, and it's like, no, I just nicked it on the door. What? It's just a weird little stage we're in. You
talking about changing a morning? Like it was early. It was like 5:06, 5:07 Saturday morning. I thought, man, I'm ready to get my laptop and get me some coffee and catch up on some things and get the stuff out on social for the RBU, and just I was in a good place, and all of a sudden I just dug it in, and I thought,
you knew immediately.
I knew immediately. I thought, wow, I've messed up. Is there something in my bag that just bit me? What was that? And then by the time I get to the sink, there's blood running dripping everywhere, getting it on and I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah, you can't.
So
now y'all bandaged up, look like a dog bit it, but no.
So not off.
You just nicked it in the back.
Actually, not off to a good start.
No.
For bleeding hands and losing chargers.
Yeah.
Sheesh. I got suicides in my future today. I'm running them.
Uh-oh.
I got to punish myself.
Yeah, just punish it. And every time you touch the line with that little nick finger, remember. Think about it.
Yep.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. So proud of Greg. We'll discuss. He had a busy day yesterday. Just so proud of him.
Oh, really?
He's just growing up.
He is growing up.
Good night.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through CarShield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at CarShield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code BUBBA.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
All right, welcome in. It's 19 minutes past the hour, kickoff hour live. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. Got a busy weekend to recap. Look at some crazy sports stories that happened over the weekend. And, of course, we have a ton to update you on when it comes to news around the world. So we'll do all of that today. But yesterday was a big day in Oxford, Alabama. We'll discuss more of this in the main show, but I just, as part of the Good Time Gang, wanted to tell little man over here how proud I am of him.
What are you proud of?
Well, I'm proud of you, Greg. Can I be proud of you?
No. Go ahead.
I just want to, even though you didn't post this, and I understand why.
You don't know that.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was an emoji used.
I have,
And it was correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
There was a little yellow jacket.
I did have him say, I don't know why there's an emoji there.
Right. But anyway, there was an open house yesterday at Oxford High School in Oxford, Alabama, halfway between Birmingham and Atlanta, for those of you that want to know. And they, excuse me, were opening up the Champions Athletics Center. And Coach Burgess, your dad, yeah. Rick's dad, Angie's dad, and Coach Robert Herring were honored for their time at OHS and having the indoor practice facility named after them. And you and your daughter were there as representative of the Burgess family.
Lisa was a little under the weather, so Chandler stepped up.
Yeah,
and came.
Well, we were begging as a staff for you to post something because you came into the Instagram world a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago, and you figured out how to post a story thing, but you have never actually officially posted anything.
No,
but you did, or Lisa did, and I'm proud of you.
Look,
or Chandler did. Somebody.
If I have someone put my words into action, that's fine.
Well, just the way you wrote it.
I actually wish I had a social media consultant too, Greg.
Yeah.
Thinking about getting one.
Because I need one.
Oh, the people he
I
went
ain't got a clue.
Hey, the people he went through and thanked and recognized, and then ended it with with a little emoji.
Now
I knew he did.
You knew that wasn't.
That's what set it off.
She did it.
But you did post something, which is what we wanted.
Yeah. But it was funny.
It was
great. Wow, what a facility!
Man, it looks
We're honored
nice.
that they named it Dad's name on it and Coach Harris' name, and it was that ceremony. It was really good. Wow. I mean, it is awesome.
Yeah, I love the picture they used for your dad too, and Coach Harris.
Yeah, that looks good the way they got that in there.
That's really neat. But
it's a beautiful facility. It really is. We grew up there. That's that makes it.
Of
Dad
course.
coached, I think, at 4 places during his career, but this was actually when we were raised during this time.
Yeah.
It's our hometown. We're from Oxford. I'm still from Oxford. I hadn't lived there in over 30 years, but if you ask me where I'm from, I'll say that's
it's still special. Yeah.
And when I was a kid running around at that stadium, we'd go to work with Dad in the summer. He'd be up there cutting grass or something. to look at the original stadium's still there.
Yeah.
The bleachers, of course, they've bricked it and all this.
Sure.
But then what it looks like now, we wouldn't even be able to fathom something like that when we were growing. And I remember when they built, we were laughing, some of my buddies, before they built what was called the new field house when I was in 10th grade, the old one was up the top of the hill. You had to walk up and down the hill to get to the field, and it was like a dungeon. There were no windows in it, and it was like, say, they had like 2 commodes, and it was just, and we didn't think that. So when they built the one and it was probably, I guess, 1980, we thought, hey. And it was nice at the time, but compared to what they have now, it's incredible.
It's cool, too. The Coach Maniscalco and Coach Houston were able to be there, too. Some of his assistants and lifelong friends. And it was just a really cool post, and we're just proud of you, buddy. I mean,
whatever.
You know what? You got to use resources that you have, and you did to post it, and then you'll learn it. You'll learn it. Don't be scared of Instagram. You'll learn it.
I was in on the material.
But we as a staff, I know Rick sent something out. Hey, y'all please get on Greg to post something. And I loved your response. I don't know how.
Well, I physically don't. But
you got it done, buddy. You got it done, and you look sharp.
But everything went great. I had a great time. Saw a lot of people I hadn't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And, it's pretty. Like I say, it was very impressive.
Yeah. Well, and I know Chandler even said there's not many father-daughter days that we can just have with the two of us. So I'm sure you love that too.
Oh yeah,
we
did. We hadn't
go out and have a good time with her
in a while, but so it was fun. The coolest part is if you were a player is when it's a hallway. You come down the tunnel and it empties right out to the back of the end zone where you come out of the tunnel.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They've always been kind of landlocked there, but they've made the most out of it.
Yeah. They've used every inch of it.
Boy, let me tell you.
But it's nice.
Looks nothing like it did, but man, it's right off the exit for those of you across the street from the Quintard Mall. If you're ever traveling up and down the interstate to get to Atlanta or Birmingham, you want to dip off. It's an easy
I-20 ride.
Yeah, it's an easy find. And so congratulations.
Yeah, that was an awesome. Dad, his name's been on a lot of stuff, but it being on something at Oxford meant a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, because like I say, that's where we're from.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. But anyway, the main thing is not only to recognize that, and we'll talk about more of that during the main show, but it was just to congratulate you, even though you didn't write it.
Well,
there's a couple of things. The comments are
you
owning
think the
me.
president writes his own speeches?
Well, I don't know the way he talks.
Well, now then again, not a great example.
But just the whole the comments for me owned me the most, where people were saying they were proud of you for posting, but they know you didn't. One says, 0 chance Greg typed all of this.
Well, I didn't
Nevertheless,
type it, but I gave the material.
Right.
I was
right
on
here.
that.
What a great honor. I agree, though. No way Greg wrote this. Lisa or Chandler wrote it. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, you got to use your resources.
One person says, just the emoji alone, I know he didn't write it.
Yeah, and I told her that. I said, why not? Everybody's going to know that's not me. But I was involved in the thought process.
Yeah,
I mean, just because I didn't physically type it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good night. I just knocked the microphone. But anyway, that's pretty cool. And speaking of football and all that, I got to see very little on Saturday. Kind of had the day off. UAB was on the road, so we didn't have any of that. Yeah, I was in and out too. But I did get to catch a little bit of the Oregon-Washington game because it was a 2:30 Central kick, and it just so happened I got to watch some of it, and I got to watch the end of it. And what a game!
What a game!
Washington ended up hanging on and winning, and
I know it's hard, and I'm not questioning.
Yeah,
I mean the coach, because you know your team, but doggone. Sometimes you can get too aggressive.
Yeah.
Sometimes if the points are there, I know you wanted 7, get your 3.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm not quite. Look, this guy knows what he's doing. It was a great game, and both teams were getting after it, and somebody had to lose.
Right.
Because we were in some rain delays off and on. I did watch maybe 45 minutes of College Game Day. And a lot of talk about Bo Nix and the Heisman Trophy. Did he do what he needed to do to stay in that conversation?
Names being mentioned, they both played very well.
Yeah, both played extremely well. I just to Greg's point, just this. Hey, I'm gonna go for it on 4th down. I'm like on my own 40, or I'm at midfield. If it goes bad, it's just I don't know. But it was 7-8. They played. Now Washington's in the top 5 after beating Oregon 36-33. It's Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Florida State, and Washington. And speaking of Georgia, Everybody was freaking out. Brock Bowers exited the game with what appeared to be a lower leg injury. It's come back where it's just an ankle sprain. I think all of the X-rays were negative. So if you're a Georgia fan, you're breathing a sigh of relief for sure. Man, that kid is something else, isn't he?
He is a game
Golly. Give him the ball and let him go. Rounding up the top 10, Oklahoma's at 6. Then there's Penn State, Texas. Oregon dropped to 9, just down 1. And then North Carolina, who looks good, they beat Miami. They're at number 10. Alabama State where they were at 11.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying, unless I heard it wrong, because these divisions and all this, but they don't play each other this year, North Carolina and Florida State, during the regular season. So if they both keep winning, they can both be undefeated going in the championship game for ACC. Which, remember in the past, a lot of those matchups haven't been very good. They had to give tickets away.
Right.
Yeah.
But if that happens, that'll be a ball game.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the winner likely go probably.
Yeah. But North Carolina is just sitting there, they're kind of quiet, 6-0, sitting there at number 10, and they've got Virginia this weekend. But
and I don't know enough about it, but I'm hearing people say that quarterback is so good, but you haven't seen his best yet.
Yeah, did he get hurt last year or something happened? Or because he had a lot of hype and he kind of faded.
But they're saying even as good as they've been, you're still not seeing what he can actually do.
Wow.
So which
people are really
scary.
big on him. They were on last year. They were, a lot of people were saying he should have went pro. But
yeah. Do y'all think a tight end can win the Heisman?
If anybody can, I don't know why not. Receivers have won it. Wideouts have won it.
Back to Bowers. I mean, do y'all think?
DBs have won
I think Bowers may be the best player in college. I think he deserves it.
Yeah.
I would vote for him.
Right. Good night. He's so good. He is so good.
To your point, and obviously there's other factors as well, like who else is on the quarterback side.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day
25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live with the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. And we're awaiting Rick Bubba Adler to join us. They'll do that at top of the hour for the main show. We've recapped some things the first 30 minutes of the show. If you missed it, shame on you, but you can always go back with the podcast and listen whenever you would like. But busy weekend this past weekend. Talked a little bit of college football, talked about Greg's big day yesterday representing the family in Oxford. We'll hit all that a little bit more. Helmsy back with us from having a road trip with the ladies in Georgia, South Georgia. He forgot his phone charger, which is always a bip. You always forget something.
No, it's a laptop, which is even worse.
Oh yeah, laptop charger. Yeah. Good night. Try to say that fast 3 times.
Calm down.
Say it. Ready, go.
Laptop tip.
But this past weekend where we live, it's hard to complain because it hadn't rained in a month, it seems like.
No,
and this past weekend, if you were in the central Alabama area, it just spit rain all weekend. It never really
heavy.
Yeah, it never really just poured, but a little cooler, a little breezy. Get your long sleeves out a little bit, but you say it rained all weekend down there too.
So we
Georgia?
got on the road Friday. When I left here, I went and grabbed the van, grabbed the girls. We got down there. From about the other side of Atlanta into Macon, it rained.
Really?
And I thought, well, no way we're going to get there and be able to practice. Well, we got there, and actually we were able to practice for about an hour and a half, which was good. And then we go to dinner, go to bed, and get up the next day. And, of course, it's just wet.
Sure.
It's been raining, and it's, to your point, Speedy, it's that old mist that won't go away, and it's just you just see it. And so it's like a 4-hour delay on Saturday. Was it Friday? It was Friday. Yeah, Friday. That's when it was, because Thursday's when we left. And then finally got a chance to play a little bit of tennis on Friday afternoon, early evening, but then it started again. So I had to take everybody off the courts. And then
You can't.
and then Saturday, same thing. Woke up Friday night, it was pouring at one point. And I thought, well, that's probably going to mess us up in the morning again. So some more delays. And, you know, Sean McCaffrey, the women's coach at Georgia Southern, who's putting on this event in Statesboro, you gotta love them. When all this is going on, he's out there running blowers and
can't control the weather.
You know, you can't. That's what he said. He felt so horrible, and I said, "Buddy, if you can control that, then we need to talk about some other things."
Yeah, really.
But Saturday, I think they had 80 matches to get in Saturday, and I think we got in 64 of them. So way behind schedule. We lost about 7 or 8 hours with the tournament itself. And so the way that it was set up is coaches had to meet Saturday night and make a decision. What are we going to do? Because all these consolation matches we don't have time to play them. And so we're not adding a day. And so they made the decision, and I was good with it, that they would only play the main draw on Sunday. And so we only had one person left that was going to play in the early afternoon, late afternoon, depending on how everything shook out.
Right.
So, and it was kind of discussed the day before too. Listen, I know some of you have long drives. If you're wanting to make a different decision and need to get back, I get it. And so I made the decision to get up early Sunday morning and head out. I told the girls, I said, listen, I said, have y'all's, we'll pack, breakfast was served at 7. I said, so let's pack the van at 6:45. Let's get on the road at 7:15. We'll come back to Jacksonville. We'll eat together, and then we'll go practice. And that way everybody – just bigger picture, it makes more sense for us to do that other than wait all day for one person to play. So that's what we did. So we came back and made good time through Atlanta. Of course, it was early. We actually pulled up in the city of Jacksonville around, I guess it was probably about 5 minutes until 11 o'clock because we gained that hour, which helps. And we went to the CAF. We went to the cafeteria and ate, and then we went and practiced. We get on the court. We ain't been out there 10 minutes. I mean, 10 minutes. Starts pouring. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So
rain followed you.
It did.
I could not just do anything. So we went inside, did a workout, went in the gym, did some running, and then we ran the steps of the Coliseum a couple times, and then we headed to the house. So I actually got home at a decent hour yesterday. I was at the house by 3:30.
Oh, that is good.
So that was a good thing, and got to hang out with the family and see them, and so we'll take today off as a team and then go back to work Tuesday. So.
Yeah, well, it just kept raining.
It
here.
was. It's constant.
You know, it's been a while since it's rained. When like your wife hollers from the other side of the house, "Oh my goodness!" and you think, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's raining. I just saw that it was."
Yeah.
The cars are wet. It actually rained overnight, so it was hard to complain. But yet, I could imagine there's certain sports where you can deal with rain better than others. You know what I mean? But having a court like that, and tennis would be one of those where it just shuts it down.
Well, it's every day. Every day you're having a discussion with coaches on: do we shorten the sets? Do we eliminate this? Do we eliminate that? And so it's and I try to be the guy that stays out of all that until their decision time comes. I kind of let them hash it out, and then they'll look over and go, "Well, you hadn't said anything." Well, I think I'd rather do this.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. We had it was yesterday where we live. It was real windy, a little breezy,
it was.
And a little bit cooler too. And when I say cooler, please don't think I'm saying
I think the high
cold.
was like 61, 62 yesterday.
Yeah. And Tyler had texted early Sunday and said, "Hey, River and I are going to the range. You want to join us this afternoon or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So we went and had a blast. But it was everything was on the mats because it had been raining so much and the course was real wet and all that. But we had the best time. But trying to teach River a little bit of golf etiquette. I mean, when you're at the range, it's not as bad. People talk sometimes, but when you're on a mat, you don't get really spread out. I mean, you're as close as that we are, maybe just a little bit further. I mean, you're right there. And the Montevallo women's golf team had come out, and they were practicing. Then it looked like you had a big dog fight that was going off, and so you had a bunch of guys all over the place. And there was at one point you have these, the little tokens that you go in, and it spits out a bucket of balls or whatever. So River and I would go to the pro shop. We went through a bucket of balls. I mean, quicker than you can count to 5. I've tried to tell him, you just pace yourself,
slow down.
Man. I know you too, but pace yourself because when it's over, it's over. Yeah. Well, we went back and got one, and we handed the coin to Dad, and he went and got him a bucket. But when River sees Dad way away, he wants to get his attention. And there was a gentleman that was beside us, and he was working hard, but you could tell he was a little frustrated with the way he was hitting the ball. Yeah. And right when he was at the top of his swing, River goes, "Dad! Hey, Dad!" and scares him half to death. And I had to apologize to him. So we're working a little bit on the etiquette, but it was the best time. We got out and had a good time. It was cooled off enough to where you weren't going to sweat, but it wasn't so cold that you were sitting there freezing either. It was just it was a perfect day, a little bit overcast.
The wind was a little nip.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a great day.
What you got?
It was a great day. I'm so proud of your baby brother. I mean,
it doesn't look good.
I know.
Well, I was involved.
We're gonna have to just.
I'm already done with it.
Rick's so happy with it. You posted something. Yeah. Matter of fact, I put some of that on my story too. That he screamed a couple of times for Dad, but the one that really got everybody. The way I was, it wasn't that bad. It's just it's not like he got in trouble.
Calm down, pal.
It's not like he got in trouble or anything, but it just startled him.
Why'd you whip him over there? That's nice.
And you couldn't see the guy because he was behind us, but he definitely didn't hit that one well.
I bet he did.
I wanted to go run and get the golf ball and go, here, man, try it again.
Well, he wasn't hitting it good anyway. At least he had an excuse that time.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
He even joked. He goes, "Oh, man, you're not bothering me." And he had a really good attitude about it. But, hey, Dad! He just wanted him to hurry up. What's taking so long with the bucket, man? Yeah,
come on.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. As you heard, Rick here, Bubba's already here, and then Adler will join us shortly for the main show. A lot to do, a lot to discuss, and we'll do so. Plus, don't forget your phone calls are always welcome, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Oh, my goodness. We can't go anywhere, though. I mean, you know that. As I got in the truck, it was a lot quieter when we left, I can tell you.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's all full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
My lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your moments and your home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big
All right, we got 10 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got a lot to talk about today, and we're just kind of flying through a little bit of it here during the kickoff hour as we kick things off for the guys if you're listening live. If you missed this past weekend, and a lot of you I know saw it, and then some just listened to it on the audio podcast, What's Killing America Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. That's author Jason Rantz. He's also a radio host in Seattle out on the West Coast, so you can imagine what he goes through covering that city and all the progressive politics and woke Democrats that are out there. He talks about that, and he's also Jewish, and so he was able to really weigh into what's going on in Israel with the Hamas terrorist attacks, and now they're responding. It's just it's a mess, to say the least, and we just pray for those involved in Israel and what's going on. He dives into that, and he's not scared to do so. Jason Rance, our Rick and Bubba University featured guest this past weekend. So I know you were on the road. You're going crazy. You had a busy day yesterday, Greg, and as you could see, I was out and about doing different things. So we never really got to sit down and just watch anything. But are y'all? One thing I haven't asked: what's the latest? I'm binging. I'm streaming. This is the latest show I'm watching. Have y'all dove into anything at all? No.
We were talking about that. I tried to watch. I was recording it and then watching it. You know how they keep spinning everything off The Walking Dead?
Yes,
characters.
the Daryl
thing.
Daryl
thing.
Yeah.
And
Where is he
subtitles.
At? Is he in the UK?
He's in France.
Okay, yeah.
Look, I get. I can't stand subtitles.
Oh, it makes him mad.
Oh my. Anyway, so I'm about to give up on it.
Yeah.
I've
you tried
3 or 4 episodes.
Okay.
It's just not that good.
Yeah. Did you watch all the seasons of The Walking Dead?
Majority. I don't know if I watched all.
Okay.
That is something that I think if I had the time and went back and started from the beginning, I would enjoy.
Oh, it's a good show.
I have not.
It got a little weird.
Well, but I
Greg,
did.
it was weird
I
from the
watched
beginning, but
maybe a full season or two, and I never watched from the start. I came in like at season 3 and then watched a little bit of season 4 or something like that.
Okay.
Something I did notice last night, I was flipping channels, and I think the Astros and Rangers were about to start. So I was flipping around. Rangers up, by the way. They won last night.
How about that?
Yellowstone is being aired on CBS.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
And so
it's a censored version.
And it is.
It's
and
season
so
1.
they're actually making our point that we've made for years, because I stopped last night to see, okay, what is this like on CBS censored? And it was excellent. And it's like, why
how does
couldn't
Beth get to talk?
Well, I was gonna say
there's. I figured she don't get to say anything.
And you can tell, like I can tell certain, they're bleeping stuff out and those type of things. But I didn't know they were doing this. And you still have that picturesque background and everything that they're doing, but a lot of people are watching it that now that I think it's a smart move for whatever his name is, Taylor Sheridan.
Aren't they killing time till they finish the final?
Yeah.
And then Costner's out after that.
Right.
And I saw where they said something. He's financing some Western on his own. So I don't know what it is.
Well, to answer your question, Speedy, no, I have not. There's nothing that I have been able to binge I don't even know what's out there currently. It's been a time is not on my side right now as far as watching television.
We hadn't really dove into it. I know it's come up a lot. Three's Company. Were y'all ever into that at all? Three's Company, the sitcom.
My parents watched it.
Yeah, we watched it.
I was a little younger, and so I remember seeing it on and would watch it. But I think that's one of those. If I went back and watched it, Dad laugh and enjoy it. I was a kid. I didn't know.
Well, they had Mr. Furley, Don Knotts, and the guy before him that was funny. It wasn't a bad show.
No, it wasn't. It was sad to hear over the weekend Suzanne Summers passed away.
Yeah, I thought.
If you're listening live, that was yesterday at age 76, just one day before her 77th birthday. She had been battling breast cancer for quite some time and lost that battle, and sadly has passed away at the age of 76. But they released that yesterday, and it made me start thinking about Three's Company, and I was into that for a while.
Funny,
yeah, it was. It was just all the miscommunication, and I'm overhearing something that's wrong, and
Yeah, because didn't they have to fake? Of course, nowadays they'd be in trouble. It's like the landlord didn't want him living with 2 women, so they faked that he was gay.
Yes,
and he would have to act like it when he was just kidding around.
That's it.
And it was a funny show. Of course, Suzanne also known for the Thigh Master. You remember that?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
them infomercials.
Quite the entrepreneur.
Yeah, I saw that. I think she made a lot of money off that.
Yeah.
Probably didn't work. But
now,
right. Well,
who is the other guy that faked he's dead too, isn't he? He died a couple years ago.
Who's that?
The guy in the show, Three's Company.
Yeah, John Ritter. You're
Yeah,
right.
he passed away.
He did.
I mean, that was
Had a
like
heart attack,
5-6 years
right
ago.
in the middle of something.
Yeah.
Now, he's
That was
funny
quite
in
the
Sling
surprise.
Blade. He's good in Sling
I
Blade.
forgot about him being in that.
Speaking of gay,
I
he's gay
did
in that.
too.
Oh God,
Hallelujah.
one of the funniest characters in that show was full of characters. I'm gonna tell you.
Greg, the movies you reference
I know.
sometimes.
Oh,
It's
I
so-
love
What he
Sling Blade.
remembers, like what
I know.
actors and actresses were in, is
Let
what gets
tell you,
me.
I love Sling Blade.
You know that.
Golly.
I forgot he was in that.
Oh yeah.
I knew he was in Three's Company, and then a couple years ago there was
thinking
that.
about it? You're thinking about it?
It was called 8 Simple Rules. Like he was a family guy, and it was a good show. And I think that's when they were taping that. I think when he passed away.
Yeah, he was in the middle of something.
Yeah.
You're right. He had just like a massive heart attack or something
Yeah.
happened.
But I don't remember many movies. Of course, you remember one. Then
Golly, it was funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, he's going to remember all that. But just
And even the haircut he had in it. Was
but back to Three's Company, I would get locked in on that.
Oh, it was
and,
funny.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was. Golly, what year was that? That just-
Is it? What was his best friend? Was it Larry?
yeah,
Yeah.
his old buddy that come out. What year was
Larry
that?
the player.
I might check.
Yeah,
Well, that was in the 80s.
Yeah, actually, it says
77's when it started.
yeah, late 70s and then into the 80s.
Okay. Yeah.
Funny.
It's funny. So Suzanne Summers went on in.
Yeah, I didn't realize her husband was 87. She was just 76. Huh? Didn't realize that. But that was breaking news over the weekend. So you went straight to Thigh Master. Is that what you did?
Well, it's just, everybody
I
kind
know.
of made fun of it. But I
Yeah.
saw a special one time. I think she made a lot of money off of the old Thigh Master.
Right.
Yep.
Well, what do you
There
do?
it is.
You know?
You know, for Three's Company and Thigh Master. Because I don't remember her in a lot of movies
No.
or anything.
Uh-uh.
I mean, she was a celebrity. Like, she'd
Right.
be on, game shows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, her character on Three's Company, she was real ditzy,
Uh-huh.
kind
Oh, yeah, very. Not
Airhead.
kinda. Not
Airhead.
kinda.
of funny.
Yeah.
Funny. That was a good show.
And then she would laugh and snort.
See, I haven't watched sitcoms probably since then, the 80s.
Yeah.
I've just
There's
never,
just-
I've missed out on some good ones, I think, but I just hadn't watched them.
Yeah, I don't either. I definitely don't watch current sitcoms because I'm never really on network TV watching stuff like that. But I'll go back now when things are available on stream and
No,
you
that's
can,
fine.
pick up on them.
You get me Sanford Son, something like that.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. It is right at top of the hour. Everyone here for this Monday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The main show starts next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll make our way back. Charles Billingsley's our guest. Bubba, let's go ahead and jump in. Father's Day's this weekend. First of all, happy Father's Day, Charles Billingsley.
Thank you very much. Happy Father's Day to you.
Yes, and so you tell us about the song. Let's set it up and let's hear it.
Oh man, well, it's written here by my buddy Adam.
Adam, good to see you
Lancaster.
again, Adam.
Hey,
Welcome back, bro.
Thank you.
We were driving down the road in Orlando, Florida, I think, coming from one other conference, probably a women's conference. And and he said, "Hey man, I wanted to play you this new song I wrote." And I said, well, "Go ahead." So he had a little demo he'd done, and why don't you tell him about the song?
So, me and my wife, we have 4 kids, and the youngest is Hank, and he is a real treat. All the character you could imagine put in this 3-foot body, and so he's the youngest, not quite in school every day. So how he figures out if he's going to school is whether it's school or whether it's a Mommy Hank day, and that's what he calls him.
That's funny.
So one night we were going to bed, and I was like, "All right, buddy, hop in the bed." He goes, "Do I have school tomorrow?" I said, No, you don't." He goes, "Is it Mommy Hank Day?" And I was like, "Yeah, you guys are going to go to the gym and do your stuff." He goes, "Hey, can we have a Daddy Hank Day?"
And here it comes.
Yeah. See, this is where
And here it comes.
Yeah.
So on the heels of that, I just started thinking about being a dad and how many days you got, and started working on a song. And a few
boy.
weeks later, Played it for Charles.
Yeah, and then of course I couldn't drive. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I think I like this.
This is right up here that time when you told that story about your kid and your cell phone.
Oh,
I'll never
yeah,
forget
man,
it.
That's the worst.
I know. You know, Greg's a granddad now. So there was a time he wouldn't cry at this song. It may get him today.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Because they say, of course, I'm not a grandfather yet, but they say when you have grandkids, it even gets you even more.
Oh yeah, they weren't kidding. I heard that my whole life too, and they're absolutely correct.
man.
Funniest line I ever heard about grandparenting. They said it's one of the few things on earth that lives up to the hype.
Really?
That's true. Absolutely. I really heard that.
I love it.
All right, so Adam, here we go. All right. So go ahead and tell me the title so I can get ready.
Well, it's called Daddy Days.
Oh my goodness, you people and your songs.
Can you guys hear this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I won't look at you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look.
I closed the trunk and there he stood, his big eyes back at me. Daddy, where you going? I sure would like to see. Can I go there with you? I promise to behave. I think we need a me and Daddy day. She comes prancing down the stairs with little flowers in her hair, dancing with a partner that only she can see. Do you have to go to work today? I sure would like to play. I think we need a daddy-daughter day. The days go by way too fast. I try so hard to make them last. If I could only stop the sun, make 100 days just one. I cherish every moment, don't let them slip away. I only got so many daddy days.
I can count.
Yeah. So now I sit beside his bed, his fragile hand in mine. There's no gift I wouldn't give if I could have more time. As I stare up at these bright white lights, all I can do is pray. Oh God, I need a few more daddy days. The days go by way too fast. I try so hard to make them last. If I could only stop the sun, make 100 days just one. I cherish every moment, don't let them slip away. We only got so many daddy days. Oh, we all could use a few more daddy days.
But I hope y'all are happy. Stupid allergies.
Stupid allergies.
I just sheltered in place.
That's right.
Yeah. The last verse gets me, man. I tell you what.
Well, see, that's the double punch. That's the problem, and that's where we're upset about. You went with, you got us already talking about we need to have time with our kids. Then you double back, and you got us at the deathbed of our fathers. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding?
What are you doing, man?
Well, it's Adam's fault.
I mean,
He
we're
wrote
holding their
this thing
fragile
out.
hands, or what?
I looked over Rick.
Hey, Charles, thanks. Appreciate it.
Oh my gosh.
Appreciate
you
it.
had us. You had us picturing our kids and all the days we wasted. We were good enough. Now we got to worry about all the time we missed with our dad, our own dad.
Oh, wow.
Now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So here we go, another hour on another day on another week in Rick and Bubba history. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The kickoff hour behind us, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They handled that for you. They hit a few weekend recaps. We'll dive deeper. Weekend recaps today. The stories that happened since the last time we were together. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, your connection to the real world. And we'll talk about everything and anything on the program today. Adler also settles in for the YouTube experience, one of the many ways you can get the Rick and Bubba Show either live or archived on your own time. Never again should you be without every second of the Rick and Bubba Show. You get to eat as much of it as you desire. Sitting over there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of your two fat buddies on the radio, Rick and Bubba. Just hanging out.
Another day. Here we go. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Welcome to the jungle.
Hello.
Bubba, let's go. Bubba, you are intelligent. All right, so we have one thing, right out of the gate, because I know
Smartest day I've had on the show. I wasn't even here.
Right. Bubba, I know that you cannot speak of this, but I know there are thighs everywhere mourning today as the creator of the Thigh Master, Suzanne Summers, has gone on in at 76.
She has,
Yep.
She was quite the pitch woman.
Well, yeah, and also, if from what I didn't know anything about that until we were on our way back. Sherry and I had a little beach getaway this weekend after coming off 30 days of what a crazy 30 days we had. But anyway, she had battled breast cancer, but had been a survivor for over 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Is that what got her? Did that come back?
Yes.
Did it show back up?
Some kind of cancer. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was breast cancer.
They said she had had lived post her diagnosis for over 20 years, but I guess it did come back. So that's what finally took her
funny actress,
her earthly life. So
yep.
Suzanne Summers, 76.
Three's Company.
Three's Company.
That's awesome.
And then what was that?
That was a funny show.
What was the other one? Step by Step, something like that.
She in that?
Where that guy that she had another sitcom that was relatively successful.
She was on Three's Company.
Am I just making
with,
that up?
Joyce DeWitt and John Ritter.
John Ritter, who was
and Don Knotts was
Don Knotts. He was the second landlord. What was the guy that looked like Quincy? Rick, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
He was the original.
Yeah.
Remember, he would look at the camera when he cracked a good one.
Yeah. Why didn't own us that time he said that on Johnny Carson? Everywhere.
Hey, Quincy.
Everybody screams, "Hey, Quincy!" That looked like Jack Klugman. It's just such a good line.
He does look like
it.
it.
Yeah, he did.
That's funny.
Yeah, so now I'm wondering if I was right on Step by Step.
Rick, Step by Step sounded right.
I
you were confident with it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't know.
Three's Company was just so huge. I don't remember anything after that.
Right. Okay.
I just remember Thigh Master after that.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
You can find them at yard sales today.
Yeah. Did they work? I don't know.
Well, yeah, apparently so.
I think
Did you ever try to use one?
No.
I'm picturing that.
Well, you don't use those muscles a lot.
Well, I will tell you this honestly, and some things there's nothing you can do about it.
Hey, make you sore.
I laugh all the time. Of all the and I've had many physical struggles. My thighs have never been one of them. You know,
Well, you're not used to pushing in like that.
yeah, right. Yeah. That's
It would build up the muscles, I guess. How many did they sell? Did they say what the numbers were?
I remember I saw something one time. It was like a documentary about her, and it said she made some bank.
Lots of money. Her the Thigh Master was for her what the Chuck Foreman grill was.
Exactly.
I'm not Chuck Foreman. George Foreman grill.
Well,
if
Chuck
Foreman has one, I'd like to have it too.
They only sold them in Minnesota.
Why does anybody listen to the show even for a second? I have no idea.
We got
so get this: the Thigh Master cost was $74.99.
Right.
Suzanne Summers was paid. This is to her for hawking the Thigh Master over $300 million.
You go, girl.
Wow.
That's a lot more than any acting job she has.
No doubt. Yeah. Well, I say if you can hit these right products, just like George Foreman, if you that's what saved his financial life.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It was over for him until he did that deal.
It is a pretty good grill.
I love that in the movie. In the movie, when he sits down in front of his account, he goes, "Yeah, this grill thing's doing pretty well." I believe y'all may be able to keep your house. So Adler, did you have something you were about to say?
Bubba was going to give out that 300 million.
Oh, okay, you got
number.
it. Okay.
I just had that 300 million number.
Okay.
But she was also in Step by Step, Rick. That was accurate too.
Rick, now how did you?
What in the world?
Who else was in that?
No,
I don't remember Step by Step.
I'm completely coming clean. I was just recalling what I read when I was reading about her death. It seems like I saw that in there. I did not remember
Who was
that.
in Step by Step?
You ready for this? Now, I could be completely wrong and confusing TV actresses, but wasn't the husband like the guy that died and came back on Dallas? That actor?
I think you're right.
Huh?
Yeah, Patrick Duffy.
I think you're right, Rick.
I'm out of control on Step by Step, by the way.
I know this.
I
don't remember anything about it.
I don't either.
7 seasons. I did.
7 seasons?
Wow. I did not remember. Was I wrong on Patrick? No, I was right on Patrick Duffy.
He's on there.
There he is. Rick, what?
I don't remember that at all. I'm like Greg. I don't remember. I have to go look it up.
I remember that show being on, but I did not remember it on my own. Now, Patrick Duffy, I did. Couldn't remember his name, though. But
You said the guy that died and come back.
the guy
on
that
Dallas.
died and came back on Dallas was weird.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But because that was a huge story.
It was all a dream.
Right. But I did not get Step by Step on my own. That was in when they said, hey, she died, and here's all the things she did.
Oh wait, I don't think that's the JR actor, Rick.
It's not Patrick Duffy?
Yeah, he is.
Not JR.
Yeah.
Not JR.
Yes,
his brother.
Not JR. He was another character.
He was the middle brother of the Ewings.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the shot
The one
JR.
that was married to Victoria Principal in there.
The shot JR Adler and the one coming back from the dead, that's two different stories from the same show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one season was completely a dream.
Right.
That's how they brought him back.
That's how they brought him back.
Right.
So.
But it wasn't JR that came back from the dream.
Correct.
No.
Here's your
JR did
couple
get
more.
shot, though.
Here's your couple more Thigh Master numbers. She said she kept up with how many had been sold until 10 million and then quit keeping up with it. During the time of the interview, she said we're probably at about 15 million sold at this point.
Wow. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's that feeling when you're playing.
Double daddy dip.
You know when you're playing dodgeball and you think you're okay and that ball gets you right in the face.
I just about managed. I just about managed.
I mean, decleater.
Little, all the time with your kids. I just about managed that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you're gonna take me in there and bright lights and fragile hands.
I know.
What I wouldn't give for more daddy days. Come on, not you people.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to have a cookie after that.
Yeah. Get two, bub. Here's some.
Adam, I would have
Bigfoot
walked in
candy.
and said, I would have walked in and I said, look, this is, you know what that was? That was running the score up.
Oh,
It's running the score.
Right,
Running
yeah.
the score.
I mean, you had us, man. You had us beat.
Thanks, Joe.
We were under conviction. We didn't need that.
Oh God,
Sure.
so good. Yeah, I mean, we really didn't have to run that.
Did you
last
see
time.
me? Did you see me when you went?
Yeah, you lost it. You turned around. And,
Yeah. It's a beautiful song.
Well, that's
Thank
one
you.
reason I
It
wore
is.
happy colors this morning because
Yeah.
I wanted y'all to
Summer colors.
You know what I
Charles.
did?
Summer colors.
I never thought this would happen. I stared into the pastel to make it. I mean, I was headed off.
really?
Yeah, that's where an earth tone would have been no help to me. You know what I mean? I said, look at his bright shirt. Look at his bright shirt. Oh, don't let it
Think
get
happy
you.
thoughts,
That
think
shirt
happy
looks
thoughts.
happy. That's a happy shirt. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh, well,
all right,
thanks
now I'm
for
getting
letting me share that with you, man.
Now I'm getting
Wow,
all.
that was
Now I'm
awesome.
getting all the texts.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, we got a guy right here said, "Hey, I'm crying. Thanks a lot." Got truck drivers had to pull the 18-wheeler over. Those of you that see the 18-wheelers on the side of the road, they're listening.
That's right, man. Well, thank you.
No,
Thank
it was great.
But when
It
you
really
got to
was.
break
That was
1.9 for cry, you know that's bad.
Took the squalling.
That needs to be the title of our next CD. Break 19 for cry. There you go. All right. Are y'all leaving? Or
yeah, well, we got a tea time. We got.
There you go. We'll listen to the comments on the songs because they'll be coming in. Now I can go to iTunes, Charles Billingsley, Daddy Days.
That's right.
That's it, iTunes.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, thank you.
Here, I'll leave y'all squalling. I'm out.
Hey, Rick, I'm busy, but I have just enough time to come by and destroy you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can I pop in, kind of turn the world upside down and go play golf? Yeah, come on by.
Yeah.
Come on. That's great.
Yeah,
Bring that
leave us with
pastel
2
shirt.
hours to cover after that. Thanks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Current caution, there is an emergency in the broadcast plaza, but we think we're resolving it. First of all, here's some of the text I've got after Charles Billingsley and Adam Lancaster played Daddy Days for us here today. Someone who says, first of all, I'm crying my eyes out. We have another person who says, Charles Billingsley needs to be slapped at 5.
I have one here, Rick, that begins, I hate Charles. I'm sitting in my car crying like a baby. Love you guys. See, it's real. I'm not making it up.
Another person has said to us, I just heard the Daddy song. I just had to pull over to cry, and here comes the question we must answer because there was a caution that a dairy barrier had been pulled, but we think we resolved it. This is the question: where in the world do I get this song?
All right, so we have a link that's currently being put in show notes with Helmsy. It's a direct link to iTunes, and I'll let Charles explain why it might not be showing up on your free streaming.
Charles, help us.
You pay for the streaming with Apple Music or others, but right now this is in the store. So that's why you might not find it.
But we're going to put a link in show notes that'll solve it, right?
Yeah, and you can go to the iTunes store and find it as a single.
Charles, how do you
we're gonna
sing
put it
that
as a-
song without bawling yourself?
Well, I have to just go. I just think about hitting a golf ball or something.
Yeah,
and my mind has to go somewhere else because I think about.
How about
Rick
I'd never get through that song.
I
Never make it.
got bad news for the Gridiron people. They're playing it tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
So
tonight.
you guys in the golden ticket seats, you're gonna have to hear it again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm
about
sorry.
Go ahead
But
and
it's only
stomp your
3
foot
minutes.
And sadly, I just checked the set list. He's going to cover Cats in the Cradle.
Yeah, it's a medley.
By the way, today we declare a no Cats in the Cradle zone.
Yeah, I can't handle.
Well, how about that song?
Well, I know it's too late for that, but I'm talking about there's people that we couldn't. Now, I wasn't going to play Cats in the Cradle on Father's Day weekend anyway.
No,
but I certainly will not now. There's somebody here. Thanks,
Well, Rick, this is where we're going to have to just stretch for every bit of professionalism we kind of have.
That's
to
right.
pull the show out of the gutter.
That's right. We're going to have to say.
I mean, we are in the gutter right now.
Yeah. Well, the free metal helped me. We had a little free metal earlier.
That's true. A little free metal.
By the way,
always does that.
here's the bad news. I am a trucker, and sadly, I probably will lose my job over this. But I just turned my truck in the direction of where my daughter lives. He's not.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we'll start working through the weekend. We'll hit the updates on the important stuff. We'll also walk through a lot of completely unimportant stuff, but fun stuff today on the program as we go through the weekend recap. So I'm actually going to be part of the audience right now, and I will now be updated with the sports knowledge of the Rick and Bubba, of Team Rick and Bubba, because I have no idea what happened sports-wise over the weekend, but Speedy has got the football rankings for us in college, which is what we follow, we enjoy the most as far as just watching, keeping up with more than the NFL. But so I don't know what happened. I can certainly read it here, but if y'all have some stuff you'd like to add, go right ahead.
Well, Georgia holds on to the number 1 spot, Rick. Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, Florida State 4. Washington up to number 5. The Sooners in at number 6. Penn State 7. Texas 8. Oregon drops to 9. And North Carolina 10. to round out the top 10. Alabama is in at 11, Oregon State 12. They're having a good year. Ole Miss 5-1 at 13, Utah at 14, Notre Dame, the highest ranked 2-loss team at number 15, 6-2.
Of course.
Duke 5-1, they're at 16. Tennessee having a good year, 5-1 at 17. They travel to Alabama next. USC is 18, LSU 19, Missouri 20. Missouri surprisingly doing well. They beat Kentucky handily, and they're 6-1 right now.
You know, I
kind
saw
of a surprise team in the East.
I couldn't figure out how to get live TV on the TV where we were staying at the beach house this weekend that Sherry and I were staying in. So I never, but I did see like some sports analyst looking at that Missouri-Kentucky game on one of the channels I was able to find, and he called that. He said Kentucky kind of got exposed of not being very good on pass defense, playing Georgia, and undoubtedly the Missouri has a world-class receiver that he said they will not be able to handle. So he called it. He said the problem Kentucky's going to have in that game is they won't be able to stop Missouri's offense, and it looks like they couldn't.
Yeah, Louisville is 21. How about Air Force 6-0 at number 22? Tulane 5-1 at 23, Iowa 24, and UCLA 25. It looks funny. I always look down to see who other teams that are getting votes. You know, it should be in Clemson. I mean, how long has it been since you didn't see Clemson in there?
Yeah,
Florida.
So
What
about
Louisville?
Liberty?
Here comes Louisville. They beat Notre Dame, then they get beat by Pitt, who had
Right.
only won one game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know,
They dropped 7 spots.
So looking at thing, I know one of the big matchups over the weekend was Washington, Oregon.
Yep. Big game.
And Bo Nix, being a potential Heisman Trophy finalist, was playing lights out. Washington very good and did win a close game. Y'all were telling me it was a good game.
Oh, it was a good game.
So anything y'all take away from that? Are y'all impressed with Washington?
Well, Oregon missed a field goal that would have put it in overtime. I think it was about a 47-yarder.
Did Bo Nix still play well enough that he still did?
Both of the quarterbacks played really
Y'all
well.
keep talking about the coaching decisions, Greg.
They kept going for it on fourth down
Who
two
did?
times inside.
Who did?
Oregon.
Well, and then even Washington tried it one time and got stuffed at the goal line.
Should have taken points.
But late, Oregon made a decision offensively late.
That last one I didn't get it all. They went for it on fourth and didn't get it. And
But the Washington quarterback, Penix, I believe is his name, he's really good. It was a game of two really good quarterbacks. So atmosphere was great.
Where they play?
College game day was at Washington.
Okay.
And so it was a good game. It really was. It was back and forth. And as we talked about, Oregon misses a field goal to at least tie it and go into overtime, but they lost 36-33.
So Helms asked a question early. Did the loss hurt Bo Nix and his Heisman chase?
I don't think so.
No.
So he played really good in the game?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's something. This was sent to me over the weekend. Of course, I didn't know what was going on at the time. They said that, but now y'all have explained it, about the going for it, not kicking for points. And apparently the Oregon coach, and I think if you're an Oregon fan, it may bother you, but you still kind of like this attitude, that going to halftime, they asked him about why not taking a chip shot field goal and going for the first down. And he said, we are an aggressive team, and we're going to always try to win the game.
Yeah, right, I mean, but that doesn't mean that just because you kick a field goal doesn't mean you're not trying to win the game.
Understood. I just thought that.
I saw the same thing. I was like, well, that's.
It ended up being one of these. And again, look, the guy, he's obviously a good coach, and he knows more than I do.
Course.
But when you're playing that type of game, any points you can get, you kind of want to get them.
Right.
You would think. And it's frustrating when you get inside in the red zone, you're like, crap, we're going to get 3, you know?
I understand that, but also I think when you don't take the 3 and you go for it, it almost looks like you don't think you can stop the other offense.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and now your defense starts losing confidence a little bit. You know. But, But anyway, I just thought I like his straightforwardness.
He's a good coach. It was a good game. He was being very aggressive.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Of course, I guess you could have. I guess we also could have heard the same thing from Miami's coach. We're just trying to put up some more points. Yeah, but it cost you the game, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Speaking of Miami, they get beat by North Carolina. North Carolina's sitting there at 10, undefeated.
Yeah. North Carolina's playing good football right now, and I know everybody's on fire for the quarterback. Y'all were asking us in the kickoff hour. I think you're right. He was he was on fire last year and got hurt.
Is that what it was?
I think he got hurt because everybody was like, this kid.
Yeah.
And that might have played a role in him coming back. He wanted to get another season in his belt to show them he can play, but I hear he's playing
He's a
lights
good
out. And
player.
Helm said people think he hasn't even hit the ceiling yet.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing.
Yeah.
So
Two really big games this coming weekend, finally in the Big Ten, Ohio State and Penn State. They play on Fox. I think it's an 11 a.m. kick. And then Alabama and Tennessee, it's 2:30 CBS.
This is usually the game where Penn State falls apart. They have a good run,
You're
and
right.
then they absolutely fold the tent against Ohio State. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get over that one, get over that hump. Alabama and Tennessee will look good on paper. I mean, that's going to be a good matchup for a change.
So Alabama beats Arkansas by 3, but the game never felt in doubt, even though it was weird that it was close.
You know, when I was watching it, Alabama
felt like they were going to
was
lose.
way up. I mean, they had total control of it. Then I saw the final score. I was like, wow, what happened? Made a run back.
No.
Huh?
I finally have a weekend that I don't have anything going on. I see somebody inviting us to something. I'm like, oh, they pulled Sherry.
And that'd be incorrect.
All right, so
I thought you were talking about the Arkansas guy. I was like, what?
No. I just look. You know when you think you've got everything, you think you do, and then I'll say, oh, here comes something. I think there's something that may potentially block that though. That we do have to go through Friday nights. That may help. So,
people, they're probably listening.
Right.
Yeah, right. Probably listening as they text, Rick.
Probably why they text. They were reminded of it.
Yeah.
Heard your voice.
But that's good. I'm refreshed though, man. This past weekend helped tremendously. It was nice. So it was I actually prefer the beach in the fall over any other time of year.
Oh yeah,
it's
time to go.
Of course, now I will tell you, our beautiful Gulf Coast has gotten so beloved from all over the country. There is no downtime down there anymore. Yep. It's year round, and they come from all over. But it was beautiful. I like 78 and sunny.
Yep, it's hard to beat.
That feels good. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finish his run.
Rick, take a couple of these calls for Charles.
All right, so let's go to Jeremy.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, man, right there. Somebody's not gonna get their product today because of you.
Wow, man, good grief.
Jeremy in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's probably my product for the conference.
You know what it said at the bottom? Hashtag Daddy Days.
Oh man.
Jeremy in Oklahoma. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, first off, I don't hate you, Charles.
Hey, thank you,
Just to let
Jeremy.
you know, I understand. I've actually had when my son was 5, I had a very similar situation. I hadn't been alone driving a truck, and it was time to go back out on the road, and he looked at me, dead in the eyes and said, Daddy, when will I see you again? So
you hear him crying?
if you could, try not to do that.
There I got to stare at my Charles Spurgeon bobblehead.
He's got to stare at his
There it is. By the way, I don't know who sent that to me, but us thank you for that. That was awesome. We got that in the mail yesterday.
It looks like Rick on prom night.
By the way, yeah, because he's wearing a long. Somebody keeps sending me pictures because Charles Spurgeon had the long face like me, and they always say, "Has anybody ever told you that you look like Charles Spurgeon?" I said, "Sadly, yes," and I always feel so bad for Charles Spurgeon.
Yeah. Rick, that was actually from the golden ticket seats
Oh, was
yesterday. The couple that had the wedding anniversary that visited with us, that was from them.
Man, that's cool. Thank you very much. Didn't know we had great men of the faith bobbleheads.
No.
Greg in Mississippi, go ahead.
So there I was,
Charles,
loading my truck with gasoline. Very manly job. Got my hard hat, my safety glasses, my fire retardant clothing on. I go out of the rack. I'm there by myself. I listen to the song. And so, so I go on in to get my paperwork. Nobody there, except for the 3 cleaning ladies.
They caught you crying, didn't they?
Crying into my fire retardant sleeve on my shirt.
You see what you're doing? A guy in a hard hat is boo-hooing in his fire retardant sleeve, and he's caught by the cleaning crew.
I don't hate you, Charles. I just hope you could run out of golf balls by the
That's fun.
Thank you
Crying
so
into
much.
my fire retardant sleeve.
That's drawing the picture right there.
It is. I see that loud and clear.
I hope his cart breaks down after the second hole.
Good grief, this is going to be the worst round of golf of my life.
Here's a guy on my way to Gridiron. What time will the song be over?
In other words, he's going to delay till he gets there.
He's going to wait and come in afterward. That's beautiful.
And the cat's in the cradle in the... Y'all sing it with me. Y'all sing it with
On the
me.
moon.
Yeah, y'all pulled a Harry Chapman. I hope you're happy.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm so sorry. We almost pulled a Derryberry, too.
I know, but that's been resolved.
A friend of ours, Jay Isom, says, please finish me off. Sing Butterfly Kisses and Christmas Shoes while you're here.
No, on this show, Christmas Shoes is banned. Thank you. And Cats in the Cradle is on probation.
And Daddy Day sounds like it's on probation.
Rick,
too.
Email from Dennis Carver. I cry at the end of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, so you can imagine how I feel right now.
When they left John Candy alone with no family.
So great.
It's a rougher scene you think it's going to be.
Yeah, it is, man. It'll get you.
Matt in Huntsville. Matt, go ahead.
Guys, this is just evil. I'm not sure what it's saying about me or about my day. It's beautiful up here in Huntsville right now. I'm on my way to work. I hear this song. Charles, I hope your cart breaks down on hole 9, furthest away from any restroom, and you have a horrid case of diarrhea.
Wow, that's tough.
Brutal.
You know, but it's one of those songs that we call a mouth ulcer song. I know if I stick my tongue in the mouth ulcer I have, it will sting, but I keep doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, you
can't leave it alone.
Look, you see, oh my gosh, that really hurt. I'm still doing it. You know, and it's so it's.
Stay away from that tongue.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that Daddy Days really ripped me. My gosh, I'm playing it again. Yeah. Why am I listening to it? Why do I want to feel this way?
Yeah, I hear you.
Chrissy in Illinois. Chrissy, go ahead.
Yeah, it's killed me too. I had to wait to go to the BMV after I bawled, and I'm not even a dad.
Yeah, look, that's rough. It's a rough
Well, you never
song.
know nowadays. Yeah, well.
My daughter's dad passed. And
You can leave, my friend. Vacation early. See you good day.
Have a 2.5-day weekend.
Thank you, Chrissy.
Sorry, Chris. I messed her story up. Greg, I think before you...
She hung up on you.
Greg,
I missed Chris's story.
Greg, I think before before you were forming the wall for the punt return, it took somebody out who wasn't looking.
Yeah.
You know, that's a penalty now, even if you get your head out in front.
No. They ruined it.
I think she was going to tell us that her husband had passed.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she never was
I
able.
think that's where she...
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. CBDistillery.com. Letting you know that if you are looking for some all-natural products that can help you with sleep, you know, 90% of CBD users say they now enjoy improved sleep. It's a big number. 81% say it really, these products help me naturally with stress and anxiety. These are 100% clean products, no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. And Greg's getting some for his cough. And right now, Dr. whoever it was, Dr. Kevin Frey. You think Tom wishes he had all the time he put on those buttons, but was that the biggest waste of time ever? But anyway, CBDistillery.com. The good news is we can still play with it, though. Go there right now. I don't know what in the world they offer for pets. Do you have an anxious pet or something? But anyway, they have pet products, too. Yeah, so somebody give Bubba some of this stuff. I mean, immediately. So go to rickandbubba.com.
Handful of gummies right now.
I need to try that pet stuff. Millie's lost her mind.
Has she really?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah, I got
Chasing
one,
people.
too.
Yeah.
She used to be shy and run hide. Now she tries to attack people.
I think you brought a dog into your world that has been through a difficult life and probably has some damage.
Boy, I'm telling you, she ain't with us.
No. So
Some of the things.
Greg, the only thing worse than a regular dog is a crazy dog.
You're right. Yeah.
Woo. So anyway,
What she likes to do is drag stuff out.
Yes, it sure does. So Bubba, I can't help but notice, because I know, and this has been we've done studies on ourselves, we've done studies on each other,
Right.
And for some reason I don't know if it was something in your childhood, you seem to attach yourself to teams that
are losers.
You're an underdog fan. I don't know what draws you to them. Would it kill you just to be for one really
But
good team?
if an underdog is not not winning,
Yeah.
they're just losers.
Eventually, the underdog must win. That's right.
I was watching last night. I sit down for a
To
minute
complete
and
the
watched
story.
Tampa Bay and the Detroit Lions. And Tampa Bay had a throwback to the Dreamsicle pirate
Yeah,
outfits, which
right.
I always liked those uniforms.
Well, of course, you know why? Because they were a bunch of losers.
Well, and yeah,
They were the
I
worst
don't think
team
they
ever.
won. I don't think they won a game in like 3 years at one point.
yeah.
And
When they were
but
the
but
new
you know
team.
what? Now they have won Super Bowl, more than one.
That's true.
Minnesota still hadn't won one. But,
All right, so
they went from the worst team in the history of the NFL. At
Bubba,
least they have one.
I noticed in the college football recap, you never two things you didn't mention, which I turned the show over to y'all because I don't know what happened over the weekend.
Well, we just didn't get that far down the list, Rick.
And there was no mention. There was no mention of two stories that surprised me. You didn't mention Coach Prime, which has been a story you've been into.
How
this
about
year.
that? Friday night, they are up 29 points at halftime and lose.
Yeah.
Coach Prime was not happy.
I bet he wasn't.
Not happy.
Well,
that hurts, Rick. 29. You think you could coast on that, dude?
Well, this is where he wish he was. He's going to have to go out there and use his, which he can do, his influence and get some defensive players. It sounds like.
Yeah, he's going to have to. I mean, he had a big roster turnover and a big improvement. But wow.
So
that's one that doesn't need to get away.
So the Prime story, that I didn't get an update on that. You just gave it to me, and then of course I heard there's just been no mention of Auburn.
Yeah, Auburn got destroyed by LSU, and honestly, it was not as close as a score. I mean, it was 17-0 before I got a drink, sit down. I mean, I'd never.
Yeah. How long did you stay with it?
Pretty much to the brutal end, just to see how bad it would.
Was that to punish yourself?
It almost,
I'm gonna watch this whole thing.
It almost got comical because I don't think I have seen a team that bad in a long time. The effort was terrible.
Look at the facial expression.
Yeah,
You're missing the facial.
When he's hit this level.
This is that expression that we look for. Everybody hang on.
The game plan was bad.
Let me tell you something.
Nothing positive.
Listen, this one right here. Let me tell you, 30 years.
I think the punter had a good night. That was the only one.
If you look at the total time, counting the part-time time, I mean, we're probably we're 32 years. Okay, I've been around it, and this man has no poker face. You know how Bubba feels,
I wear
and you
it
know
on my sleeve.
he wears it wide open.
Cannot hide.
He can't pretend to be energetic when he's tired.
You better have ketchup.
And he can't pretend to be okay when he's angry.
No,
Look at that face right there.
It was ugly.
Yeah,
Ugly.
it was hard to take anything positive from it.
I think we're reaching the level of the Barfield years at this point.
Bubba, see, he's out of control. See, he's out of control. This is the movie Fever Pitch, and he's got the Buckner VHS tape out. That's what it is, Greg.
Let me say this. I don't think they're going to win an SEC game this year, and their only hope may be to finish ahead of Vanderbilt. Do they play Vandy later in the year?
I don't know. If they
and
do
that
this
one's
year.
up for grabs, Rick, honestly.
But it's all right. Hey, there's a freeze warning out.
Yeah.
Say that again. Rick, say that again.
I thought Hugh Freeze was going to evacuate. He looks so desperate.
Well, he said I saw.
Bubba, I got great news for you. Vanderbilt's on the schedule, and New Mexico State's on the schedule.
Okay, there you go.
Well, you never
You
know.
might win that one, but they're not a SEC. I mean,
No, I'm just
they
saying
ain't
that's 2 wins, possibly, hopefully.
one maybe.
Yeah,
and that's it. I don't know. The Lobos
This
may
is-
come in here.
let me
and
just
pull.
say-
This is just like
The Lobos may come in there and bite them.
this is like that time he got on himself about
Yes.
tennis.
Oh my
Yes, same
goodness.
face.
Just say
Exact
it.
thing.
Well,
Same
it's just-
face.
Rick. It's
Hey,
just,
the Vikings won. The Vikings won.
yeah, they beat the Bears. I mean,
Bubba, but here's
Auburn
what you
could
gotta
beat
ask.
the Bears.
Here's what you gotta ask. But how? This is how weird it is. How did they stay with Georgia? How
Well,
did that happen?
I think that's where the
Isn't that
mistake was
crazy?
made. You got the number one team in the country. They come in. Auburn plays them down to the last 2 minutes.
Right,
Okay,
right.
you think, well, you lose. You're not into moral victories, but you think maybe we're getting better. Maybe it's improving just a little bit. Well, any idea that was going on, we pretty much put the rest on this. So it was just
embarrassing.
So
I mean, it was
well,
awful.
it could be Auburn when
It was so bad. LSU is running the score up, scoring at the end of the game, and nobody was even offended by it.
Well, no,
The LSU people laughed.
Was he?
Hey, the LSU. There was yellow seats everywhere.
were.
They were
Really?
bored to tears with it.
They went back out to tailgate.
It wasn't even exciting for them.
It's the same.
He gets so frustrated.
Well, you're talking about them continuing to score. That day they found you mad at yourself about tennis. Did he? He didn't stop on himself, did he?
No.
He punished himself. I mean, to
did,
the very end, didn't he?
Did he ever?
It
Right.
was
That one movie.
Did you get to the point you were so mad you wanted LSU to score 100?
I figured why not. I thought if they just stood there and let LSU run up down the field, they might get tired.
Face,
that might be better playing.
Tone.
So,
Yeah, disgusted.
Can't block, can't throw, can't catch. Can't win games like that, Rick. Can't do it. Just can't.
You got to be.
Are you going to be Coach McKay though? Say we made up for it by not tackling either. Say, you remember that great line? You remember that great line?
And he was with the Bucks. You remember he was.
Greg, you saw it. You saw it too. I mean, I saw junior high.
Greg, but we made up for it by not tackling or being good on special teams either.
At least we were gathered with some nice folks to watch the game. We enjoyed their company. So,
Did they enjoy yours? That's what I'm worried about.
We got to talk a lot and visit.
I bet they didn't enjoy yours.
No, I was fine.
Were you?
Yeah.
You knew better.
Well, I wasn't expecting a whole lot, and
That
they
LSU
and you know
quarterback's
what?
pretty
And
good.
they underperformed that.
Well, here's the thing.
So I mean, at least I thought they cared.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this. I went into one shop that sells SEC school memorabilia, and all the Auburn stuff you want is in there. Now, the other schools, they don't have much left. But couldn't find a piece of Georgia clothing there for nothing.
Plenty of Auburn.
And I heard the Georgia fan ask the person running the store, and they said, all sold out.
Oh, gosh.
But let me hit you with this, okay?
It looked about like the Braves hitting this week.
Yeah. Boy, it's been a rough week for your childhood teams, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. It really has.
I wish you'd give the Vikings a little more. They gave you a win. Come on, man.
They're horrible too. God,
But it's all right.
Kirk Cousins.
I mean, I
bringing
just
them
want
back.
to see somebody, get out there and play like they want to win, make block and tackle and stuff.
Well,
stuff,
stuff like that.
Auburn.
I'd like to see a quarterback, that has a little bit of grass between him and a defender trying to throw a ball.
Right.
Not somebody hanging on top of it.
Right. Well, you said
running
that-
for his
well,
life.
if you don't believe
my
it-
favorite is you can't get any protection, and when you do, you throw it 10 yards over their head. That's my favorite. I mean, gun it too, buddy. I mean, gun it over their head, Rick. Not kinda. It's like, who are you throwing it to?
Well, he was so surprised it didn't have pressure.
Yeah, I
on it.
know. I think it scared him to death.
Yeah.
Bubba, if you look at Bo Nix, see if you can get some blocking. I mean, compare Bo Nix running behind the Auburn offensive line versus Oregon.
Yeah,
Big
it's
difference.
Big difference. Big difference.
Right.
You can. No, I don't care who you are. You cannot throw running for your life.
No.
You just can't do it.
no.
Tom Brady can't do
But
it.
Bubba, it's hard to play Georgia and have all that hype, and you got the home stadium, you got the home atmosphere. You play them to the very end, and they have to turn right back around. Now go on the road to Baton Rouge on a Saturday night. I mean, that's just a big order.
Well, I mean, there
For
were a lot of
for a little no good team.
Honestly, this is not one of the best LSU teams.
No.
They got
No.
2 losses already. A lot of people were thinking they were on the upset watch. We had people
Offensively,
calling
they're
that. but
they're
I knew
really
that was
good.
bad.
But
LSU had too much offense, though. Too much offense.
They're good on
Rick,
offense.
they were up 17-0. We wasn't halfway through the first quarter.
Are you
I
all
didn't
right?
even sit down good.
Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm fine. I'm dandy.
Did you enjoy your snacks during the game? Maybe at least. That's
I
good.
did. Some good food.
Did you go there for comfort?
I did.
The food?
Yeah, I tried to get a good group around me to, because I knew it would be sad.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Never able to get to it.
He goes, "Are you?" Guys, that came out. I never even knew it.
I didn't. Greg, we know
Well,
that.
Greg, it's called rude Tourette's.
I never even knew. In fact, I thought Helm said it.
RT.
You know what you thought to yourself? That's over the line. My gosh, that's me.
Who said that, you jerk? No, I really do feel bad. That's
No, she was laughing about it.
All right, cue the picture of Baby Alice, quick.
Yeah, we got to get this picture of Baby Ellis and get it ready. And I'm talking about now.
I mean, we got to have it on like instant replay for video.
But sadly, my statement was true.
No, your statement was true. No doubt about it.
Greg Burgess.
Yeah,
That was
let's face it. If somebody has their way, you won't be able to. You'll need some more.
Yeah, we laugh.
Greg, the song will be changed to "We need some more whatever you identify as." Days.
I couldn't stop myself.
Thank you. Doing good. I'm the oldest of three boys, and from the time we were about 13, wrestling was pretty hot and heavy, and I'd always get in trouble for, you're too strong for your little brothers, and they set us all down and said, all right, when you get old enough one day, you feel like you can take me, you just step up. We'll go to the backyard.
Oh boy.
Well, I hit that day when I was 17 years old. I'll never forget it. We were outside cleaning on my cars.
Such a foolish
working
time of
on
life.
The cars.
Yep.
Yeah, and I said, all right, I'm ready. Well, Daddy kept a little snake charmer in his pocket, a little 380 pistol. He said, boy, I'm just too old to fight you now. I'll just shoot you.
Oh.
I'm like, how is that fair? I step up, and now you're just going to shoot me?
Isn't there a saying, all's fair in love and war?
Yeah, well, what it is, he's teaching you the lesson that, the bad Leroy Brown story doesn't end well. Yeah, he's trying to teach you that.
He taught all of us that day.
That's a good teacher right there. That's a good teacher. Now, he didn't like he shot anybody. He just
threatened to shoot him.
He's using that
He's
example.
just making the point. He's doing. He's letting him know.
He was talking about the big brother, little brother. I remember Dad laid down rules when my size was a lot bigger than Greg's because he was a little fella growing up.
That's the problem.
And he would come in and literally say that Greg had certain things he could do, and there were certain things I could not do.
You weren't allowed to kick me.
I was not allowed to kick. I was not allowed to hit him with a Hot Wheels track. And that literally was.
I could hit you with the Hot Wheels track.
Greg could hit me with toys. He said because that's an equalizer, and he was allowed to kick.
Yeah,
but it had to be outside, right? You couldn't fight.
You had to
inside.
take it out. Take it outside. Made a mistake. Made a mistake of not doing that once, and it did not go well. That was one of those days where a guy who called a minute ago used the term, my dad had crazy strength.
Yeah.
You
got to see it, huh?
Yeah. I was like, I don't know how this just happened, how I was removed from this area so fast by like my dad. That really happened fast. And it's almost like he moved me as if I weighed nothing. And I was a pretty big guy. And we nearly broke the china cabinet. And that was the end of that.
Yeah.
By the way, did you get was it a baseball bat you got out him one time?
I used to chase him with that. I couldn't catch him, but I used to chase him.
No, you hit me one time, remember, because you caught me sitting up against the corner of the house.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I was sitting up against the corner of the house.
I forgot about that.
And all of a sudden, I was just like birds were chirping, and the next thing I knew, it's like I was tasting metal in my mouth, and I was like something. I was just hit very hard by something. It was Greg. It hit me with a baseball bat.
Yeah. You just got mad.
Well, yeah.
He'd get mad.
It was every day. We had a fight every day.
It was the equalizer.
Fist fight. Punch people in the face.
Don't forget that Dad had made out rules, like written on yellow.
I like when he thought it was a great idea to buy us boxing gloves. That was a real good idea.
What I don't know.
All that did was lead to more fights.
It did.
Y'all put them gloves on. It'd start out fun.
Yeah.
Boy, it didn't end fun ever.
Yeah. And let me tell you what was funny. One time, let me tell you what Greg and all the neighborhood kids did one time, and they all got football helmets. Okay, just any you could find. And of course, again, I'm not that big a guy now, but I shot up. Like I was much bigger than the rest of the neighborhood. Yeah. I was just one of those guys that it was almost as tall as I am now when I was 12. Okay. And so now I didn't win as thick as I am now, but I was as big as I am now. So they got the trampoline, and I got on it with the boxing gloves, and they would line up in football helmets, and Greg would say, "And you are next." And they would go into the ring, and they would fight like Greg came to town like a circus. Come fight the giant 12-year-old.
Yeah.
And they would just come in one after another, and I would pound them, and Greg would drag them off the trampoline and say next, and just to see if anybody could take on. It was I felt like a freak show or something.
And that boxing we did, and we'd have regular boxing matches on the trampoline. That wasn't very smart. Remember, because you fly off.
You would. I didn't know trampolines were supposed to have safety nets. They sure didn't have them when we grew up.
No. I think that came along later.
Yeah.
And all right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So over the weekend, some things that you need to be aware of. A new Rick and Bubba University podcast is available now. We interview Jason Rance. He's written the book, What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. and it's a great read, but also I think you'll enjoy our interview with Jason. If you haven't already heard it over the weekend, maybe you were tied up like Bubba watching your favorite teams, and today's the first day you get a chance, you can go check it out. So it is available, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Also getting great feedback from Team Man Church. They were out this weekend, the Blake Prime and Wingo down in Mangum, Louisiana, and Scott Dawson at Twickenham Church in Huntsville, and Andy Blanks at Crestview, Florida, and getting a lot of pictures and a lot of feedback from that. Sounds like those all went well. I tell you what was hilarious is I got the pastor up at Twickenham, Scott Dawson, was there, and he was talking about how much fun it was to meet those men, and they're kicking it off. And there was a great line that the pastor had, and I wanted to give him credit concerning these wonderful differences between men and women. And he said that one thing that was mentioned was that one of the difference between men and women is, and think about the show. He says men make fun of each other and don't mean it. Women compliment each other and don't mean it. I thought, what a great line. So anyway, thanks to all of you guys and we'll give you some updates on some other things that are coming up going forward. So those are kind of some things that happened over the weekend. And Greg, of course, we talked y'all talked in the kickoff hour, and you went yesterday to Oxford High School in Oxford, Alabama. Where they I guess it was the ribbon cutting or some kind of thing, right. The dedicating of the new practice facility, which is I'm getting people sending me the story on it saying there's colleges that don't have this.
Oh, it's super nice.
And you were there with your lovely daughter Chandler, and also Coach Houston and Coach Maniscalco that coached with Dad at Oxford High School, and the practice facility was named after Dad and Coach Robert Herring, who tremendous football coach, had huge success at Oxford also. So those two men, a big part of the legacy of that high school, and both of them definitely earned the right to have their name on that facility.
Yeah, and it's wow. This is where we grew up. It's where we played ball. It's where we ran around.
It's our hometown.
We ran around as kids in the stadium.
It's our hometown.
And wow, unreal.
Yeah,
it's just they took us on a tour of it. Yeah. And I can't imagine.
You can see a little bit of it. I know now one of the ways you can see a little bit of it, and I can't believe what I'm about to say, is on Greg's Instagram.
There you go.
Now one of the things you're going to have to
see. I thought Greg was on social media. I didn't know this was.
I had a Twitter.
He had a Twitter first.
I got one. I
still have a Twitter.
I like the.
But also don't
X.
Also don't confuse the guy that has a Twitter dedicated to Greg that puts all of his quotes up there.
Right.
Oh,
that's one of my favorite. I follow that guy.
Yes, funny guy.
So anyway, but Greg has never posted anything.
See, that looks really cool. Right
that
there.
does.
That does. That's nice.
Never posted anything on Instagram. That's a picture that Chandler took. It couldn't have been.
Yeah, Chandler took it.
Yeah, Chandler took a picture.
There's so many things that couldn't be him, Rick.
Lisa was under the weather. Chandler took. I had to have somebody with me, of course.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so there's a good shot of.
That's where the ceremony.
There's Greg and his daughter.
Yeah.
And now, Greg, you actually posted on your Instagram, which is brand new, and then there's the stuff that's written there. You didn't write that.
Well,
there's no way.
No, I didn't physically write it, but I was involved in the content.
Who posted that for you?
Lisa. But she said
alone. You're the real Greg Burgess.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's it.
Listen, there I am, Coach Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Funny, by the way.
That's a funny bunch.
We were on the tour together. Yeah, we had a good time. And but I was in all my input. I'm just not good at typing and all that. So
yeah,
but I did.
What an honor! And notice I immediately put on there how proud I was of you.
Yeah. I kind of participated.
And I started telling you needed to post it because I was like realized your feed came up. Somebody suggesting that you might be somebody I want to follow. And I looked and I'm like, Greg's got Instagram. And I knew y'all had talked about it. The funniest moment for me was he has nearly 2,000 followers, and I go and there's never been a post.
Well, just getting started.
And it said this person has not posted yet. So I started laughing my head off.
I haven't had it long.
But then when Chandler sent us these pictures, I said, well, that'd be a perfect first post for Greg. He's there at something. Mm-hmm. He's there with his daughter. She took some good pictures. And we all began to encourage you to post. And you did it. And people are very thrilled.
There we go.
Yeah, there's you and your daughter going to that moment, and what a great honor, because people, you know how this is, Bubba. We've all talked about it. You've got places that you've lived, and I'm thankful I haven't lived in very many places. But then you have your hometown.
Yeah.
And your hometown will always be your hometown.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Oxford is our hometown.
That's where we're from.
That was everything that happened to me before our show came to Birmingham.
Yeah.
I lived there from 6 years old to our show came to Birmingham.
Yeah, Dad moved.
I never even lived in Gadsden when we worked in Gadsden. I still lived in Oxford.
Oh, yeah. And saw Coach Davison. You know, he was there when we were there.
Yeah.
Seen Coach Livingston and
Yeah.
just all kinds of friends. And we all got to laughing about the old, not even the field house they built when we were in school that we thought was top of the line. It was nice first time.
It was first
but
time.
we were in the dungeon under the old gym, and there was not even a window in the place.
No.
And there was one commode.
Yep.
And one urinal.
And no door on it.
And no door on it. I mean, and to look at this that they have, we got to laughing talking about it.
It was a different.
But we didn't think nothing about it. Remember, the junior high didn't even have a locker room. They had a cage.
Yes.
And they hung all your equipment
Yep.
on these racks in the cage.
Yeah.
And it stunk really bad.
Yes, it did.
But it was just, but we didn't think, when they built the one when I was a sophomore, we were like, hey. But this here is
This is something that's unbelievable. Yeah,
you need to go by and see it. It's really incredible.
Yeah. So that's a huge honor for the Herring family and the Burgess family.
Absolutely.
That's
I'm
really
gonna
nice.
thank everybody there, Coach Davidson and all of them. You know, they've letting us be a part.
I
of
like your little emoji of a yellow jacket you put on there.
But see, that was a dead giveaway. I told Lisa not to do it because they have no
Right.
idea. I don't even know how to do an emoji.
Right.
knows.
When you saw
Listen, I'm getting better.
Yeah.
But I was involved in the what was said.
Right.
I just didn't physically type it.
Well, that's good. That's good, Greg.
And I didn't. I was against the.
Yeah,
motion.
you can just tell your phone; it'll do it.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that.
Microphone.
So, Greg, thank you for that. but this was the perfect opportunity because you went and represented the show, represent the family, and that was great.
It was great. It was good seeing everybody,
Thank you,
and of
Greg.
course, like they do everything there, is top notch.
Yeah, that there is a commitment to first class there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's really cool.
Sorry, Bubba. You all right?
Yeah, well, y'all have upped the ante, that's for sure.
right.
So much of this is on me.
Right. Well, that's all right. I mean,
You know, somebody brought up, Rick, you remember the old locker room was at the top of the hill?
Yeah.
And they said, well, it did look kind of good when the team walked down the hill. I said, yeah, but the bad part is you had to walk back up it.
Yeah.
No,
You know,
my
for
favorite
halftime.
my favorite thing was Dad would make us go back up the hill. Don't think it was a small hill either.
Oh, no.
At halftime, and I can remember like your calves cramping.
Yeah.
Because you'd played a whole half of
And you
football.
click on the concrete.
And then you'd go up and have to come back down again.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked good coming down.
Top of the hour, we'll come back as we continue the stories from the weekend, the stories of the day, your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Few people had head injuries.
Really good idea.
No, it was a good idea. I can remember a time getting like double springed by somebody like Greg the Bull Olson. And because the way you were double springed, it shot you off the
into the
trampoline
yard.
into the yard.
Yeah. Now, is
And
that what happened to you, or did you miss the trampoline when you jumped off the second
No,
floor?
it was worn out.
Okay.
The trampoline was old, and if you laid on it, it would nearly touch the ground. I forgot that.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't been on it. My sister had.
Now, don't forget Greg and I now at this point in the early 20s.
Yeah, I'm like 20 years old. And I jumped out of the house to land in it and hit the ground with my butt and nearly killed me.
I dared him.
It's not good.
I dared him to jump out of the second floor onto the trampoline.
Did you know what was going to happen?
No, I didn't.
Rick?
I didn't. I would just. I mean, to me, it was worth it no matter what happened. And and
You know when you hit your tailbone real hard?
Oh, yeah.
And so Greg, when Greg hit it, it went to the ground, and he did hit it.
Have you
right
got
in the middle.
injuries from that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
His frame's
no,
not right.
when you break your tailbone, you just got to let it heal. You know?
So his tailbone broke, and so he shot up in the air. But keep in mind, my favorite part is when he shot up almost back even with the window again, holding his lower back, and then was going down again. That's
So you got to see him all level.
And I
yeah.
laid there. I couldn't breathe. He's hanging out the window. He said, "Look, I'll call an ambulance or whatever." But he said, "You ought to see your face."
I was trying to get out without. I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard about it, I will call the ambulance. But for the moment, for a minute, I got to enjoy this for just another second.
You were too blocked.
Yeah.
That hurt.
Tom in
For a long
Scottsburg.
time it hurt.
Tom in
I'd be
Scottsburg.
driving to work, and I had an old truck with a straight shift.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah, that one.
Sitting sideways?
Greg, that one. That one, and then when you gave the people's elbow to the beach.
Yeah, that hurt me bad.
To Tom in Scottsboro. Tom, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, good morning, buddy. I'm sorry.
Forgot he was on.
The people's elbow.
Yeah. When I was 13, my dad was walking in front of me, and he made me mad. And under my breath, I said, "I'm going to whip your butt." Well, he stopped. I thought, oh no, he didn't hear that, did he? He turned around, smiled. He said, "What'd you say, boy?"
Oh,
I said,
no.
"I didn't hear nothing, Dad." He said, "What'd you say?" I said, "I'm whoop your butt." He said, "Well, when you're ready, you bring your lunch and sleeping bag because it's going to take you a while."
Don't you hate when you run in your mouth and you go, "Oh, they hurt me"?
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Now I got to back it up.
I said, I love you. I was talking to my imaginary friend.
What'd you say? That's a terrible thing.
Justin, Moulton. Justin, go ahead.
Hey guys, I know y'all are on a funny subject, but I just want to tell you guys how much I appreciate your show. Each and every one of you, from the start off hour to the final. You guys are an inspiration. I'm a father of an autistic child. You guys have taught me a lot about patience, a lot about faith. And I just want to tell you guys Happy Father's Day and that I appreciate your show.
Wow, Justin.
Yeah,
Thank you,
there
man.
it is.
Happy Father's Day to you too, man. I appreciate that. Very kind. And it's fun to be part of this team. It really is. Kenny in Jacksonville. Kenny, go ahead. Kenny. Lenny.
Kenny. Somebody in
Jenny.
Jacksonville.
Penny.
Winnie.
Lenny.
Are you from Jacksonville? It's your time.
Help me.
I can tell you think they were there?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. It was that thing when your phone loses signal and it hadn't quite hang up yet.
Can I tell you what's kind of cool? He said his dad knocked him out. I kind of want to hear it.
Oh,
man. Yeah. But when that happens, though, then you have to answer to mama. You
remember when Dad would put the boxing gloves on and we were
terrible.
real small and he'd get on his knees.
So inappropriate.
And he would be okay until we'd land a couple of licks and all of a sudden he'd throw a good one.
Guys, I remember the first time my head rocked back like this, and it was because he had a great jab. Bam! Like that. And you're like, I think my dad just jabbed me.
You're good. Get back up.
And he's like, no, I'm on my knees. Ganelle, I'm on my knees. And then you're like, because he had that perfect straight jab.
Yeah.
Let's face it, Dad had a good jab.
He did. He had a really good jab.
But I remember the first time that feeling of your head going back. Like, that kind of broke my little spirit. I don't know want to do this anymore.
I want to box. I don't like boxing.
Mom, I don't like Daddy's boxing us. We don't like it.
Yeah.
Good gracious, that's ridiculous.
She gets so mad at it.
I'm on my knees now. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Kenny, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Kenny, happy Father's Day weekend.
Hey, thank you very much. I was going to share a story. Let me paint this picture. Hamzy, I'm from Glencoe, Alabama, so I lived on Taylor Road, and my neighbor had a swimming pool.
Yeah.
And at the swimming pool, one of my friends, she had about 5 girls laying out at the pool, so I called my friends, and I said, hey, they're laying out at the pool. Why don't y'all come over and let's shoot some basketballs? So we're out there shooting basketballs. We all got our shirts off, and we got our hair like we like it, had our shoes like we liked it, and one of the girls leaned over the fence and said, hey, why don't y'all join us in the pool? And I'm like, that sounds like a great idea. So I go in the house and change, and my dad stands there, and he says, why don't you take out the trash? And I said, I don't want to take out the trash.
Oh, boy.
And he said, well, you need to take out the trash, boy. And I said, well, if you see a boy in this house, you give him $20. Well, all my friends started laughing. I go in my bedroom, I change clothes. Under my breath, I kind of tell my friends where my dad can put that trash.
Oh, no.
And so we go outside
This
and
is like-
we're shooting
it's like-
ball.
it's
My
like a
dad-
daredevil.
My dad comes up. Yeah, my dad comes out with 2 sets of boxing gloves. He says, so you think you're a man, put the boxing gloves on.
Uh-oh. Front all
By
these
this
girls.
time, all the girls from the pool decide to come in my backyard, and my dad says, he said, I'm going to teach you what a real man is. So I'm putting the boxing gloves on. I tell one of my friends, I said, I'm just going to knock him out. He said, hit me. And I swung, and all I remember was an hour later, I was on the couch.
Hour later.
And I said, how did I get here? He said, well, your friends and 3 of the girls helped me tote you in. He goes, I knocked you out. I hope you're okay, and I hope.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we come back, we're doing some weekend recaps, hitting some of the stories. So we'll speed the real Greg Burgess Helmsy
Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
So we hit a little serious now. We've hit some lighthearted. We'll hit a little bit of serious, and we'll get back to lighthearted. We'll try to keep it moving. We won't really bog down. But one of the things you have to look at is what's going on in the Middle East. I know that it was supposed to be some kind of worldwide jihad on Friday. There were some protests and things like that, but I wasn't made aware of any like straight up terrorist attack that took place. I know that could continue.
I think there was one in France early on, but I think that was it.
Could happen. I know Times Square had a huge protest where some of the pro-Palestinian groups took over Times Square and were moving toward Israeli's consulate, but I don't think anything violent ever took place there. But anyway, so where we are on the latest war. Which, by the way, last night Sherry and I watched. It's now available on streaming. Golda, and this is the story of Golda Meir, was the first and still is the only female prime minister of Israel. They had come off was it 6 days? They won the war in 1967. Yeah. 6-day war, and so in 1973, of course, the Arabs try again. While she is prime minister, and it's interesting to watch. Now, Egypt was involved in this invasion, and I know they're not involved in the one now, but they were involved in the one in 1973, and it was the first time that Israel had been defeated in battle by the Arabs, and she was in a bind. They got beat, they got surprised, and got slaughtered. And so it talks about her as prime minister handling the Yom Kippur War of 1973. Interesting to go watch that because you see so much that you need to know about now. Yeah. So the Arabs,
similarities.
They get defeated, they go away, but they keep coming back. And the reason why is what we try to keep telling you is they don't want Israel to exist. And what's interesting, we had recognized them as a country in 1948, which was huge. And of course, ever since that happened, all of the Arabs have tried to take it back away from them. So in Egypt lost, was it the Sinai Desert in the 6-day war? Yeah. And so they came to try to get that back in 1973. And then you had the Syrians.
They lost the heights. What do they call it?
Golan
Heights.
Golan.
Yeah.
So you had the Syrians coming from one end, and you had the Egyptians from the other end, and Israel got caught a little overconfident after the 6-day victory in 1967, and they were in a bind and lost a lot of people. It was an ugly time until they got their feet back under them, and it has, of course, Kissinger. She's calling him, and he's like, "Look, I'm an American, first, and I'm Secretary of State second." And I am a Jew third. And she said, well, here we read from right to left. And
he was German too, wasn't he? Wasn't he a German?
Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, so that's an interesting movie to watch now. Now they're a little more obsessed with the fact that she smoked for some reason. She did die of lymphoma, and they really focus a lot on her smoking. I kind of thought that was a little overdone. But anyway, so catch that if you want some historical references. This is not new. But this time, Israel is saying that we will do a ground war, and they're preparing for the ground war. The last I heard, Egypt was not allowing any Palestinians to come there, and we were trying to negotiate with them for them to open the border. Of course, I guess if you want to talk about open borders, talk to our administration right now. They're all about it. Yep. But anyway, so that I don't know where that is now, whether they can flee there. The Palestinians are being told by the Israelis, you need to flee or die.
Yeah, Netanyahu said this morning the hour is near for the ground invasion, which is going to be it's going to be a bad deal.
Yeah, there's satellite images of Hamas blocking the streets, not allowing them to leave, right? Because their ultimate goal is civilian casualties, so they can continue their propaganda.
Yeah, they're using the Palestinians as shields.
Yeah, so the big discussion is, are the Israelis justified in what's going on? So let's roll through some of the celebrity voices out there. We'll start with 4A. Here is Sunny Hostin wanting us to know who Hamas reminds her of. Here we go.
Go ahead, Sonny, you want to say something? No, I look at this from a legal perspective, and I think that we all know that Hamas has been designated a terror organization, just like many other terror organizations have had this designation, like the Proud Boys here in the United States.
I had to get that in.
Yeah, that's
had to get that
just
in.
for example.
Yeah, just for example.
Let's
compare them.
Yeah, no matter what the Proud Boys do or don't do, that has nothing to do with what Hamas just did. You might want to stay on that topic. Nobody was asked you what you thought about the Proud Boys.
Yeah.
They were asking what you think about Hamas.
There's really no comparison.
Bill Maher, who is every day that goes by, he keeps asking himself, "Why am I with the left?" Here he is talking about what we talked about in the podcast this past weekend. Is kind of the mask falling off of the anti-Semitic left wing that they don't really have a lot of love, it appears, for the Israelis. So here we go.
I just want to finish with the values first, because it's just amazing to me that the American left, so much of it, throws their lot in with people whose values I hope they don't share, but let's go through them. Because values and customs make a difference, okay? And the people of Gaza, by the way, if the Israelis did get rid of Hamas, they'd be doing a giant favor to the people of Gaza who hate Hamas too.
Exactly.
But let's just go through the list.
You don't hear that much, do you?
Because the Israelis look like us in most ways, values-wise. Maybe we're not doing it the right way. I don't know. Religious tolerance. That doesn't exist in Gaza. You're either Muslim or an infidel, and you better be a Muslim. Female freedom. Free and fair elections, free speech, gay rights. I see these Queers for Palestine.
Did you hear their sister organization, Blacks for the KKK?
It's like...
By the way, I'm a gay man. I've lived in Berlin. This is a level of masochism that even I cannot comprehend.
Right. Doesn't even make sense to him.
I mean...
You know what? I'm going to get...
can I just finish my list? Pedophilia, I'll put that under don't ask. Child brides and so forth.
All right, so Bill Maher's making the point, why are we standing up for these people when they seem to be against everything that Americans claim to love? The Israelis seem to be more in line with the way that we actually live. Next, this is Israel justified in their response? Who is this person? Who has this clip for us?
This is from Talk TV, a British news network, and this guy breaks it down, talking about the proportionality, and people are calling for a proportional response from Israel.
Yeah, he kind of he breaks that one down good.
All right, here we go.
Is that a reasonable, proportionate, and moral response by Israel?
There is some deep perversion in Britain whenever Israel is involved in a conflict, and it is the word you just used, proportion, proportionate, proportionality. Only Britain is really obsessed with this. I've heard it for the last few days incessantly. Proportionality in conflict rarely exists. But if we were to decide that we should have this fetish about proportionality, then that would mean that in retaliation for what Hamas did in Israel on Saturday, Israel should try to locate a music festival in Gaza, for instance, and good luck with that, should try to find a music festival in Gaza and rape precisely the number of women that Hamas raped on Saturday, kill precisely the number of young people that Hamas killed on Saturday. They should find a town of exactly the same size as a town like Sderot, where I've been many times myself, and make sure they go to door and kill precisely the correct number of babies that Hamas killed in Sderot on Saturday, and shoot in the head precisely the same number of old age pensioners as were shot in Sderot on Saturday, just to choose one town. Proportionality in conflict is a joke. And it's a very strange British concept which we've had, that only the Israelis in a conflict, when they are attacked, are expected to have precisely the proportionate response.
Well said. That's how absurd that is.
And Israel is such a small country with such a small population. If let's just say 1,000 Jews were killed, right? Some people say it's larger than that. That would be equivalent to 30,000 Americans being killed. So yeah, Israel is real mad. They're a small country and they lost 1,000 to 1,500 people. That's equivalent to 30,000 Americans if you scaled it population-wise.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
learned a lesson. Don't ever talk to me like that. So get in there and get that trash out. I said, yes, sir.
Let's go to Jeremy and Jasper. Jeremy, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, guys. How's everybody going? I hope you guys have a very happy Father's Day.
Thank
you. Yes, sir. The most important thing is you've done 25 years of good, quality service. I hope the good Lord blesses you with another 25. Thanks for not being ashamed to say the word Jesus and God. Thank you for the Wednesday men's prayer that you do, Rick. And your staff is just 100% A1, A+, top of the scale. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend. We love y'all.
Wow, that's a good end on right there.
Yeah,
Let's end it right
Yep.
there. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Where'd you get your Daddy LeVar ball for Father's Day?
Legacy.
Where'd you get him for Father's Day?
You know what? I don't think they can get it up quick enough. I think we all need one we can just hold
Yeah.
up.
Almost like a- yeah,
I'll get
print
us some
it out.
copies. Like a
over there.
flashcard next week.
Thanks for being with us. If our time this week is ending now, and I know it varies, but if our time is ending now, then have a great week next week. Fathers, have a great Father's Day. We'll be back all together coming up on the 24th, but there'll be best of Rick and Bubba shows all next week.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is done, and certainly before the show is done. So there's your update on what's happening in the Middle East and a little bit of commentary on that. We've updated college football from the weekend. We talked about Greg being there for the new practice facility at our old high school, Oxford High School, that Dad has his name on it, along with Coach Herring. So Greg and his daughter did that, and we talked about Greg is now on Instagram and did his first official post. So we've covered all that. So also this past weekend, and we talked about this a lot on the show. When Labor Day hit, Sherry and I, we looked at what was ahead, and we said, all right, starting Labor Day weekend, we have a son getting married in New York City, and then we'll have another son married on October the 8th, and we're going to be involved in 2 weddings, and we're going to be going wide open. Of course, during that time, Sherry ended up having to be put in the hospital too. We didn't see that coming, and so it ended up being a wild 30 to 40 days, and we had some dear friends that were like, look, when this thing ends, no matter what you got planned that weekend, why don't you and Sherry just go to the beach? Sherry loves the beach, and we had not been to the beach this year. We try to go once a year or at least once every other year. And
beautiful this time of year.
It is. I love the fall. And so some friends of ours, they have their own house there, which they rent and then, of course, own. And they said, we'll and also what you can't do usually where we like to go, the Gulf Coast is just beautiful. There's so many beautiful places along the Gulf Coast, and the whole.
Adler, you could just leave that up during the whole show.
Yeah, the whole country and the whole world has discovered it. It is a beautiful place to go, and we love the was about 32 miles along the coast of Alabama, and then you get into the panhandle of Florida. All that's just beautiful if you've never been there, and apparently a lot of you are finding it. But anyway, and there's really not an off season anymore, which is good for the businesses and stuff there.
Oh yeah, tax base.
Not so good for the restaurants waiting in line, but anyway, so.
But school would wait till a little bit later.
Yeah, but we're veterans. We're veterans. We knew that we're in that fall break time too. We're veterans. We know how to operate down there. And so you also normally can't just stay a weekend unless you use a hotel. Right. Usually those houses, it's a minimum of 7 days. Yeah. So because of them being our friends, we were able just to go for a couple of days, which was great. And we thank them so much. Wonderful people for doing that. And I'm not going to say who they are because then our other friends who know them too will expect them to do it for them. But anyway, but I sent them a private thank you. But anyway, and Sherry and I did need that. We were tired. We were exhausted. I was supposed to even be in Louisiana last night for a Man Church event, and Blake Prime stepped up and took that for me. He and Wingo went, so I thank him for that. So we just said, look, let's clear our schedule, and let's just go there and rest and reflect on the weddings and just chill. So we did. Now, there's some, I've told y'all about I had to agree to some things that I tend to do on vacations that Sherry said, if we want this to be perfect, there's going to be some things that, first of all, she said, can you commit to me that you will not try to fix every restaurant and everywhere we go and their lack of efficiency? Okay. And she said, because I know you comment on the way they have the ordering, the way the line is set up, the way that they do the tables.
You're looking for more efficiency.
She said, can you just let's just go with the flow. She goes, and a lot of people ask us a lot of time for advice when they're traveling and stuff. I do have a couple of pointers I'd like to give to people. First of all, there is the power of 2. The power of a party of 2 is a game changer, okay? You also, if you'll just be like us, and of course we're senior citizens now, if you'll just agree, usually if you're trying to get a last-minute reservation, here you have 2 options. You can eat at 5, or you can eat at 8:45.
I prefer 5.
Yeah, and 8:45 that's not even in play for us. And see, we love to be 5 o'clockers. Now, the beauty of going during the fall is you go, if I'm a 5 o'clock dinner reservation, I'm getting one of the most beautiful times on the beach. I'm not getting it. I'm missing it. Well, it's fall now, so you still get a pretty good. It's not that hot out there, so you don't really need that late afternoon like you do when it's blazing hot. So fall is a good time to go. It is a party of 2, and if you're looking, and this is something I've learned, if you walk up and you see a lot of people standing there trying to get a table, okay, and that usually you're okay on a party, the power of 2, Be willing to take first available. Now, if you go up to one of these places that doesn't take reservations and you have to order the food, then go sit and wait on it, this is where you got to be. You got to listen to me. If you're not listening at all, please pay attention to this. You'll see a group of people and think, I have to walk away. This line is moving too fast. Too slow. Look for the poor son of a guns that think they can stand in that line to order with small children. They never make it.
Yeah.
So if you see a bunch of little kids hanging on daddy and rolling around on the gravel, running around and trying to go out there, these people won't make it. So stay where you are because they're going to fade. Sherry was sitting there and she said, I said, these two in front of us won't. I said, here's our problem. And I said, am I breaking the mode? She goes, what? I said, these two families won't make it. So we're actually two families up. Okay, they're never going to make this. I'm not going to talk about where I think there's some inefficiency back there on how they're taking the order, so I'm not going to say that. But we do have one problem, and I see two indecisive women. Uh-oh. And she said, what do you mean? I said, I can tell they've been talking the whole time. They haven't even looked at the menu. Oh, yeah. And I said, so they're going to be problematic when they get up there because they're going to get too blocked and they're going to freeze. Uh-oh. And their first look at the menu is going to be when they stand up there ready to order, and they're going to kill us. But I think how long they're going to take versus these two families not making it, I still say we stay. And she said, this is so close to violating what you agreed to, but somehow I love this information.
I like your breakdown.
Right. And sure enough, two families in front of us, the dad just bailed. I watched one dad walk up and his face like, let's don't try this. And the wife talked him into it. And the I told you so as they left and the kids like, like that, and they leave, and we move up too. And I said, now all that's between us and ordering are the two indecisive women. And of course, they walk up and go, oh, so what do y'all have? And I said, get out of the line. Look, we were ready. We two families went away. So the two indecisive women, what they're going to do versus the minus we got for the two families that left, we're still better off. And the other thing that I was asked not to do is when the people come out with your order at places you order and then go sit and wait on it, don't shout, we're 34. She says, let them find us. Don't make a scene. I said, well, they come out, they don't know where we are.
You're shouting, we're 34.
You feel the need to hold 34, up the little sign you got.
Yeah, you think they're looking for you.
I said, that looks like two bowls. That looks like what our order would be in. Is that 34? and I get my hand up, and she said, don't shout 34. She goes, let them at least make an effort to find us. And I said, well, we've been sitting here.
You got to shout your number.
Is that 34? Right. Is that 30? All right, so we come back. I have to ask all of you guys a panel discussion on a situation I found myself in. I want to know what you would have done.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's Boston. Well, I tell you what.
There they are.
I'll say it a million times, one of the more underappreciated Boston songs. I mean, cool the engines.
That's a good one.
It's hopped up.
It is. I mean, it's got that Boston riff that you want there. It's got a couple little hooks. I like it. So, Bubba, welcome back. You look like you haven't been up at this time in a while.
Yeah. Well, when that alarm goes
I'll tell you
off,
why, because I haven't.
Well, Rick, I had a great vacation.
Yeah,
I slept in to 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning. And, when that alarm went off this morning, I thought, oh, my goodness, what in the world?
Yep. It's,
I actually got up a little bit before the alarm went off.
Well, I did not have that experience, but I
was apprehensive about oversleeping.
Yeah, I was.
The day before a vacation and the day after, I'm always apprehensive because you don't want people to think that, hey, you're trying to stretch it.
Well, with me, it was one of those things. I suffered a little bit of big eye because I realized that as I began to wind down last night, trying to get back on work schedule versus who I really am. And I started to begin to think of all the different things that I said. Well, I'll worry about that when we get back from vacation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so
I could push it. I could push it in a pile.
Hey, Greg. Hey, I worry about that when we get back from vacation.
I worry about it. That's here.
So I got my little calendar out and started looking at it today and started. Okay, all right. Well, there's this. So we'll get all that done. But it was great. No complaints here at all. And I told Bubba that as far as the vacation we went on. It was I got to experience the other side of something that sometimes everything's got a little, it can be, what's good for you may not be good for me, and what's good for this person may not be good for me. Every now and then, it's good for everybody. But I think that my vacation possibly was saved by someone else's frustration. And,
really?
Yeah, I think so. And I'll talk about that. I really studied it, and I realized a lot of what we've said on this show for years is 100% correct. And I'll make a couple of those points. It was a pretty laid back situation. I don't have any like adventurous stories. There weren't any big thankfully any big mishaps or anything like that. But I do have at least one observation I'll make that I think that. I think it's been confirmed things we've said over the years, and I found myself actually benefiting from what normally frustrates us. So I'll share that with you coming up. So, but really enjoyed that, and I hope all the audience enjoyed the Rick and Bubba best of moments from the last 25 years. I was actually rolling down, going to get something down at the beach, and heard a couple of.
Thought you were singing an Eagle song.
Yeah,
there.
well, the thing that confuses you is this, and I was rolling down the road trying to loosen my load. I got zero troubles on my mind. I'm looking for some shrimp for a shrimp boil. But anyway, I've never been so close.
I'm running a little behind.
How about this past week? I think I came as close to ever of actually living out Jimmy Buffett's life.
Yeah.
I was like, this must be what Jimmy Buffett feels like. But anyway, so I tell you what will confuse you now with the new technology is at one time the way my phone is set up and the way my phone works is I got confused on which, by the way, somebody needs to let the construction people know we're back from vacation.
Yeah.
But even when y'all were doing best stuff shows, you probably need to open the mic every now and then.
Yeah, it wasn't as critical,
but not as critical. Pretty critical now, though.
Yeah, it's open all the time.
Yeah, since there's going to be 6 mics open, for 10 and 12 minutes.
Here's what's more confusing about it, Rick, is the fact that they would come over. They came over my day and asked around 10 o'clock, hey, are y'all done? So they didn't do construction.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on this morning.
Right.
I don't know why they're doing that this morning.
Maybe something.
Well, they should have got after it last
The boss man hadn't got up yet. I think the workers are just out there working.
Well, or maybe something happened. Maybe they were trying to fix some.
They must be working around the clock. They were working when I got here.
I know. Yeah, they were.
Something going
so
on.
maybe something happened. This is, you can tell this is back from the beach, Rick. I'm stirred up yet.
Yeah.
But anyway, so but one of the things that got me confused is now when you have the TuneIn app, and the TuneIn app, I actually helped a truck driver with the TuneIn app, by the way, yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, and with the TuneIn app is, you hear the live show, but then you hear, it could be bits that from good night, go way, way back. Then you had best of shows going. So sometimes I would get in my car, and if the Bluetooth picked up, I would have the TuneIn app going and think I had a best of show. Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Yeah. All right, so buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go there right now because it is Raycon's birthday. They're 6 years old. And use the code BIRTHDAY right now. 20% off everything on the site at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Remember, new promo code BIRTHDAY for these savings. And also, you'll find select savings that are off as much as 40%. But use that new code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. All across the audience, people are in love with the Raycons. About half the price of the other premium audio brands. They fit so much more comfortably, so much more secure. They've got the customized gel tips, so even if you're like me and you have kind of weird-shaped ear canal, it works beautifully. They won't fall out if you're trying to do just a little bit better or just active. They sound great. They have different sound profiles. They've got the awareness mode, And I saw some people, that were walking with earbuds in down at the beach. Some of them need to put their awareness mode on, or you don't hear me saying coming up on the left. Or you can do the isolation mode, which apparently a lot of them have chosen. So go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba and put in the promo code birthday and let the savings begin and enjoy these outstanding earbuds. All right, so I have a dilemma that I'll put in front of you. A couple of things from Beach Weekend. You have the power, the beauty and the freedom of a party of two.
Mm-hmm.
You know how to look at some of these places, which are my least favorite, by the way. If you're building a new restaurant, I'm no fan of I have to order before I ever sit down, so I'm in line ordering.
That's the new thing.
And then I have to go sit somewhere with a number, and y'all try to find me and bring me the food. I'd rather sit down, and then let's start the process of ordering where I'm kind of hanging out, give me some appetizers. Was it you? No, it was I think it was Blake, my oldest son, Boomer, who laughed really hard at a comedian that was trying to let everybody know what level he was at financially. I think it was Boomer that told me this. Have you heard this? What a good one. He said, look, I'm not super wealthy. He said, doing what I do, I've been pretty successful. He said, but I'm not super wealthy. He said, I'll tell you what I am, though. I don't sweat appetizers. He said, by golly, he said, I'm getting appetizers. He said, I make enough money that I'm having the cheese sticks. He said, I don't sweat it. I don't skimp on it.
That's right.
He goes, I make enough money to always get appetizers. So I thought that was a good line. But being a veteran and raising lots of kids and being an empty nester, the empty nester people down here, you can just see us. We all look so refreshed. We're just doing pretty much whatever we want. And so I actually, Sherry and I, combined to actually help a young family with small children, because I was helping with the little ones as much as I could, because you got a veteran around. Saw a family, if you let the little ones sit in the gravel, they will eat it.
Yeah.
And so we had some gravel, and somebody was letting a little toddler sit there, and Sherry goes, "Hey, that baby's got something." And I said, I probably, in my mind, I thought probably a rock. I'll let that go because that'll come through. But I looked, and it was a piece of glass. And so I went over and I said, "Hey, sweetie," and I got the piece of glass from her. And then you have to go the approach. Do you go over and scream, "You idiot parents, why aren't you washing your kids? You nearly ate glass." Right. Or do you remember your days of it and go, "Hey, man, no big deal. The baby was fine. Just want you to know."
I think you got to let them know.
Yeah, hey, I took the glass away from her. She had the piece of glass. And immediately, we all knew what was going to happen. What happened after that? What did the wife do after that?
Got on to the dad.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Looked at the husband.
Yep.
He was probably
supposed to be watching.
He was probably supposed to be watching the toddler while the toddler was in gravel, and he got talking about the game with one of his buddies. I saw it. But anyway, the baby was fine and gave me the glass, no trouble. And then we moved on like veteran parents and thought, you know what? We've done our job today, and our work is done here.
Saved an ER visit.
So here we go. Here is the dilemma. And Bubba, I think you may be the person that I need that I'm looking to probably with my most hope. Okay. So when you sit down at a restaurant, sometimes they can have so many delicious things, and you realize I can't order all this. So you start making some tough decisions. On it's a playoff of what you get and you don't get. And so we had ordered, Sherry and I, and there was one item on there that we debated getting as an appetizer that we didn't, and so everybody's around us. There's tables and they're bussing tables and whatever. And there was a family over here again. It's a big family place where we were, so a lot of kids, and you can see that it looks like there was a war zone on the table and all that. But also you can tell that some people didn't eat everything they were supposed to eat, and so I look over, and it's like we're speediest. All right, you see, Bubba, and others can chime in too. But Bubba's, like me, a great eater. So, and so about this distance is a table, and they have the item that we debated on ordering but didn't order, and they never touched it.
At all.
At all, and it's just sitting there in the container. And I looked at Sherry. I said, "I think I'm getting it." And she says, "You can't get that off somebody's table and us eat it."
No, they're gone.
They're gone. And
are you sure they didn't touch it?
No, they did. I looked. I mean, it looked like they just brought it out.
What kind of?
It was. Do you ever like? It was a certain kind of fry. It was some French fries. Yeah, and
they could have got it. They could have got a few.
No, it was brand new, and beside it, probably they might have eaten out of 12 wings. They might have eaten 3.
Well, who quit eating?
And they were wings sitting there, and I
heard to go box.
And I said, Sherry, think about it. What's the danger of this? Yeah. That food's going to be thrown in the garbage. And she said, I think it's an unspoken rule. You cannot get food that people left off their table, put it on your table, and start eating.
Nah, I'm gonna have to go with Sherry.
I'm with Sherry on this. It's not. It's
You just
really
can't do
just
it?
a rule in general.
Right, but
it's not really unspoken.
But
why
some
would-
reason it was left? There's got to be something about it.
But y'all
They might
understand.
have coughed on it or dropped it on the floor.
But you
or
understand my
something.
logic. That's just going in the garbage.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes,
But-
yes.
So
Yeah.
But it's theirs to throw away.
Y'all know where I stand.
So
There's a reason.
I know,
yeah.
Speedy.
You
You've
take
been in your hotel room.
Matter of fact, you cancel your order. you bring the
Yeah, we're good.
I'm
We'll take water.
Ma'am, I'm actually good. Bring me water to drink.
But can I tell you, I noticed, and this is the new empty nest, Sherry. I noticed the new empty nest, Sherry. Now she shut it down, but she considered it. Now I've never even seen her consider it. For a minute, she went,
It is a waste.
I said we end up getting that without paying for it, which is Speedy. And for Bubba, I'm getting something I wanted immediately, and I don't have to sit because I was real hungry.
See, I think
Real
appetizers, they ought to have enough of them ready that when you walk in, they hand them to you on your way to the table.
Yeah.
I mean, I want them that quick. I want them before water.
I will also, another pointer for those of you on vacation, because we try to give vacation pointers, do not let that server get away. When that server comes to you with the
better be
water,
ready.
with the water, order everything you want
Be
right there.
ready.
Do not let them do the let me get you get drink orders, and then we'll order. You go out, you get your drink
I
order,
agree with
you get
that.
your appetizer, and you get your main entree. And if you don't, you'll regret not listening to
Rick,
that.
this is what I love. There'll always be somebody at the table that says, "Well, I want to look over the menu,"
Oh.
and I'm like, "You know what they got?
Right.
Come on,
That's back to
just
being
tell them what
indecisive.
you want, and they'll have something close.
Look
to that.
online before you go.
So under no circumstances do I get that off that other table.
Nah.
Even though it was left and they were done.
Yeah,
no
I'm
way.
not confident that
With
they
your
didn't
wife?
somehow touch
No.
it.
It
No
doesn't
way.
matter whether they
Hunting
touched
buddies,
it or not.
maybe.
Speedy and I together, do we do it?
Because listen, Rick.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: they really those type items they probably never really touched anyway because they're individual items. The
Right.
wings, they
Right.
didn't probably grab a wing and throw it back,
Hey,
or
those
pick up
wings
a
look
fry,
good,
and
too.
put it back. But I think all that is over here.
Right.
You can't.
But you see where logically I would
completely see
consider
it.
it.
I want it right now.
Right.
I would have to make sure they got in the car. And
I wish it
left.
was right here.
Those wings look so good and nobody touched them.
What did they look like? They look like clean people?
That's
or-
actually a good question.
Yeah.
Typical
Very good
upper
question.
middle class Caucasians.
I didn't know you were going to go into that detail.
Yeah, well, I study all this.
They shower a lot. It seem like they shower.
They
just
seem
can't- I just
seem
can't do
clean. I didn't
I
hear
can't do it.
any of the, which I did hear quite a bit around me. I didn't hear the croup cough of their kids or anything like that.
Okay.
I did hear quite a bit of that down there.
Did they seem sandy?
No, they look like that they may have been. This is the last meal before we all go home. This was turnover day.
And we're not taking it with us because
Right.
we're
Look,
going to be in the
if
vehicle.
If it's me and you, we might
all day long.
but we can't with the wives.
Right.
Yeah, that's
we got to act
Terry wouldn't
civilized.
allow it.
Yeah,
I'd sneak one and go in the bathroom.
I know.
Yeah, there you
By the
go.
way, another thing I had to deal with on the other end of the spectrum, and I think my wife owned it. Love you so much. I know that women out there, one of the greatest joys in life is to be a mother. And I understand that when all the children have gone, that you may be looking for other people to mother. Please pass on me. Okay. And I said, hey, well, I know you want to mother some people and you like being a mother and you're an outstanding mother. I'm your husband. I'd rather not be mothered.
Rick, this is where a dog comes in.
Right. And I was like, well, and she cares about that about as much as I do. So, I was just like, no, let's keep me in the husband mode.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't do that. You need to put that on there. And then I said, I'm good. Okay, husband. This is all about romance. Okay, that's all this is about. I want you to even go back to remember we didn't even have kids. I want us just to be just wild in love. And we romantic down here, baby. We're not doting over the fact that these sandals I got. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's probably not the thing to wear right now. You know it. But I mean, but we're at the beach. You know it.
Yeah.
No, my elbows are dry. You're right.
I don't care.
Your elbows are dry.
But we're not going to look after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't pick your elbows.
No way at the beach am I looking for lotion. No way. Not going to happen. All right, we'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because it would be an old bit. Because I wouldn't hear it.
Yeah.
If you think it's the TuneIn app gets real confusing when it's best of shows live, and then when the live show's over, and when I say live, y'all hosting it, and then it kicks to the best of moments on the. It gets very confusing.
It's a lot of best of.
It's because you get So one time I was like, man, I can't believe they found that bit. Then I realized, wait a minute, this is the tuning app.
Right.
But there, guys, I'm gonna tell you what's shocking about best of shows, Bubba. Shocking. If you come from our point of view, and I guess from you guys too now, because there's been enough history, even with Helms and Greg been here a long time, Adler, of how many things you just completely forgot about.
Oh,
yes.
I'm talking about. I don't mean that. Like,
Bunch.
I don't mean. Listen, this is important. I don't mean I heard it and it made me remember. I'm talking about I'm listening to it. I don't recall it. This is not registering with me at all. This conversation.
I cannot remember 1 ounce.
This person. Nothing. I mean, I don't know who this is.
Well, my biggest is when we're doing that, and it happened to me a couple of times, and someone comes up to me and goes, "I tell you, I was listening today, and hey, that one bit," and they start telling me about it.
They'll
And I'm
quote
thinking,
a line from it, and you're like,
I don't even. And when I say I don't even remember that, they go. They look at you like a dog does when it's trying to figure something out. Like, you don't remember that. You were in it.
I know.
You know?
Well, I had somebody come up to me at a wedding reception on Saturday. We had to come back Friday night for a wedding, but that was telling me they were pulling off on the side of the road, literally, unfortunately, losing control of themselves, which is what we hope for.
That's right.
And the thing that was killing him, I didn't remember. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, literally, part of this last week, because to me, I love these kind of vacations, and as we're getting older, I seem to get to more of those because you don't have small children anymore. So the more adventurous vacations are really pretty much done, unless we all get, in some grandparent mode still ahead of us with little kids, which could happen. Greg,
never know.
Greg.
I'll let y'all know.
Greg, I'm going to tell you something. Baby Ellis, Sherry and I, we laugh at Baby Ellis just about every day.
His pictures. Yeah.
His pictures, the things, and the fact that your son and his wife are they have a great sense of humor about it. The pictures they'll give you.
Yeah. Did you see him when he saw himself in the mirror?
Yes, Greg. Like, I'm driving down the beach laughing at that, by the way, on my way to have a very good lunch.
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
That put me there.
And Sherry and I said, this kid slays me. Yeah, and, of course, Sherry's bought all into the whole, like we all do with our kids. She'll even give a speech. Look, I know everybody says babies are cute, but not every baby is as cute as him.
Oh,
and I said, we all agree with that, absolutely. But anyway, there
he is.
Yeah. There
he is with his Lily.
Yeah, that's it. There he is. Good. We got that ready in case we need it with Greg.
Yeah, that might be the one.
I think we need just a real close-up shot of him. Very happy.
But I want y'all to know there is no exaggeration in what I'm about to say, and we'll go through the updates, and y'all have hit me with a few of them, and we can discuss them on the air. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to do whatever. I literally unplugged from the world. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, yeah. Right, and that's a good thing.
It really is a good thing.
And so when
especially when you come in and start catching up on it.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched any TV. I haven't been looking at news sources. I really don't have any idea what's going on.
It kind of makes you feel better, I think.
Because you can pretend it's not happening.
Right. Keeping up with it is somewhat of a necessity here, but overall, I kind of like doing without it if I can.
For 6 days, my life could not have been simpler. Yeah. It was the most simple.
Relax. Eat.
That's me right there.
Eat, sleep.
Let me tell you how far I've walked to get under that umbrella. I have walked less than 100 yards.
Oh, yeah. You don't get no better than that. Wow. I'm thinking, I tell you what I may do. I may walk down there and sit under that umbrella.
Like I said, I was living out Margaritaville, that song.
Yeah.
Right, ease on down to the beach. Ease on back.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what time. Take your watch, throw it away.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, look.
Who needs a watch?
And where this house was located, if I didn't want to get sand on me, I would just look at the water from the deck.
There you
go. See.
Just walk out and sit there and go,
I love elevated decks.
Yes.
That's what I think of.
There's a construction site to my left, but we'll get into that in a minute. But anyway,
wait for that.
But
so apparently last week.
So what's happened?
Last week,
okay,
Iran shot down a U.S. drone, a Navy drone that was keeping an eye on them, and certainly they know we do keep an eye on them. Now there was an argument about exactly where the drone was when it was shot down.
We say it wasn't in their airspace.
Right, they say it was. Now they may be. Again, the land over there is pretty tight with some of that waterway, and they may look at the distance one way, we may look at it another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've talked about a lot today, and there's a lot still to come. Your phone calls, let's go to Mike in Alabama. Hey, Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Doing good. How y'all?
Fantastic.
A couple of things y'all talked about, what kids we eat. We have 8 children. They eat anything. And I had a friend of mine come over to borrow my golf clubs one day, and one of my boys ate a marble. And he kind of panicked. And I said, look, he's going to be okay. He brought back my golf clubs later in the day, and my boys got out of the tub, ran down to the hall naked, and the marble passed and hit the wood floor. I said, I told you.
That's right.
The other thing, y'all talking about eating food and looking around and what somebody may leave. I had a friend in college. We go to Shoney's after church on Sunday, go through the buffet. He'd just go sit down and put a napkin in his chest and start looking around the room. And somebody get up, they left, he'd go get it every Sunday, just scrubbing food.
Well, I never even thought of that. I mean,
that's even another level.
Now I got to write that down. All right, let's go to Tiffany in Alabama. Tiffany, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to say good morning, and I wanted to comment on the fact on what you were saying, Rick, about ordering everything. I'm a server at a really popular restaurant in Dothan, and it's always high volume. But one of our biggest pet peeves is when they sit down at the table and they are so eager. We are trying to get drink orders, and they start telling us everything they want to eat.
Get that pad out. Get that pad out. Look, I've had y'all disappear before, and then y'all don't come back. I mean,
ma'am, do you write it down when they give the order, or are you one of these that try to remember?
Yeah, the remember people are amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think they
I
get
can
it.
remember what somebody ate 3 weeks ago. What they had to drink and what they ate.
I feel better if you write it down.
Yeah, it's all with me. I don't do that every time, but if you're in one of these beach settings where the hour, it's a 45 minutes to an hour wait, and we
have that a lot of times at the restaurant that I work at.
And nowadays there's too few servers and more tables than there are servers, and I think they've got you overloaded. So in the past, I might listen, but not anymore. In the current state of restaurants, I'm ordering everything as soon as y'all get there. I mean, come on.
Give me the cheese sticks. I'll take some stuffed mushrooms.
Yeah. Clint in Alabama. Clint, go ahead.
Green Acres, gentlemen.
Hey, thank you for the call,
sir.
Clint. Go with it.
Absolutely. Love the show. Really do. But I was going to comment and just say, when my wife and I go out to eat, we have a game plan. We look online at the menu. We already have it planned on what we're ordering. We both know we're going to get water.
Yes.
So right when the server gets there, we're like, we want water, and we want to go ahead and order an appetizer and our entree.
Amen. Get it all in. Tiffany doesn't like it, but I'm telling you, if you're, it's to me, it's the best thing to do. And then it all starts.
Also, regarding the regarding the leftovers on the other table, I would take it. I'm just saying, I would take it.
Okay, well, and there's more of y'all saying that than I expected. Charlie in Georgia. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Are y'all Seinfeld fans?
Yes.
All right. You remember when George picks the trash off the top?
Yes, yes, I do.
The chocolate eclair.
What if you had gotten caught?
Yeah, I know. It'd been great for the show, though. See, I always have that. The beautiful thing about our job, if something goes poorly, the one thing you immediately start bringing healing is you think, boy, this is going to kill on Monday.
Yeah, it is.
This is going to kill. So
on this show, bad is good.
If somebody had got on me about that, how about that? I'd had 3 segments. Let's go to.
I'd rather be on me about that than shrinkage.
That's right. Amen. That's a George reference, just because everybody just.
Wow.
Thank you, Bubba.
Well, we're talking about handles that George was in.
Casey, go ahead. That was funny. Wow. Casey.
Tell him, Jerry. Tell him.
Casey. Okay. Let's go to Dawn in Alabama. Dawn, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to, y'all were talking yesterday about the Sphere in Vegas.
Yes. Yeah.
And I wanted to know if you had seen, or if you have not seen, you need to Google the video of the Sphere that's in the background of the golf course. Yeah. And it appears to shame the golfers when they make crappy shots.
Okay.
All right, I have not seen that. No,
So-
Helmsy has.
Yeah,
I'm
it
chewing
is-
on the grape.
It is. Yes,
Is
it is
it-
so funny.
All right, so I did see that, and it is funny. But when
How
I
does it
first
shame
saw it,
them? What
when
does
I
it
first
do?
saw it, I thought it was
Facial
fake.
expressions. Is it facial expressions?
I
Yeah,
thought it was fake
the
at
smiley
first, but I
face.
guess it's
I'll
not.
look.
I think that's
No,
fake.
I
That's
think it's
gotta
real.
be fake. I think that's fake. I don't
No,
think
I
that's.
think
I don't think that's at the golf course. I think someone has put
See,
that
I thought
in.
the same thing. Funny nonetheless.
Yeah, it's very funny though.
But you can
Yeah,
see
they're
it
funny.
from the golf
Golly,
course
they were-
because I
Yeah,
saw
they
a
were talking
tournament
about
there.
it.
You could see
You
it.
can. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe
Yeah.
what it is, somebody shot that, and the facial expressions are not
Oh,
really supposed to be.
maybe so.
On every shot, it just looks like it's responding to the
Do
shot,
they
which
ever
is
make
still hilarious.
Do they ever make it look like a golf ball?
I don't know. Adler, you have something on that?
I think you're right. I think just the timing of it, they've got that smiley face that like
Okay.
looks around and does that kind of.
So that really is the Las Vegas golf course, and you really can see the sphere.
From what I understand, that is the view from that particular course.
Well, that would drive that look. It even looks like it's looking at the ball.
Yeah.
And then he kind of gives like a, oh, that wasn't good
Yeah.
look too. So that's
Okay.
pretty fun.
That face would just
That
follow me
is
around.
funny.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Nashville. Go ahead.
Hey guys, your trip you got me thinking. I just came back from Maui, and the night before we went to Maui, we went to my son's junior high soccer game, and I know how much y'all love soccer.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, buddy.
I told him after the game. I said, "Hey, bud," I said, they canceled the game at halftime because it was raining. I said, "Could you imagine if they did that in your football game?" And so I began to tell him how it was a communist sport. And then in Maui, I was snorkeling and I got gassed, and for about 10 seconds I thought I was going to die.
Oh.
And one of the things that kept me going was that you guys would find out about it and then make fun of me on the radio.
Well, that's we take pride in that.
It's true, yeah. Absolutely.
And then last thing on the way home, we were supposed to land in Vegas, and we circled for about 10 minutes, and we had to go back to California. The reason is because Kamala Harris decided to land at the airport instead of the military airport that was 20 minutes away.
You can't have
And the lady beside of me, this is no lie, she looked at me, she said, "Who is Kamala Harris?" And I said, "Well, she's the vice president. You probably voted for her."
Oh, wow. You said that?
And she said,
Yeah. She said, well, I can't tell you what she said. She said something in the Kamala Harris. She was not very happy with Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Neither was anybody on the plane. But just like you can't even get home from Maui.
I mean, you can't.
now, how far was it to California? How far did you have to go?
We had to go about 30 minutes back, and it added about 2 hours to the trip. I finally got in my bed at 3 a.m. So
Hey, welcome home, John. Ouch. Glad you had a good trip. Maui, we should have asked them how they're doing after all those fires.
We came back that time. We came into Salt Lake City.
Yeah. What about that?
It was early. Slept all night coming in.
Yeah.
Left about 9:30.
Yep.
Pilot said, "Trust me, we've done this a lot. Go to sleep."
No doubt. Top of the hour, Bubba saw Frasier.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
The new
Two episodes.
Two of the new Frasier.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Top of the hour, we'll chat about that. If you leave us, don't forget you can get all the Rick and Bubba you want on the archives not long after the show ends.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anyway, their missile caught our drone. They were able to retrieve part of it and show it off, some pieces.
Oh, of course.
That's pretty
Got
standard.
to dance around it.
And apparently, many in the Congress had urged Trump, and Trump wanted to take retaliatory action against them for that.
And pause.
Which I think we should.
I guess
when
I
they
would.
damage our equipment, we need to go get them. We need to damage some of theirs.
Because this is the high-tech question when you guys brought this up that hit me, and you're answering it, and I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying, there was a day, there was no such thing as a drone. So you shoot down an airplane, you've killed somebody, and we know what to do.
We're really
But now we're shooting down unmanned things, so you're kind of like, all right, now what do we do about that?
Well, you're looking at our technology, we don't like that.
Are we as mad about that as like they shot at one of our planes down with a pilot
That's a
in
good
it?
point.
You know what I mean? Because it's just a piece of equipment. They've shot down expensive high-tech equipment. Is that as much a call to war as like it used to be when you shot down a pilot?
Well, who would parachute in, you would take him prisoner.
Right.
Yeah. And then put him on TV and make him talk about how he's mad that he went against the great Iran.
Yeah, they can't take like a piece of the drone wing and like have it get on TV and say, I now swear my allegiance to Iran.
I'm denouncing
I'm denouncing the evil West.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, aside from them stealing your technology, that's about it.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying it's not.
It's an airplane with a great camera in it. I mean, what
Right.
what are you gonna learn that you can't reproduce or buy from China?
I'm just saying,
anyway?
can you rally the country to war over a drone like you could over a dead
Well, let me
pilot?
say, me personally, I didn't. I just went. I was like, oh. Well.
It's a valid question.
I think it is a valid question.
It's different. It is.
Well, here is the more complicated part of it.
I didn't really care.
They also had attacked 4 fuel tankers coming
they did
through
blow
there.
up some tankers.
And one of them is owned by Japan.
Right.
And we are under contract of obligation of terms of surrender to protect them and their assets all over the globe.
You have to admit the slogan "Remember the Alamo" versus "Remember the drone."
Yeah,
it's not.
It's
close,
not
right?
as.
Not even close. No.
Well, too. We also.
I'm not going to make a movie about it either.
Let me say, I'm not saying we shouldn't retaliate. Please don't hear that.
No.
Well,
I'm just saying it's different.
But we have a large majority of the oil that is used in the world shipped through this very small strait, and Iran has made trouble there before.
Oh, yeah.
And this is kind of what they do. This is their playbook. They've done this before. And apparently, Trump had ordered up a retaliatory strike that was going to involve planes with pilots.
Mm-hmm.
It was also going to involve cruise missiles and things being fired from ships in the area. And they were ready to go. Planes had already been launched, and he decided to call the attack off. Now, why he did that is somewhat of a mystery right now. Most of the people, the talking heads that were on over the weekend, thought it was the right response was to attack, that they needed to pay a price for that and let them know we were not going to let them escalate terrorism in that area. But I'm sure Trump had a good reason, but he's not saying, and not that we have to know. There may have been a target that they were planning to get in this, and that target moved, and they couldn't get a good shot at them, and they scuttled the whole thing. So I don't know. But Israel has made it clear, the U.S. has made it clear they're not going to let Iran possess a nuclear weapon because they're at the mic every day saying they're going to wipe Israel off the map, and we're not going to let them do that.
No doubt.
So we're going to fight them at some point, guys. That's the point. That's where we're at. So where do we do it? Now, they have a nuclear scientist that goes missing about every 6 months.
Yeah.
From the mysterious black motorcycles that come by and shoot them at red lights. I don't know if y'all seen that. So I'm sure us and Israel's part of that, if I had to guess.
Right, sure.
But that's how you stop a nuclear program. The guys that put it together know how to do it. You take them out.
Right, absolutely.
So, this is going on. And then we had a report that we had launched a cyber attack against them. So, and they're saying, no, we stopped that in its tracks. So who knows? But tensions are high in the area. A lot of the commercial airliners are now veering out of that area, as they should, because we've already had that happen before. I mean, we had the Russians shoot down one, and we shot down one in the past. So you don't know if they're legit or if they're some kind of military operation. Yeah. So I would stay clear. But I'm a little shocked that he called that off, but he had to have a good reason. And I saw him speaking over the weekend. He said, well, some people think that I'm a hawk, and some people think now that I'm a dove, but I'm somewhere in the middle. So, but he turned around then and told Iran he wanted to meet with them face to face. And I think he's trying to give them one last chance to say, look, you, economically, and it's kind of the same playbook that he was using with North Korea. You're isolating yourself with this, I'm a dark dictator. If you would actually join the world community, you've got a lot to offer, and you could make a lot of money here and have a good standard of living for everybody. You can have whatever religious government freakazoid thing you want to do, but economics is global, and you could be a valid part of the economic world, but you choose to be psycho over here and some kind of dark dictatorship.
All right, we'll come back. I'll tell you something just now that y'all give me the information. I think there's something about Trump that you got to remember in all this now that y'all kind of laid it out there. And you touched on some of it there going to the break. It's kind of, every president, every administration has their own personality. And going to war is something that you really need to think about. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Homeless eating
6.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
And here we go. All right, so we've covered quite a bit on the program today, and we'll continue to take some of your phone calls, hear some of your stuff, other stories to cover. And one of the one last week that we talked about going into the weekend was the reboot of Frasier. We even watched emotional conversations from Kelsey Grammer and the new studio audience.
That was a little much.
The audience kind of seemed to give it a and I think the best compliment we had was pretty good, but we all said, well, they've got to establish the new characters and all of that. But now someone who kind of knows our viewing taste quite well is Bill Bubba Bussey, since he's one of us.
Well, full disclaimer here, I'm pulling for it because I was going to ask
you that. So you're going in with the attitude that it's going to be good, so you got a good attitude.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised at how good it was. Okay. I feared it would not be.
Okay.
It is a little weird because it's different characters and all that, but I found myself laughing several times.
He's good enough to carry it.
He can carry it. He's the same character. He's that snooty, over the top, and that over the topness always gets him into trouble.
I like that.
I like the setup he's got here with his son, who he's trying to get a better relationship with. He has his nephew that is just like Niles. He's going to be the Niles of this.
Which has to hurt if you're that actor.
Well, he had his chance, I guess.
What's wrong with me?
And,
he did
and
have his chance?
Yeah, I don't think he's ruled out being in it. At one time, he was going to be in it.
Okay. Did he turn it down?
I think he backed out.
Okay.
Well, he's got so much going.
Yeah. And
or not.
The format of the show where they would put up the little character generation telling you a thought, and then you go into the scene. They're doing the same thing they did with Frasier. The opening of the show looks similar, except an airplane flies out of the logo and then runs over it, comes back the other way, blows it up. But it's funny. The work environment looks like it has a lot of potential. He has an old buddy of his who is very negative on a lot of things, and he has a very go-getter type female who is the head of the psych department at Harvard. And so you can see there's going to be some comment because she's always slamming this guy, and every time she says something negative to him, he's like, tenure. Can't get me,
right?
Which is
the tenure joke, which someone brought up last week.
You're going to see that a lot, and it works. I
like a good tenure joke.
So
who don't, Rick?
I enjoyed it to the point, Rick, that I purchased Paramount and watched the second episode, and it was also good.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right.
I needed something enjoyable this weekend.
That's what I thought you was going, and I started laughing.
Let me go ahead and get that out.
Get that out of the way. So I thought it was pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised. I feared, that it would not be up to his standards. I think it will be potentially as good or maybe better. I think it could be. Now, I don't like the fact he's not in radio.
Give me those M&Ms.
You remember when the show ended, he had a chance to go to Chicago to be a TV host. So he has been a successful TV host for the past 20 years.
And that's where he made his money.
And he's got money because he buys the entire building that they're in. And he's trying to get this relationship with his son. So it's pretty funny.
But you can't say better.
Potentially better. I think they've got some great comic.
Bubba. Just say it's a good reboot.
They've got some good comedy people on there that can make this very funny. The language we were concerned about was in a scene where Frasier's son, he's embarrassed that Frasier's his dad. So he told them his dad had died. And then when Frasier shows up, they're in a dilemma. What are they going to do, right?
Wow.
So one of his buddies blurts that out and says, blank, blank, they ain't going to treat you that way. they didn't have to have it in there, but it wasn't as blatantly bad as what I thought it was based on the initial conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they don't have it in there again, but it was a fellow fireman that thought his coworker was being done wrong.
Okay.
Said he was standing up for him.
Okay.
Basically saying you're not going to do him like that.
Okay. Right. So
you wade through it. Well, he's a firefighter. You know how they are, of course.
It's a little firehouse language.
Yeah,
Sure.
a little firehouse language.
So I mean, but you have the crash of culture you expected.
Sure.
With the son who he went to Harvard, he quit. He's now a firefighter, and he's just like Frazier's dad. He's laid back. He's and they're going to try to room together. And
so they're just going to recreate that.
So
Which is a good
he
thing.
brings
That's
in
good.
a air hockey table. Frazier's got this thing decorated to the nine, and like where we're going to put that. And I will tell you this: they suggest using it as a dinner table, and they try to eat and pass things back and forth on the puck. It's pretty funny.
Okay.
That part was funny. I was laughing pretty hard because I've always thought about that. You think I can float a salt shaker on the puck down
Right,
the
yeah.
air hockey table that's on?
Yeah, I saw
I thought that was fun.
I thought I saw one little, I guess it was promoting it coming on.
Yeah.
And he made the comment about he couldn't sit on that couch with jeans on.
Right.
And I
yeah.
thought, well, that they're really going to play that up. So
Right.
that's good. Yeah.
It is. So it's funny, and there's all kind of storylines around these characters around them. So they have a lot to work with, and I was pleasantly surprised. That's the bottom line.
Okay.
And that's good.
And you bought Paramount.
I did.
He went and got the house.
So I could see the second episode.
For $9 or
And,
whatever.
how often are they going to come out? Do y'all know?
I bet weekly.
They should have said it after the last episode. It should have said when it's
Yeah,
the
I bet
next
it
one's
comes
out.
out weekly.
Now, getting Paramount, getting it to work wasn't the easiest thing. We had some conflict with that. I thought, it's always something.
Yeah, I've dealt with that one. Who is your provider? Oh, yeah.
Well, we got to the end
Is
of
that
the
what it
first
said?
episode, and it said, if you want to see more episodes, you have to subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on Apple TV. It looks like it's just a click and okay, and then click the side of your phone twice. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then hey, all right, it's coming up, and then you have to sign in. Well, I didn't sign in.
Yeah, you got to make an account.
I didn't. Yeah.
Now you gotta go make an
Then you
account.
got to go
Let's make an
back
account.
out. Sign, you got to create an account.
It's a
Come
hassle.
back in, sign
Betty,
in.
what's our account like?
Approve it again. Then you got to sign in again. I mean, me and Betty were about to get knocked
need
down,
more
drag out,
Fraser.
trying to get all that done.
LSU scores again.
Sure.
Boom.
I was beginning to look like Hugh Freeze trying to sign that thing out. Like, what?
Rubbing your head.
Yeah.
So you
that look.
So what is our rating for TV shows? Do we do the same things that? Well, obviously you liked it enough. You bought Paramount.
Yeah,
I think that's it.
I would say it was 3 slices of pizza. I'll
Right.
let you know as it goes on. But I watch Frasier almost every night anyway. So I'm just glad they're doing it again.
So you're running them side by side.
There's
Don't get your run mixed up now. That could be confusing.
There's a new episode every Thursday, every week through December 7th. That's when the finale is.
There you go.
Well, I don't know how it can compete with network TV. Being on a pay-per-view like that. I don't know how many more.
Oh, they
seem like
they
it'd
go
be
by
more
they go by
challenging,
views and downloads and all
Yeah,
that.
right.
It's totally different for them.
Yeah. But they're
So
treating
you're helping them.
Yeah.
Doing my part for Frasier.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big.
Did you see the Taylor Swift movie? It hit the.
No,
I don't know if the
theaters
audience
this
can
week.
handle these two in a row.
I bet it was a blockbuster.
About 95 mil.
Of course, yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Pre-President Trump. Trump was not for the Iraqi war. He was anti the Iraqi war. Thought that was unnecessary, poorly handled, waste of resources, waste of money, waste of military, and he was not a fan of the Iraqi war. Don't forget that. You also saw, to Bubba's point, and that was the point I was going to make. And hear me out. I'm not making an anti-Trump statement because I know some of you say that people, which is right, are unfair when they have the attitude that Trump can't do anything right. Okay, and you're right. But please don't do the opposite end of that and say that Trump can't do anything wrong. That's just as delusional. And I'm not saying this is right or wrong. This is simply a personality of a president and an administration. Obama, hear me out. Nobody panic, okay? Obama's attitude was that you can sit down and be nice to everybody and apologize to the rest of the world. He almost had the Sheryl Crow foreign policy in general, and I give him credit for his administration taking out Osama bin Laden, okay? Right. I give him credit for that. His administration, that happened while he was president, and he deserves credit for that. But overall,
he pulled the trigger on it. The things in place to make that happen was prior to
But he did pull the trigger.
Yes, I give him props.
Unlike Clinton, when he could have kept people from being killed when we had him before, and he wouldn't pull the trigger, or they couldn't find him.
I think that was more the case.
It was. I think
he was out legging it.
He was busy. But anyway, overall, I didn't like Obama, that administration's foreign policy, because it was an apologetic, let's be nice, almost like Sheryl Crow foreign policy. If we won't have wars if we won't have enemies.
Right.
Well, you can't get people to go along with that.
I'm all for that.
And that was delusional, especially when it came to what? The Middle East.
Right.
Because their hate of the West and Israel is religious. And you can never forget that. If you don't understand that element, you're walking into that situation and those enemies with a delusional point of view. Well, Trump's point of view, and you saw him try it even with North Korea, is what you just said. Well, look, guys, come into the world market and let me show you how you can be a more profitable nation. Mm-hmm. How you can apply capitalism to your country.
You got beachfront, man, build condos.
So he would rather do that. That's his version of be nice to people and we won't go to war. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just giving you a personality. And so he's always going to try that first. Hey, if I can just get in the room with him, I can negotiate this thing out. But again, he's a little bit naive about the religious connotations of these things. Iran sees us as evil and Israel as evil from a religious standpoint.
Business ain't going to sway
it. And business is not going to change that. Being nice is not going to change that. Giving them land's not going to change that. We've already tried all that when it comes to the enemies of Israel, which then are our enemies because we are their allies. And so, but let me be clear. I do think that Trump is the kind of president that will get to the point that he will go to war if he has to. I do think that.
Oh, yeah.
But I think sometimes we think even his opponents and his supporters think he's a little more apt to do it than he really is when it comes down to actually its own. Now, he'll threaten, he'll rattle, he'll call you out, he'll do all that. But I'm telling you, and I'm not saying this is wrong, you should always exhaust every option you have to avoid going to war if all possible. And then, and this is the part that gets uncomfortable as the drilling that you can hear off in the distance for some reason at this time of day. But I'll go back to this. But if you decide to do it, you better do it. I'm talking about accelerator to the floor, use everything you've got to completely annihilate and break the will of anyone who wants to wage war against you. If you try anything, what I hope he won't do, what he can't do is to be critical of the Iraqi war and then make the same mistakes that he claims were made there. Mm-hmm. Well, don't do it. If you didn't think the way we handled Iraq was right, then don't do it. Do it a different way. But remember,
the way they handled ISIS under it was different, and they were pretty successful.
That's right. And so, but when it comes to
Flying Ginzu helped change that.
Sure, yeah. Let me tell you something though. If you decide we are going to go to war with Iran, you better be prepared to finish it.
Yeah,
because it's gonna be.
And then here is the question. I hate to get into.
But he thinks he can talk them out of it. That's Trump's thing.
Yeah, well, he's a developer and he's a deal maker, and you see that coming out in this. Here's the problem, and people write books about it and they argue about it today. What wars have been successful? Which ones were not, and why?
Right.
So if you go in and you annihilate Iran as we know it, and then you have terrorist groups set up like they did in Iraq.
You can't leave a vacuum.
So you got that. So what do you leave in? What?
Rick and Bubba. So we tried to update you on everything that's been happening since the last time we were together. And Bubba, it's waiting on us every day, various Biden clips.
Where'd it go?
Biden clips making us all rest easy at night. Does anybody know?
Basement Joe.
All right. So here we go. B, we've already shown before, but we're going to do that again on 1A and B there. But it's funny every time. But anyway, so let's go with 1. This was, again, this is the continuing Biden nearly wiping out everywhere he goes. And, of course, anytime he nearly falls, we get 1B when everybody shows Trump hitting a golf ball and it looking like it knocked Biden down. But I like it every time we do it.
Yeah, it's always good.
So here's the first near wipeout in Philadelphia over the weekend. Here we go. Hey.
Goodness.
Then he looks at the crowd and tells them not to jump, I'm sure.
I'm serious.
That's live. Yeah. So now the great one is whenever they put Trump hitting the golf ball and then they go back like it hits him in the head.
I love this.
I love that every day.
And there's one of Trump like Terry Tate linebacker in it too. They're just all over.
They're
George, right. Right. Yeah.
Hit him in the head twice.
Can I tell you, I didn't know they updated for every fall with something new. That exceeded my expectations.
Oh, that was good. The double bounce.
Yeah, I didn't know a double bounce was in it. Look, y'all keep that coming. Gosh, please. All right, all of us feeling really good. Now we're gonna have Biden. He's gonna be talking about the Phillies beating the Braves. But unfortunately, he doesn't know what sport they play in.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. Sorry, Helms.
Yo! Between the Phillies and Eagles, man, it's a good year, man. This is a good year. We're going to win the series and the NFL.
Oh, okay. He said Eagles and
He
Phillies.
said Eagles.
Okay.
I'll give him that.
Okay.
I'll give him that.
All right.
I'll give him that.
Hey, we have to give him a pass on that. That's he actually gets that right.
He mumbled through the Eagles, so we missed that one.
He did. I didn't know he said Eagles,
You
but
would
he
have
did.
thought the crowd would have given him a little more on that.
Well, they can't understand it. They don't even know what he says. So he says they're going to win the series.
It's like 3 people.
You're right. Yeah, right. Well, Bubba, when was the last time somebody like that motivated you to clap? I mean, it's sad.
Well, you've seen some of the crowds that are there when he's speaking. There is about 3 people there.
I know it looks like we've rebooted Frasier successfully, but I don't think we can reboot this. Do you?
Rick, your biggest pet peeve is him not knowing which way to get off the stage.
Yes.
And we've been asking where Dr. Jill has been.
Right.
Well, she comes to the stage to help him on this one.
Is this on D?
Yeah.
She's been
or E,
saving
1
lives.
E.
All right, what about D?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed D. I got ahead of myself.
Okay.
All right,
So D, he continues to say the only existential threat to humanity is climate change.
Yeah, everything else is good.
But that's just a dumb thing to keep saying. And even people who are not over on the right are calling him on it. No, we got some really.
They think that gets some votes.
But we got things in front of us every day that are so much more daunting. But here he goes.
By the way, it's the only existential threat to humanity. Is we don't do this. We don't stay below these numbers. The whole world's changing. Our kids are going to be, and our grandkids are going to be. Anyway, I don't want to even think about it.
You wonder why there's a spattering of applause?
I can't even.
Doesn't that make you want to go out and sell your car?
At least you're going to be around a little while, aren't you?
Doesn't that make you want to get rid of every combustion engine?
Rick, I'm shutting it off today.
What in the world are we talking about?
Done with it.
And Speedy, to your point, we have him now in a new location, and at the end of these, he does get shuffled off.
Yeah, it's crazy.
At the end of the 2s, we should go back to 1E there, but if you want 2A, here he is.
No excuse.
Greg.
Who in God's name needs a weapon with 100 rounds in a chamber?
Israelis?
The weapon's only meant for one thing, to kill people.
Yes, that's why you have one. So the people won't kill you, you idiot.
That had to be O because he looked a little more fresh. Is that not? Well, then they
Or that was one of the body doubles they put in.
he looked a little more fresh in that.
Okay. You never know when he's had that shot.
So back to E. Are we headed back to 1E?
Well, if you guys want the 2s, let's see. Yeah, if you guys want the other 2 to B, and then he is shuffled off at the end.
Okay, all right. So this is. I see what you're saying. We're finishing what he said, then we'll watch him shuffle. All right. So he keeps saying this because I even said to the guys, I said we already played this clip. And then Speedy says no. He keeps saying it over and over again everywhere he goes.
Yes.
And this isn't this kind of like the golf ball hitting him in the head. There's updates. He keeps saying this, and this does not exist in our society. It doesn't exist. No one's in this situation, and he keeps claiming they are. So here we go. Here's Biden repeating the same untruth again.
I apologize for having to repeat it. When a person can be married in the morning and thrown out of a restaurant for being gay in the afternoon, something is still fundamentally wrong in this country. And that still exists.
No, it doesn't.
Where did that happen?
No, it doesn't.
What restaurants are throwing gay people out? What restaurant can a gay person not go to?
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
That's a human rights campaign, I think he was speaking at.
Give us an example of that.
Does anybody ever walked into a restaurant and they said, "Now before we seat you, are you gay?" Has anybody ever had that happen?
Or you must leave.
Yeah. Frankly, looking at the restaurants where I was at, no one's being denied a seat.
No.
Huh?
It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Flashy dresser. All right, so now we do go back to E now, or we finish the B's done?
Yes.
All right, so this is him trying to get off the stage, and we've been asking where Dr. Jill is, and I know she's got a lot of patience, but why is she not there helping him anymore? And it looks like they brought her back in because he keeps wandering around so much. I don't know.
There she is. This way, Joe.
Oh, this is her new assignment.
Come on, buddy.
Come on.
Clearly,
Look, he ain't sure.
Clearly her new assignment.
Yes.
And
let me ask you why she nodded all of it. We said that a long time ago. This is what she ought to be doing. She goes out there, grabs him, gets him off stage.
I want to know what he's saying.
What has she got that's so important she can't make the speech the president's doing?
Right.
I mean, how many patients does she see every day?
Here is Biden once again, now we're at 3A, claiming that there's no evidence whatsoever that unfreezing $6 billion to the Iranian regime has had anything to do with this latest attack by Hamas. So here he goes.
There's limited fighting already on the northern Israeli border, and I wonder what is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran?
Don't.
Don't come across the border. Don't escalate this war.
That's right.
That's scary.
Wait a minute.
Don't. Don't.
And the guy was like, don't what? He wanted to say it.
Don't. Can you help me?
But, Rick, I played the wrong clip.
That's all right.
That
was
work
actually
out.
what, yeah.
Here's what the one that you actually
don't.
pitched.
Okay,
sorry about that, Rick.
That's all right.
Is Iran behind the Gaza war?
I don't want to get into classified information, but to be very blunt with you, there is no clear evidence of that.
At this point, no evidence that Iran is behind any of this.
Correct. Now, Iran constantly supports Hamas and Hezbollah. I don't mean that. But in terms of did they have foreknowledge? Did they help plan the attack? There's no evidence of that at this point.
Well, other than the guy from Hamas saying they did. I mean, that's the only evidence we got.
Other than them
Do you
singing-
think they're going to write a check and on the 4 line they put, raid into Israel? You moron.
Phone calls are next. Speedy heads to the phones. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cut off? Do you cut the head of the snake off and leave the body in place? Do you destroy their ability to make war to a point that they have to come to the table, and then you leave them to be the henchmen to keep everything in line? You could see positives and negatives. I would say that World War II in Japan would currently be our most successful arrangement. Even Germany was not completely successful because we ended up splitting up the country and leaving them part of the country under communism for decades. So I don't know. I guess you can always make that argument.
And whether we like it or not, you always got to have the right public relations campaign to the citizens. And, remember Pearl Harbor versus remember the drone is a tougher sale.
Well, it's going to be more than the drone. It's going to be the tankers. It's going to be everything else. And they will. Reagan went through this too with them, and you eventually will wait, and they'll hit a U.S. military vessel and kill some servicemen, and then you'll have to respond.
But there is a little bit of Trump. Trump, I think, doesn't understand when you're talking to a group of people that are run by religious leaders that scream death to Israel, death to the West because they're infidels. You can come in and talk about setting up resorts and getting in the oil business with them all you want to. It's a different mindset.
Well, Rick, here, look at this. Look at the UAE. See, that has been a model that's kind of worked.
Mm-hmm.
We've got them on the economic plan, and they've tempered their religious convictions,
right?
Because they got a lot of money and they're building nice stuff.
Look,
So,
I'm all for.
I don't know. I don't know the best example.
No, I'm all for trying. If he can get face to face with them and try to negotiate, I'm all for that. But hopefully it will work. It's certainly worth an effort before you declare war.
Well, the thing is, we could win that war pretty quickly if we wanted to. If we had the stomach to do it.
But then you got to turn
like North Korea.
Then you have to turn around and face the rest of the world.
Oh, yeah.
You got to stomach all that.
Oh,
them
yeah.
hollering at you and yelling at you and pointing at you,
Yeah.
imperialism and all that.
Yeah. Well, we had a lot of blowback from Japan.
Like Iran's not imperialistic.
Oh yeah. Thank all of you for allowing us a little time to vacation with the family, and thanks, guys, for the great job y'all did covering. Glad to be back.
Well, it was, and it's one of those things. Now we have to work for 10 straight days until we have 4th of July. But anyway, so
wow, how are we going to make it?
I don't know. It's not going to be easy, and I'll tell you that. But so one of the things, and part of that
I
is,
love fireworks so much.
Yeah, well, part of it is I was so looking forward to, this summer for Sherry and me, we're about to be empty nesters, and I know some of the others on the show have already done this, meaning the last child that is at home is now going to college. So it's been a big year. We did a summer trip, a spring trip because, we did try to do that for the kids on their senior years, and we've done that. And then this was an opportunity to go down to the beach, and just we actually about a year ago found a house that we wanted to try to book a house, that literally was on the beach, and that's very difficult to do. And I don't mind. We've been down there at this area for years, probably 18 years. We've been going down. We've been every part of this little area that you can be, and it's a stretch that runs along the panhandle of Florida. And it's a very popular place, but there's all kinds of little communities along this road, and we've stayed in all of them. And I don't mind having the house that's a few up streets back. Then you walk down the beach. That's certainly fine, and we've enjoyed that.
Oh, but the view right there on it, Rick,
baby.
it's different. It's just different.
But you literally have to book a year out, and you have to get away from 4th of July, or you don't have any hope. And I will tell you this, and I know we'll have to discuss it, but baby, it is a different world down there when you're not down there 4th of July week.
Oh, I know.
It is a much better experience. But anyway, so if you recall, there were a couple things that was going to happen. Now, first of all, I want to take on something that it was very emotional for Sherry and for me, and that is when we started getting the news from our sons that they would not be able to stay the whole week. And I was like, well,
darn it off.
And it was 3 p.m. on Wednesday of last week when the last one left. And they had some friends with them. Camtastic went with Brody for a few days, his girlfriend. And and Sherry and I were very shook up when Big Love's car drove off with his two buddies, and we thought to ourselves, we're alone in this beach house right on the beach, and there's even a picture. Sherry and I were very upset right there at 3 p.m. That's us when the last one is gone.
Wow. Just dried it up for that picture.
Yeah,
huh?
that's right. You can see us trying to hold our emotion together.
I didn't know you could grin that wide.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you the things, and I'll get to the construction because everybody wants to know about the construction. And I've got a good 5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Phone trolling time. Speedy on the phones. 30 seconds a call. Largest number of people. Here we go.
Direct assistance, area code 212.
Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Right there is the buzzer. And that'll be the end of your call at 30 seconds, unless Helmsy or Bubba give you their one time out each. They have no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. This is about topics and questions and information and bringing it to the table. Here we go. Let's start with Heather in the great state of Tennessee. Heather, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. I was driving down the road the other day. I had my GPS on, and I was listening to you give your Bible study, and you were talking about how sometimes it's like God was in the car with you, telling you. And right as you said that, the GPS said, turn left. and immediately you said, "Don't turn left."
That's funny. Which one'd you
and
do?
You kept saying it. You like were going on and on about, "Oh, you don't need to turn left here. God's giving you a."
Gosh, I wonder, did she listen to the GPS in that particular situation? It was probably telling you the right thing.
Rerouting.
Thanks for the call, and thanks for
U-turn.
listening. Scott, Greensboro, North Carolina. Scott, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, fellas. I'm a professional PA announcer for 30 years, so I've got as much skin in the game as you guys do. What did y'all think about the Colorado-Stanford game where the PA announcer got put on blast for playing, or it really wasn't the PA announcer, it was the person running the music for playing the music all the way up until the huddle.
I didn't know about this.
No, I didn't
see the game, but I did not know that happened. So that did happen?
Yes, it was roughly right around the time when.
So apparently, you've given us information that we did not know, and with your 30 years experience, maybe you could have shed some light on it. But I did not know about that. And I don't think any of us saw the game. Did we?
This from CBS Sports says referee threatens Colorado with penalty for PA announcer playing music with Stanford on offense.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if you can't do that, then it's a pretty easy comment. The referee official ruled correctly. If you can do that, then I certainly would. But you're right. The guy who's giving you down in distance, and hopefully not trying to do play-by-play, but is giving you down in distance, he has nothing to do with the music. That's a whole separate person.
Yeah.
So you're right, whoever did that. Kyle is in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, did y'all see the Ramaswamy versus Hannity last week where they got into a shouting match?
Yeah,
and,
saw a little bit of that.
Ramaswamy told him that Tucker Carlson does better interviews than Hannity.
Oh, Rick, I didn't see that. You did see it, Bubba?
I forgot what it was. They got into something, and
he challenged him to a karate match,
and they kind of got sideways with each other on there a little bit.
Really? And he just told him he thought Tucker does a better job.
Yeah, he said something like that.
Something Trump would say.
That does sound like something Trump would say. Ramaswamy's trying to get the Trump vote. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Jamie in Alabama. Jamie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, morning.
Hey, buddy.
Are you there? Are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, have you seen the video where Trump and Biden are on doing the Olympics? You need to hear the narrator and it's on X. Get that out of to pull that up for you and check it out.
I really had a hard time understanding what you were saying. Did he say that was his phone dropping out? I'm not sure that there's a pretend like they're both at the Olympics competing against each other.
Yes, it's the Presidential Olympics, and it basically shows Trump go upstairs, and it's narrated by some like Olympic broadcaster kind of parody thing.
And the main one, as always, is the Air Force One stairway event.
Oh, that's good.
Straightforward, but has seen its share of adventures over the years.
I barely listened to this, so I don't know how clean it is.
Of Donald J. Trump representing the United States of America.
So the whole event is trying to get upstairs. Okay. Yeah, it's a little slow.
Took a little slow to get to it. Somebody needs to do a little editing on that. Good idea.
Yeah.
Probably needs somebody that has 30 years of editing to maybe work on that.
Yeah.
And do a little editing to get right to the meat of it all.
Talking about having a little skin in the game.
Yeah, a little skin in the game. Kind of like us. So
badly want to know who he's the PA guy for.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Should have gave him a timeout just for that.
Whoever they are, though, they're blessed.
Right.
Wouldn't you want a guy who's been doing it for a long time, who's a pro?
He sounded young for having 30 years in broadcasting. By the way.
Started young.
Well,
in PA, public address,
kind of like us. Okay. There you go. I did a little PA action myself. Not trying to bring attention to me. That's just what happened. Shay in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Shay, go right ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, buddy.
I want to hear from y'all and maybe even from all the listeners if they think this would actually make a difference. If the traffic guy comes on in the morning, whatever radio station or TV you watch, and the traffic guy were to say, traffic looked good in all directions except for those driving in the left lane refusing to yield to faster traffic. Otherwise, we're accident-free this morning.
Like a little reminder, because I think some people hang
I've
out
heard
there.
that before.
I hang out there in the left lane, and they're daydreaming, or of course, doing something important like returning all their texts.
Right.
And they don't realize they're out there. So, like little reminders. You've heard traffic people do that?
Oh, yeah. I've heard some say, remember to get out of the left lane if you're not passing. State law.
You know what?
Like
I would be all about that becoming a standard. I think good idea from Shay and Bubba. You said you've heard some people do that.
I have heard them do it, and I think they ought to have sponsorships. GetOutOfTheLeftLane.com sponsoring this traffic.
Right. Because I have actually before, it doesn't work every time because the ones we've studied for years that are impossible to understand, and that's what we call the defiant left laner. That's the one that's in the left lane. They're aware they're in the left lane. They're aware they're slowing faster traffic, and they just will not move. Now, those people I don't understand. I've tried to study them. I don't know who they are. But what I do on behalf of others, if I can get over in the right lane, ease up behind the people who are rightfully in the right lane, and get them to go fast enough that I can then jump over in front of the left lane person, I will come over in a way that brings attention to them that they're in the left lane, and I have seen probably 50% of them, I wish it was a higher number, 50% of them go, oh my goodness, and they'll move over.
Right.
So I try to make it a little bit, hey man.
I've seen some that you couldn't do anything to.
No.
I've seen 18-wheelers trying to get in their trunk, and they won't move over.
And those people I don't understand. Those are the most perplexing, especially like you said, which some states like ours has finally done, far too late, is to make that you can only stay out there for a certain amount of time, and if you have room to get over to the right, which is key, if you have room, you're supposed to get over, and they for some reason won't do it, even though they know they're doing it. Now, if you don't know you're doing it, I've been guilty of that, and somebody brings it to your attention and you move over, I got no problem with you. But those that know you're doing it and you won't move, those are the ones that we've studied on this show for a number of years, and we do not understand you. We don't even know why you're out there, and we don't know why you're so mean. Why would you want to be that person? Do you go out trying to frustrate people, trying to ruin their day, and you take some pleasure in it? You're hard to understand. Now, if you don't have room, nothing you can do there.
Yeah, but we've seen too many of them doing the other.
Right, but I don't understand it. It's like you're going to get in that left lane, and you're going to go from the top of this country to the bottom of it, and nobody's going to do anything about it. And I do not understand it. I don't know what your thoughts are. I don't know how you reason. What's your life like? I don't get it. I don't know what you're doing, and you're very upsetting. You're very an upsetting lot. I don't understand you, and you get talked about a lot on the show. Because
and you feel like that it's definitely a need for Sidewinder missiles on the highway,
right? Yeah, and I just don't understand it. Maybe one of those things that are on the front of a train, you know what I mean, that you can come
cow scooper,
just scoop them and move. I don't understand them.
Cow catcher, isn't that what they call it?
Right. Because I don't know about y'all. I mean, there's some things, there's a lot of things that you can't do anything about. People decide to dislike you for something you can't control.
Yeah.
But if it's something you can control,
what
do people want to be disliked?
I don't know.
I don't
think they're in their own little world.
Is it a power trip? What is it? 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good. But let me tell you this. God love, and I've done it. We did it. We did 2 years ago. Look, I enjoy when you can get a lot of family together and you go and do that. That's fun every now and then. But let me tell you what can be difficult about it is the only thing when you have a big group, everything's difficult.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Trying to get anywhere.
Let me tell you something. When everybody left, Sherry and I would almost laugh. Where do you want to go eat? I guess anywhere we want to. Because I would see the people at the restaurants, they go, what you got? Party of 14. You just see a dad. He's sweating. He's exhausted. There's kids hanging all over him. Party of 14. And then another person, party of 15. Party of 11. They point to me. I got 2. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. And look, and I go past all those poor folks. I said, excuse, can y'all get all your kids out of the way? My wife and I have got to go sit wherever we want in here. And
with no weight.
With 0 weight. Hey, let me see. How's it looking down there tonight? How many you got? 2? Oh, guys, come on.
Come on. We'll put you in the corner.
Right now. What time you want to eat? I don't know. What sounds good to you? 6:30? Yeah, come on. and so it's just a whole new world.
Yeah.
And we had a great time with the boys and with everything. But then a lot of people were asking about the construction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I did send Adler one picture of the construction site. I think I sent it to all of y'all when I got there.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got there, it was everything we said it was going to be. There it is. So that literally is me sitting on the deck, and I'm looking to my left, and that's what I see. And if you don't have the YouTube option, or you haven't seen the Instagram pictures, or I don't think I put
that.
I don't think I put.
So that's how they deal with sand.
That's how they deal with sand. So seriously, guys, you have to understand. Even though the house was a tremendous location, they're still going to put them in there. Like the next house for me would be where ITAC is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Not far.
And so picture that lot.
You can throw a Nerf football porch to porch.
Yeah. But you got a little.
That's how I measure.
There's not much room between the houses, but it's enough. But this, if they're going to have construction, I mean, you're literally walking out with your BuzzBox coffee, sitting down to look at the beach, and you're looking to your left. And I mean, you can interact with the workers.
Yeah, they are. Hey, how you doing?
Without even, and I mean, it's awkward. I mean, they see you, you see them. Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up?
So, I will tell you, I thought to myself early in the week when I sent y'all. Remember, I gave you here's my view forward, here's my view to the right, and here's my view to the left.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I literally thought to myself, and remember the people we rented from, the they have these different organizations that rent these things out. They had already sent us 10% of our money back because of the construction side. I didn't think that was good. I didn't think that was a good sign.
Well, like they said,
it didn't look good, Rick.
Right.
Didn't look good.
Well, guys, I have to tell you, it felt weird to be benefiting for the very thing that drives us crazy, and that is subcontractors rarely ever work.
So it was never steady, huh?
Can I tell you something? I kid you not. We stayed there for 6 days in a row, and there was only one maybe 20 to 30-minute moment that I ever heard or saw anyone.
Huh.
Really?
Lucked out.
What do you think their deal is?
The entire. Well, I'll tell you what the deal is. I mean, you ever had subcontractors before?
I know, but you would like 6 days.
I'm telling you, they may have worked in the 6 days. They might have worked a total hour.
They getting after it.
And so maybe 2 hours, but I never heard. One time, because I started laughing thinking about y'all, because there was the one day that I was out there on the deck and looking at the water, and all of a sudden,
they decided to come on in and work.
And I said, "Oh, we're gonna cut some wood today. We're gonna cut wood." And they built a little wall, with the wood they were cutting. So they built.
I love your sawing.
They built that.
You wave at the sawball.
Yeah. And I thought, well, this is going to be really, really bad. But it was the only day it happened. And it was
for the footings. You said.
Yeah.
You think that? So,
yeah.
Okay.
But what what you saw was before anything happened. So they actually did some wood in around there.
Okay.
But that's it. That's it. But let me tell you what was funny.
But whoever's there this week is in trouble.
But let me tell you what was funny, Bubba. And this is another thing that Bubba's always asked: how do people who live in these places get anything done? And I literally saw with my own eyes. There were really only 2 guys that ever showed up. There's never more than 2. Okay. And so one morning I go out and I think, man, this is not good. So keep in mind that if in the house on the deck, I'm looking at the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, it's 100 yards to the Gulf of Mexico. Okay. Well, so are they. So I look. I kid you not. Okay. Picture my beach hat on. I'm going to work and I keep the sun off of me.
That's
right.
Okay. And look, the guy gets out there and you can see him get his tools. Look, he goes, and he walks over to the view of the Gulf and he just stands. 866 We Be Big is the number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba is the sponsor. Fall is a delicious time of year. I mean, a lot of you out there looking like what? Pumpkin pie, pumpkin spice this, apple pie. We love that. What if I said apple cider cake with caramel sauce? What about barbecue pulled pork nachos for the ball game? Yummy, yum. All this is happening at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, America's #1 meal kit. Now, keep in mind, when you go there, you say, here's the meals that I want for the week. And you can do anything from full-blown sit-downs. You can do snacks. You can do quick breakfast. It's all there. Then they send you the recipe card, and they send you all the ingredients. That all comes to you, and all you do then is just prepare the meals. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and it also saves you money. A lot less expensive than getting food delivered from DoorDash and Uber Eats, and also it helps you with not being wasteful with shopping. You don't have to deal with that. They've got it all handled. So you're only preparing the ingredients for the meals that you need. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. We'll get you 50% off with the code Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code Bubba, or look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I know this weekend we continue to update you. I know Swifties everywhere. They expected them to pile into the theaters. Now, I know I saw something, I've never seen it, some documentary type thing that Taylor Swift did a few years ago that is on Netflix or something.
Yeah.
It's some sort of, they go on the road with her and they show some parts of the concerts and,
I think this is probably what this is.
Is this the same thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Just the new one?
It's made behind the scenes, the documentary-style film of the Eras Tour. It is shown exclusively at AMC. They were predicting, Rick, they had projected $100 million domestic opening weekend. Fell a little short of that, made a mere 95 to 97 million.
No.
Oh, so
what a letdown.
I know, tragic, isn't it? Tragic,
Awful.
right in the middle of football season.
Only made $95 million.
So, did anybody see this? Helms, you said some of your family saw it.
I think Maddie saw it this weekend with her friends.
Adler, I know you went with your wife probably.
I did.
You did? Really?
Yes,
I was just kidding around.
Okay?
We were joking.
Straight up.
I went to a Taylor Swift movie and a pumpkin patch this weekend, guys. It was
Good night.
It was a rough weekend.
Twofer.
Can I ask you this?
Did you drive your really cool van to both
Rough
of them?
weekend, I did.
Well, you can give us a review of
So
it.
tell us about the movie.
All right, so
Adler, did you go to opening weekend of Maverick?
I did not. I haven't seen.
Did
Maverick.
you go to opening weekend of Mission Impossible?
Haven't seen Maverick or Mission Impossible.
But you were there opening weekend for Taylor Swift's documentary.
Because it was my choice.
Right.
Yeah, I had a lot of big say in it. Yeah.
I bet you did.
It was my idea. in
Like
fact.
none.
Yeah.
None.
Bad blood.
So the Miss Americana on Netflix from 2020, that was a documentary. From what I saw of the Taylor Swift movie this weekend, it was just the concert. Just here's the concert.
You just go see her in concert.
Yes, it's
in a movie theater versus an arena.
Is it like different clips from different cities, or is it one concert from one city?
So the last tour, the last stop on the U.S. tour was at SoFi Stadium, sold out 4 nights in a row. So they filmed all 4 nights, and then they mashed it together to make it one concert. That's how I imagine they would do it.
So you're in L.A. at SoFi Stadium,
Yes.
home of the Chargers and the Rams, and you sell it out 4 nights in a row. Can you imagine?
So the format you're speaking of is the same one that gave us the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere DVD.
Well, I didn't see a single bit of behind-the-scenes footage at all. Everything I saw was, and we stayed until Shake It Off and then left because, Ruby's 3 and she doesn't sit still well. And Sugar works for about 30 minutes to keep them in a spot.
Right.
And then that sugar turns on you
does.
and
Right,
becomes
it
your
does.
enemy.
Same happens with me.
You're sitting next to a crazy person.
Right.
Yeah. Also,
So you and Travis Kelce were the only 2 adult men that saw this.
Yes.
Right.
Also, my wife is very familiar with all of the material, and so we actually planned our bathroom breaks for Ruby during one song that has a couple cuss words in it, which I didn't even realize that was a thing in Taylor Swift music. But as she's gotten older, I think she's gotten a little edgier.
She gets upset.
Yeah.
She
So
is dating Kelsey.
we were able to time that. So just a heads up to parents that are wanting to do this. There's some F-bombs actually. I was surprised. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maddie, I bet enjoyed that.
Are people standing up in the theater, like dancing and singing, or are we sitting down watching?
There's a lot of dancing in your seat.
Oh.
I saw just hands.
Sit dancing.
Luckily, the theaters have realized, hey, people's couches are really comfortable and their TVs are really good, so we need to step up our game because they've got like the reclining chair. I made the mistake of telling Ruby that she has buttons. So she gave that motor everything it was worth because the entire movie. But they have like kind of divider walls in between the rows, so you can't really see that well unless somebody actually does stand up. But there were some excited men in the row in front of me, and they seemed to like it a lot. Yeah, they were there for they chose to be there, unlike me. Okay, all right.
Biden said they couldn't eat in a restaurant.
That's right. That's good right there.
Yeah, so
I mean, married in the morning.
Chunked out in the evening.
The production is amazing. She's a talented. She's so talented. I will say that.
Yeah, she is.
She is a show woman. Is that a word?
Very
Showman.
professional
yes.
too.
Show person.
And she can play piano. She plays guitar, and it seemed like watching a live concert. Like it didn't seem too polished as far as the vocals. It felt live. Like I could hear the guitarist hitting the strings. Like it was. That part of it was cool, but now I shouldn't have said. I should have stayed on the negative. Okay, all right.
But no.
In your wildest dreams.
So, how many slices of pizza do you give it?
I will give it. What is it on 4? Is it a scale of 4?
3.
It's a scale of 3. I'll give it 2. Give it 2.
Yeah,
could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Well, you're saying, but there is, as a musician, there is an appreciation for the professionalism.
I bet it's a pretty good movie. I'd like to see it.
The drummer is cooking.
But there's nothing behind the scenes. It's just the concert.
From what I saw, and like I said, I was just waiting for Shake It Off. I'm like, oh my goodness, how many more eras do we have to go through until we get to the 1989 era? Please, can we hurry that up? But Ruby did okay. She didn't do great. I had to go out in the lobby a lot.
Yeah. Boy. How did Erin enjoy it?
She liked it a lot. Yeah.
Were there people, because I know that there's certain themes for concerts and, like everybody going dresses up.
Yeah.
Was there any of that in the theater?
There was. There were people wearing like their outfits, and I had my Taylor Swift shirt on. No, I didn't.
You did, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't. I was wearing all black. I was wearing all black.
Being edgy.
Because I'm cool. Watch out, dark man.
Well, you wanted everybody to realize, here with my daughter, here with my wife.
Yes.
I would not be here otherwise. That's what you were. That's the message you were trying to send.
Yeah, they look different than I did. Ruby had some like glittery pants on and stuff.
Well, good for her. It was a lot of fun.
And none of them's hair as long as yours.
She had fun. And I do have the longest hair, so that makes me the coolest.
Good dad. Coolest
I'm like
dad
the Samson of the situation.
That's right.
That's what people view me as.
Sorry to ask so many questions on the scene. I'm trying to picture myself there. Are we singing out loud like everybody's just the whole place is singing?
There wasn't as much, and so I did have to tell Ruby to please stop. You're just screaming. You're not even singing along to the song.
You're just yelling.
Shake it off, shake it off. That we're not even on to the song "Shake It Off" right now.
Right.
So that was a difficult thing.
She's not taking requests.
A lot of small children or mainly teenage girls.
There was a big range.
Okay.
I mean, from small children to what looked like maybe college women or whatever, and then men.
Right. Flamboyant men.
With their friends. I guess it was just a friend group of guys.
Yeah, it probably was.
The Kansas City Chiefs were all there.
Hey, what night did you go?
That was that yesterday afternoon? Or it was Saturday. It was Saturday.
So plenty of college football for these men to watch.
Right. Well, these men that went on their own, that was not a conflict for them.
No, it wasn't. That was...
No.
And then the pumpkin patch. I did that too.
Oh, good. You got to get that pumpkin patch off the list.
Get it done.
They had a corn pit at the pumpkin patch. That's just corn. You just go and dive in corn. And there's just corn everywhere in my house. I was getting Ruby in bed that night, and just corn just fell out. I'm like, where did this corn come from? You just took a shower. What happened?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Look mesmerized.
Look, like I said, that's a pretty good view. And he goes, man, that's an awesome view. Look, and he just stands there staring at it. I think he can't work because he can't help but keep walking over and looking at that water.
Yeah.
I mean, and I watched Bubba. They moved like turtles. I mean, it was like everything down there is laid back, including
you got
the
that,
subcontract.
and you got heat involved. So that even makes it worse. But you don't want to do anything in the middle of the day.
I would look. You know how when you get anything on the beach, you have the beach, and then you have those sea oats that comes up the dune to protect from the with tide coming in or floods.
Right.
Well, he would just walk up on that dune and just look out at the water. I mean, one time I was drinking coffee. He's drinking coffee. He's looking out there. And, how about that view? That's pretty nice. But all I could think about was some poor person who paid God knows what for that lot and is waiting on the day his beach house is her beach house is finished. And I watched. It's going to be a while.
Yeah. Oh boy.
It's gonna be a long while.
6 days. I saw him one time.
Oh my goodness.
So it didn't affect the trip at all, really. It really didn't. So we were very fortunate. Wow. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To cover, and this just happened. What was this, yesterday? Yeah, last night. And I know that the Greg, this is Greg back. This is your world. For some reason, Greg knows a lot about the flying Walendas and professional food eating contests. These are two areas that Greg has some expertise on.
Kind of just look right over to him.
Yeah, is that Walendas? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, the flying Walendas. Rick, you know about them. They've been around forever.
Right. So, and I know that
they had a 2-hour live primetime special on ABC last night, Rick, as they attempted to cross Times Square. It was a 1,300-foot cable, 25 stories up. Now, Greg is upset, and I've already heard him talking about it this morning, that they did have to wear a safety harness, now, as required by the city of New York.
Now, the Walendas don't want to wear it.
Right.
It's nothing against them.
Right.
They don't want to wear it.
Well,
but I'm just saying, and it's still amazing that they can do that, especially when they crossed over. But let's just call it, watching it on television, if you know they have fall protection on, it's not as... It's a little boring, because if they didn't have it on, you'd be going, you'd be just in a knot. I mean, because at any moment,
which is why they don't want to run.
But
you talk about on the edge of your seat.
Yeah. But the Walendas now are on record. Like, I think the first time they made him wear fall protection, we did Niagara Falls, and the TV required him to do it. And because
that was the network that time required it.
Because they normally don't wear them, if they have a choice. But But I'm just being honest. Like I said, if you're going to wear that, then you should be required to run across it. Right, because it takes forever, and it's just 30 minutes.
What about a parachute? What if you had a parachute?
Yeah, it'd be tough to pull that off.
Well,
that
that's
would be
the whole
exciting.
point.
Yeah. But it would be exciting. But here,
I don't want them to fall. I'm not saying that. Hey, man, I hate nobody fell. I'm just saying that it's a death-defying stunt, but it's really not.
But it's not.
But I wouldn't want to be hung 25 stories high in a safety harness.
But the history of people walking the high wire was a death-defying stunt. No net. And what made me mad, though, we saw an article, and it said they did it without a net. Big deal.
Yeah, I was about to get that point.
Well, that's some marketing person writing the promo. But, Rick, here is the thing. This was the storyline last night. They had the big fall in practice 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And his sister was doing this with him. Now, it was pretty impressive. She started at one end. He started the other. Of course, she was a little late getting started.
She was. A little slower than she
did. And, but they had to cross on the same wire. So amazing. He had to undo her safety harness while she was sitting on the wire so he could step over and then hook it back on. And she was hurt probably, we saw the big crash where what was it? 8 of them were all in the air. They did the pyramid,
the famous Walenda pyramid.
Yeah, see, Greg,
and they were about 40 foot up. Is that what they said?
Yeah, she was hurt more. Several of them were hurt real bad.
Crushed her face.
Yeah, she has like 60 screws in her face, and Nick said he was the first one to her, and she was spitting out teeth. In his hand, and it's been 2 years, and she had to learn to walk again before she could do this, and it was a touching story. And of course, they played that up a lot. And of course, they showed Granddaddy falling in Puerto Rico several times. That's
no
the one.
Fall protection.
Yeah, that's the one that always reminds you, hey, it's real. And
what's funny in that one to me, you know how they normally of course they've modernized the suits, but Granddaddy on that walk had on like a pair of slacks and a button down.
Yeah, I know.
It's like somebody wandered out there that wasn't supposed to be out there.
Listen, but by golly, that's a daredevil.
It is.
Yeah.
That's death-defying. We found that out, didn't we?
So
Greg, you would do that.
I will say this:
I'd give
shots,
it a try with that harness.
The shots that they had last night, and you have all these, these bright lights in Times Square, and it's lighting up.
With them.
And that was crazy. I mean, the visuals of that last night was unbelievable. It really was.
Well, I will say, and I agree with all points made. Again, and Bubba's right on the marketing, but I got to tell you something. There's no need to tell us about the net. The net's meaningless. If we have a harness on, then we
don't need the net.
We don't need it without a net.
Well, yeah, but
and I even read one article. They portrayed it like they only wore the harness during practice, but no, they had a harness on. Okay, and again. Amazing what they did, and how about this? Even if they hadn't had a harness, obviously nobody would have fallen. But it's not death-defying.
Nick says that having the harness on hinders him because it throws him off balance.
I would think it would
because it's tugging, it's sliding on that wire. So
he's on record that he don't like the harness.
Well,
he's a purist.
But they keep you. When you here's Granddad. There's Granddad.
He's got his. Watch when he falls.
Belt slacks on. And
every time they would show this or talk about it last night, right here, Rick, they would say, "This has disturbing images that some people don't need to watch."
That's bad, y'all.
When the wire gets to shaking is when it's...
The wind is not your friend.
Oh, no, Granddaddy.
He tried to sit down and got away.
There goes Granddaddy. But, hey, did you see some of the walks Granddaddy did, though? They showed him walking to a stadium, and he had no fall.
What about when he's got the American flag and he's got on the tie and the button down?
No fall protection.
He's going...
No, what that was,
Rick,
death-defying.
I will say this. I thought one of the coolest or most... It was nerve-wracking. Betty and I were watching it, and even with the harness, it's kind of nerve-wracking.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world on various platforms, live and or archived, whichever works for you the best. Find all the different opportunities at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Hey. All right, so starting the hour, we got the gang all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here. You know, all we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think it's too much.
We need New Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out there. If you haven't grabbed that already over the weekend, we talked to Jason Nance, and you can hear him talk about his new book, What's Killing America, and our interview with him, and I think you'll get a lot out of that. A couple of things that we have not talked about from the weekend, and we've hit quite a bit if you're just now joining us on the live show. We have an LSU fan that storms the field. Is this just drunkenness because they won the game?
Yeah. They didn't show it on TV, but you know, we all were kind of hoping they would.
Well, when LSU fans have had the opportunity based on the kickoff to drink all day, it's not good. But they're saying that Hugh Freeze has contacted this police officer, and he starts for Auburn's defense this weekend. But anyway, so here's the best tackle defensively of the night, and here he comes onto the field.
Has no idea.
Yeah, has no idea. LSU fan running around. He's in a bind. Not too good feet. Doesn't have a lot of feet. And, there's a pretty good hit from you right there. Yeah. Now the guy that was chasing him does not have good feet, but the guy who comes in from the right of the screen, he moves pretty good.
The crowd gave him a big cheer when they took him down.
Oh yeah, I think they love that. But that's a
pretty good hit. He slipped, but they still got a good hit on it.
That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad at all.
Here's another view of it.
Okay.
Where the hit's a little bit.
All right, so he goes down. He tries to get up. Well, there you go.
Oh, they slammed him.
Yeah, right. Got his head up right there. That's a good shoulder.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Look at
shoulder into him, drives him
That's
down.
legal, no targeting.
Yeah, the first guy that's chasing him, but his feet he had cement on his shoes. He's
one of those pass guards. They're checking the passes.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, there was somebody that jumped out in a Major League Baseball game. I don't know which one it was, but the security guy came out. He dislocated his elbow trying to get him. You could tell he fell, and when he fell, his arm kind of hyperextended, and it looked like he was bad hurt, man.
So there we go. All right, so next is Nick Saban. Anytime we have a Nick Saban clip, it's good. So Alabama beats Arkansas. It was a very close game, and he's talking about the Arkansas's quarterback is a man I'm talking about.
Yeah, he's a physical specimen.
KJ Jefferson, and he's complimenting him on how hard he is to tackle, and he uses an analogy that's pretty funny. So here he goes.
I got a lot of respect for Arkansas's team. I mean, LSU beat them by 3 points. Ole Miss beat them by a touchdown, all on the road. All right, so this is not the kind of team that you all think they are. They're a good team, and that quarterback is a handful. I mean, when a quarterback can take a major college football player and sling him off like a gnat on a fly's ass, a gnat on a cow's ass, that was one of the most impressive plays I've ever seen a player make.
Yeah, we haven't seen a quarterback with this kind of physical size since Jared Lorenzo for Kentucky.
Right, man. And Jared was more fat than this guy's muscle.
Oh yeah, he's
huge. They did a story on him last year, and his mother sits behind the bench and like harasses him during the game. She yells at him, telling him he needs to get better. Yeah, she showed her. She sat right up from the back of the bench, and he'd come back there to the bench, and she'd start hollering at him.
Yeah, if he threw a pick or something.
Watch this right here. Look, watch this. Think it's over and up.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't take him down.
It's a big man he's throwing off of him.
Of course, that like a little late hit there that Ford had. Was he still in bounds?
I don't know.
It was a pretty good one. So but he is a handful.
He is. State will be real good.
So you're talking about an Alabama defensive player, and he just
he couldn't do nothing with
it.
He just threw him off,
right?
And then went about his business.
There you go.
In fact, it looked like a gnat on him.
He had it. He said fly the first time, but I like that he reset and came back.
Yeah.
Something maybe Biden could learn. If you mess it up on the first run through, see if you can reset and try it again.
You got to know you messed up.
Speaking of grown men,
That's a good point.
I'm sorry to talk about the NBA, but y'all remember talking about the Spurs drafting that Victor Wembanyama guy?
7'5".
I knew it had to be about the Spurs.
And so people are laughing about him getting this dunk over a guy, and I'm going to read his record here. So. Thomas Bryant, who gets dunked on. He's 26. He played basketball at all levels of his life. He is crying. he got a state title in high school. He was he played in the Big Ten. Now he's been on 4 different NBA teams. And look at his reaction to getting dunked on by Victor Wembanyama. It's just like, what? He's like, what just happened? What is this guy? He was deep in the paint, dunking over him.
Look how long his arm is.
Good night.
Golly.
He's like, what am I dealing with now?
What am I supposed to do with that?
That's funny.
But this Spurs player, Victor Wembanyama, he is looking good.
You like a Wembanyama.
If he doesn't get hurt, he's going to be.
I'm just impressed you can say his name.
It's hard.
Let me tell you what's impressive about him too. While he has the height to play center, he handles the ball like a point guard.
Wow.
And you ought to see him going down the floor dribbling, and it looks like a giraffe dribbling the basketball.
Not fair.
It's unreal.
7-4.
Why Adler crying?
Because you got dunked on.
I love that. Thank you for finishing.
Well, you got to finish it.
You got to
if
finish
it's thrown out
I was
there,
waiting on
he
y'all.
messed it up a little.
Nobody went with
He was
me.
wrong.
You
but
can't leave it
still
later.
He was wrong, but it was
Close
it was
enough.
close enough.
It was
We'll
good
give it
enough.
to
It was great.
It was fantastic. Also, the other clips that we got from I see the one you had. That was 9, wasn't it? Okay, never mind.
Adler, have you got any video of him going down the court with the ball? I wish they'd see it.
I thought it was Steph Curry.
You thought it was Steph? I like it. Looked like a giraffe dribbling the basketball. All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We got more to cover on the program this hour. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up as well. Also, don't forget, check rickandbubba.com. If you have not shopped the Rick and Bubba store, some swag there. Wear your colors when you're headed out this fall.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The folks
show that listening to him talk and her talk during this.
I got tired of that singing.
And Rick, here's the thing. Did you see this where they fell in practice?
This is them doing this.
She is on the left, second row up.
I don't like watching this.
No, there's no
you
net on this.
see the pole get to swinging wildly.
Oh, baby.
And she was talking about they're taught to grab the wire if anything happens, and said when she was flying down and the wire was too far to reach, she just knew it was bad.
Well, it broke every bone in her face. They said.
Why are we practicing without a net?
But Rick,
I mean, guys, I don't throw BP without a net in front of me. Yeah. My goodness.
Well, that's death-defying. Well, let me ask you. What you said, what we saw required to make Greg's point, and this is one of those moments where you really
Still amazing.
You got an uphill climb now because the Burgesses are uniting. But what it was,
oh boy,
you don't want to see that. You'd like to see one be on the other side.
Yeah.
You know, but what I'm saying
They're
is,
building.
It required incredible skill,
Yeah.
and it was impressive to watch. But you cannot say it was death-defying.
Mm-hmm.
To hear Nick talk during it though is pretty good because I mean he's a big believer and he's giving props and
I got tired of her singing though, and I'm not talking about they were praise songs.
Give us a little
before
bit
y'all
of
beat
it,
me
Greg.
up, but.
Yeah.
I bet Nick was thinking, "God, back that off," because I'm concentrating. All of a sudden,
well, he even
without
said at one point, he said, "I've got music in my ear," and said, "Your singing is not the same song." It's kind of
Give me a breakdown of what you would do. But would you talk before doing that?
She would. Yes, she'd do a little talking too.
Give us what she was saying.
No, because it's going to sound like I'm making fun of what she was saying.
No. That's well, I'll tell you what.
Everybody
When did that ever stop?
Well,
She's praying and
the two things I don't understand right now. Before we go to break, two things I don't
Get the
understand.
picture, Ellis, ready.
If I'm 25 stories up and I'm on a wire, I'm praying too.
No doubt.
Well,
Don't you know what God made you? Don't worry about it. There's a safety harness on.
That's true. He said you're good.
But let's
I've already give you a harness.
Right. I've handled the safety harness of grace.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly, they got something to keep from falling. But let's go back to this. Two things I'm shocked about. Greg right now worrying about people getting mad at him. That's shocking.
I'll take some of the heat off of you, Greg, with one of the things me and Betty was talking about last night.
Yeah, we need to discuss. Can we? We can't. Really, can we?
Well, we're gonna talk about the pregame and the outfit.
Hey, we had the same discussion at my house.
Yeah.
Did you?
Immediately.
Well, here's the other thing. I do find it odd in the current state of entertainment and the garbage and filth that they pour out every day. But for some reason, they draw the line that somebody might fall off a high wire. They want to protect us from that. Right. I mean, come on. I mean, suddenly y'all have credibility and concern. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we were talking about the Walendas going across Times Square. We covered.
30 minutes it took them.
They're always going to tell you, unfortunately, you have to watch Granddaddy fall because he never worked with a safety harness.
They had to show that and the practice fall several times and always tell everybody, hey, this is a difficult video to watch.
Right. If Granddaddy was alive today and you went to him and said that Nick and whatever her name is went across Times Square, he would go, really? And he goes, but they had a harness on. He would have went,
yeah. Well, Greg, right. I will say harness and no harness does change my viewing experience.
I mean, do you think Granddaddy, what he would
how would he go? Yeah. So, and they don't want to wear them, but the city of New York made them, and so did Niagara Falls. The TV.
Well, I think the network did it one time. Yeah. City did it this time because they wouldn't let you string your wire up. So what do you do?
So you were
being in charge of stringing that wire up and getting it right. You better know what you're doing.
Yeah, you need to know what you're doing. So you guys were telling me there were some things that I don't even know how to set this up, but first of all, her being late is funny.
There's some irony in a lot of this. He started out; she was late getting started because she had some equipment issues. She couldn't get the pole hooked on. They had the thing around their neck that kept the pole, and she didn't like the way it was hooked. So she was late getting out there. Of course, there's always the joke about the ladies being late.
Right.
And he gets to the point where they're going to have to cross over each other and has to wait on her. So he's standing on a wire, and I'm thinking, gosh, that's just. I mean, I could see moving, but when you have to stop,
that's got to be hard.
That's
and
probably,
he squatted down at first.
Yeah,
and then stood up.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what?
I tell you what song he was humming at that point. Brad Paisley's "Waiting on a Woman."
And
right.
and I know
and he was trying to be nice about it. Oh, it's fine. Don't hurry.
I know we'll get.
Well,
hate.
we all do that, don't we?
He's thinking, hurry up.
Don't we all do that?
I know we'll get hate mail about this.
Here we go.
And I love them.
Oh,
and I love their convictions, but it was kind of funny to see Joel Osteen there praying for him, which I'm fine. I'm glad they were praying.
His hair was perfect.
Of course it was. But then when they start and the sister, it kind of looks like, I mean, her outfit is I'm guess what she needs to walk in, but the joke was made where I was watching it. Hey, it's funny. They pray and then she's wearing a stripper outfit. You heard that.
It is. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. And we thank you for being with us today. Bubba, we've been talking about this a lot. Little Your America coming up here as you look around the world in which we now live. And, and you ask the question, I mean, is this place even recognizable? Well, Wisconsin Democrat David Considine, maybe? Looks like Considine. Has a message for all of you biological female crybabies. He is saying if you can't defeat biological males in head-to-head battles in athletics, you just need to suck it up and quit crying about it.
Try harder.
Yeah, and so this is the speech. Only a modern-day Democrat cannot see the lunacy and the absurdity of biological males being thrown into the world of biological females just because they say they identify as being a woman, and the problems that come with that when you start letting these biological males invade sports that were designed for women to compete against biological women. But he says to all of you out there that don't like it, he has a message. Here you go.
And my granddaughter, who's playing college sports, I asked her about this when we had this 2 years ago, and she said, you know what? If a trans woman was competing against me in the sport, then that just means if that person's better than me, I need to work harder. And
see, only in that fake world that the modern-day Democrats have created, they really think it's as simple because they're trying to deny the muscle mass and the strength and the speed that we believe God designed in a male.
Rick, the proof is in on this.
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't they stay competing with the males and they try harder? Well, they do that since they can't seem to keep up that. And I bet his granddaughter never won anything.
Granddaughter never even said that.
Probably never even said that. You're right. Probably doesn't even have a granddaughter.
It's one of those things we try to create a scenario. Says if I say it this way, I might sound sharp.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it sound like that my own granddaughter actually said this.
Yes.
And none of us believe this. Now he'll get Biden telling the story. So if you're a biological woman and your muscle mass and the design of your body and athletics is not superior to the male body that you're competing against, you just need to work harder.
Yeah, Greg, you make a great point. Stay as a man, work harder.
Rick,
stay over there.
Please look at Riley Gaines's response to him.
Well, this is again.
That's a good one.
Yeah, she's showing the absurdity of it. Here's what Riley Gaines says to this man who happens to be bald.
Yep.
That's like someone saying to Representative Considine, if you want to grow hair on that bald, shiny head of yours, just grow hair.
That's an excellent response.
Just try harder. And
did he happen to mention what sport his granddaughter plays in and what school she's at?
He did not.
No, I bet.
Yeah. So
she ain't played since youth soccer, probably.
But do y'all? I want y'all to notice though. The key here is what Riley Gaines is pointing out. This is discussions taking place by a grown man it's a fake world. That what he just said is pretend. You're overlooking the obvious.
You can try as hard as you want.
Yeah. Right. I hate to keep bringing this up every time we bring this up. Riley Gaines made the point about her own husband.
Yeah.
In the male division, he was middle of the pack. She was top of the female division, and she still can't swim faster than him.
And then the big ugly one that kept winning,
Greg,
when he was
we didn't refer to it as the big ugly.
I couldn't remember his name.
Right,
when he was swimming as a male, he was not even
middle of the
top
pack.
500.
Well, I'm going to go back to
that.
That's
pretty obvious. That tells you they have an advantage.
I'm going to pivot here.
Even with a rudder in the water.
Yeah. Imagine he gets rid of that drag.
Bill Bubba Bussy.
That
slowed him
good.
down, but his control was outstanding.
Straight as an arrow.
He can swim a straight line like that.
Straight as an arrow.
They said he could even park up against a pier.
Stern steer.
But listen.
Right.
But listen to this. You're going to be surprised. I'll actually applaud. Okay, because you're sticking to your guns, no pun intended. You're sticking to your guns by saying, I just need to try harder. I'll give you, at least you're being consistent, okay? But I go back to what the guys are talking about right now. How does any biological man look at himself in the mirror and think he's accomplishing something by athletically beating biological women. I don't care what he identifies as, okay? Yeah. How biologically that you are superior to them and you could not defeat biological males. Does this make you feel better about yourself? I don't. If you,
I don't think they even think about it, Rick. Right, they take their trophy and go home, and it's on to the next big event.
Right. Like I said, the fact that you weren't even middle of the pack while racing males, and now you can win racing females, you've just answered your question. If there's an advantage,
right?
I mean, it's obvious,
right?
It's not that complicated.
No, it would. You need
to just try harder.
Right.
Well, that'd be like telling somebody in a race in vehicles. Now he's got 500 more horsepower than you do, but now if you just try harder, you might can beat him.
Yeah. Are you driving as hard as you can drive?
Yeah.
I am. Have you pushed that accelerator all the way to the floor? I have. There's just more horsepower over here.
It's like me trying to block that guy at 7.4.
Right. Yeah.
Good luck.
You're right. Well, you should just try hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great example.
Yeah. So anyway.
Look yonder. I knew I could feel all of you looking at
Bubba, we have some other clips today.
Handmaiden Tales or something.
Goodness.
Tucker Carlson, or as Ramaswamy says, is a better interviewer than Hannity. 6B. We have Tucker Carlson. He is now, this new thing about Trump, and I had some people, Friday. We had the audacity to say that Trump may have not done something exactly right. And of course, now we're horrible people and all that. And until Trump fans can get out of their fake world and say it's okay to say that in certain situations maybe he should try this. That doesn't mean you're against him.
Nobody's perfect, guys.
Yeah. So here's a Trump promo.
Try being a Viking fan.
The message Trump needs to keep pushing is what you're going to hear and stuff like that. This is the message, and the other stuff is a distraction.
Keeping him here is the problem.
So here's Tucker Carlson. Here we go.
Millions of Americans sincerely love Donald Trump. They love him in spite of everything they've heard. They love him often in spite of himself.
There you go.
They love Donald Trump because no one else loves them. The country they built, the country their ancestors fought for over hundreds of years, has left them to die in their unfashionable little towns, mocked and despised by the sneering half-wits with finance degrees but no actual skills who seem to run everything all of a sudden. Whatever Donald Trump's faults, he is better than the rest of the people in charge. At least he doesn't hate them for their weakness. Donald Trump, in other words, is and has always been a living indictment of the people who run this country. That was true 4 years ago when Trump came out of nowhere to win the presidency, and it's every bit as true right now. Trump rose because they failed. It's as simple as that. If the people in charge had done a halfway decent job with the country they inherited, if they'd cared about anything other than themselves, even for just a moment, Donald Trump would still be hosting Celebrity Apprentice. But they didn't. Instead, they were incompetent and narcissistic and cruel and relentlessly dishonest. They wrecked what they didn't build. They lied about it. They hurt anyone who told the truth about what they were doing. That's true. We watched. America is still a great country, the best in the world, but our ruling class is disgusting. A vote for Trump is a vote against them. That's what's going on in this country.
And that's the message. Mm-hmm. That message resonates, and that's why Tucker Carlson has the views he has, and that's why Trump has the support he has.
Yeah.
But if they can just get the Trump campaign or get him to stay on that message.
Well, like in this piece, don't let him speak.
Right.
Right. Exactly. Let Tucker speak.
Right.
When Trump does the "I stand between you and them,"
yeah, that's good.
That's the message.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the message.
Look what they did to me. Yeah. Imagine what they can do to you.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And some of that, had some problems getting the strap just right before she went out. So I don't know what got hung up there.
To quote Bob Seger, points and wrongs didn't weigh up high.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Well, I'm just saying that was an obstacle.
It was a very, and her outfit was very, very tight fitting.
Yeah.
And but I know, very sweet lady. We'd seen how she'd been hurt and made the comeback from that, and all that was very touching. But there was some irony in all of that.
I ain't gonna tell you what.
What do you?
I'm just
There's
sorry.
something else that was
I'm
obvious
just sorry.
and the camera went, what?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, talk about a safety harness.
I got it.
So, look, now, let me tell you what's funny. What was funny? is, Look, I'm gonna be Bubba just then. Be Bubba. You know, there's just some iron there. I'm a sweet lady. I'm so sorry, Greg. So sorry that she failed. The conviction, sweet. You can see him hung in between. So he can say to the email, and I did say she was sweet.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
I'm trying to be nice and be honest all at the same time.
Look,
it's hard to do
I
sometimes.
didn't see it, but I can understand the irony of what you're talking about.
And again,
I'm gonna leave that part. Greg,
oh boy.
Well, anybody that saw it knows what we're
Did
talking
you
about.
notice, Bubba, though, at the end, she
I
looked
didn't
like
notice anything.
that she was getting fatigued?
Yeah,
because she wouldn't even look up. She had to ask him, "Am I halfway there?" So she was just looking straight because he'd look up, you know.
Oh yeah,
He hooked
he
the
was
crowd
talking
up.
about the lights. He even did a few fist pumps.
But she looked a little stressed with about
Right.
you
Well,
know,
this
a little about 3/4 of the way.
According to them, this was the longest and highest walk she'd ever done. In the
a little pregame there.
Well, you got to be loose, Rick.
Like I was saying,
you got to stretch.
Yep, you got to stretch out. You don't want to pull anything. Rick, she also said that they had been walking around the city in the days leading up to this, and that she had walked a little more than she had planned on, and she got her ankle sore. So she had a sore ankle too as she went out.
Well, can I tell you why she
want
probably
that.
seemed a little fatigued and nervous? Because the last time I was up here with my family, I fell and broke every bone in my face.
yeah, and I'm 200 feet up
Right.
this time.
Now I understand that we're got a safety harness, but
We
still, that's
do,
got to
but
be
now look-
that's still unnerving.
It is. Yeah.
It's quite an ordeal.
But old Nick,
and then
now-
at the end of it, he said, they're hugging once they make it and all that, and as you would expect. And he said he just got clearance to do his all-time favorite stunt that he wants to try to do, and that is walk over an active volcano.
Well, the question comes
So
to
they're
my mind.
teasing it for the next show.
Well, the question that comes to my mind immediately: harness or no harness?
Yeah. What do you think he made
depends.
on that? Anybody know? What do they make for doing this?
Because they only do so many. That has
One
to
a
be a
year or
lot
something,
to
yeah.
hold you over.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But no, Nick looks like he's gone to the speedy look with his. Last time he didn't have his head completely shaved, and he's done got a little buff.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good look for him, I thought.
Yeah.
He wears it well.
Yeah.
He's got the head for it,
Yeah, he went to the speedy head, and it was okay.
Yeah, doesn't he sort of look like one of those guys that's on like the Food Channel or something now? I mean,
what?
Looks like a celebrity chef.
There's always some bald celebrity chef.
Okay.
That's
So you remember when we were growing up, the only bald celebrity was Telly Savalas.
Yeah.
He was it. There was no other completely bald celebrity.
Now it's out of hand.
Because remember,
What did he used to say, Greg? What was his little line
Something
when he had his
baby. What was it?
Something.
Here's looking at you, baby.
No,
or something.
that's from
Is that what it is?
that's from Casablanca.
No, there's something like that. There's something like
something about baby.
He had
or-
his sucker and he had that
You
little
got it,
byline.
baby. You got it, baby.
Yeah,
or something like that.
something like that.
And he'd have a
was
Tootsie
it,
show
Pop?
that he was Kojak.
Kojak, yeah.
Something, baby.
Because we used to refer to
Hey,
people.
you better believe it, baby.
If you were bald, we'd say, "Look out, Kojak."
That's right.
He was the only completely bald. Him, Yul Brynner. We forgot about him.
Yeah, but you never.
Yeah, but
he
that
went
was
around
later
wrong.
on.
He wasn't on TV.
Yeah, he went around.
If you
Hey, here it is. Who loves you, baby?
That's it.
That's
Okay.
it.
But let me ask you this:
What'd I say?
you grabbed Humphrey Bogart and Telly Savalas and combined them.
He would have that sucker in his mouth. He'd say, "Who loves you, baby?"
I got my sucker about that. But you know the thing you just brought up about that though, when you were a kid, because Kojak was on, we were kids.
Oh, yeah.
If someone was famous for being on anything other than TVs or the movies, you didn't know who they were.
No.
Somebody bring up Yul Brynner, you're like, who?
Who? Yeah, there had to be a TV show.
He's a big deal in the theater. Like, what is what?
Huh?
You didn't know.
Y'all, you got to
You had to
remember
watch
though,
Ten
we
Commandments to know.
had 3 channels, no internet, no cell phones. It's a wonder we knew anything.
That's the chef he looks like.
There he does, Rick. I thought it was him.
Yeah. See there? They do look similar.
They do.
But all bald people do.
Who's looking at you, baby? What is it?
That's not it.
Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby?
Man, that's Humphrey Bogart
Frankly,
and
darling.
Telly Savalas combined.
And it ain't, frankly, Scarlett.
That's right, sweetheart.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. All right, so phone calls right now. Anything you want to talk about on things we've already discussed, you can bring up your own topics. Helmsy's ready. Look at him.
He's in the booth. He's jumping up and down. He's getting his blood flowing. He can tell you the best places to eat in Statesboro, Georgia, if you want to ask him. So anyway, phones are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and he'll get you lined up ready to go. Now, while you're doing that, I will say this. Even though Sherry and I had a perfectly wonderful weekend this past weekend, one thing I did that I should not have done, it was huge. We were trying to pack light, and I have given away all my travel versions of MyPillow, and so the regular size, I was trying to go one suitcase, so I said, well, I'll be all right. I don't really need it. And my neck is hurting so bad today, and I keep moving my head around. Man, when I don't sleep on the MyPillow, man, it just
makes a difference, doesn't it?
A huge difference. And now the 2.0, 50% off the King and Queen MyPillow, and they do have travel versions you can check on too, which I should have done. My slippers are $39.98. That's $100 savings. Christmas is here. Okay, it's just around the corner. I'm not saying let's move into Christmas mode.
It's close.
But if you're wanting to get stuff you're going to need for Christmas, like tree skirts, stockings, throw blankets, the rib knitted hats, scarves, they've got them on buy early savings right now, 25 to 35% off. Kitchen towels, 25% off. My sandals are $19.50. Dog beds and pet blankets, $19.99. Men's and women's sleepwear, Speedy.
Yep, come on.
80% off.
That's a game changer.
That's a game changer. So go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's go to Alabama. Sean is standing by. Hey, Sean, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. I was just going to talk to you about the new Fraser show. I watched both of the new episodes. I really enjoyed it. I thought I had a lot of similarities to the old one, but maybe it's not for everybody, but I enjoyed it.
I mean, it may not be for everybody. Bubba said he liked it.
Yeah, pleasantly surprised.
And Bubba had a pretty high standard for this going in. So there you go.
I'm waiting on the new episode.
Sean,
I'm gonna even try.
Bubba went as far as to buy the Paramount out. That's how much he liked it.
Yep.
Yeah, I really think it'll do really well.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad to hear that, Sean. Thanks, buddy.
I've got so used to watching things now on streaming, it kills me when there's not another episode. You know, usually you stop now when you just get tired of watching. You know,
you want to be in binge mode.
Yep.
And
you really can keep the storylines going.
They kind of spoon feed you a little bit.
Yes. And let's go to Jimmy in Fairhope. Jimmy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, good morning. Hey, my son went to Covenant College up on Lookout Mountain. It's a great, beautiful place.
Yeah.
But I kid you not, he had a theology professor, and his name was Dr. Madwemy.
No way.
And I'm entirely serious. He's a Nigerian guy. He's a Nigerian guy, but I was hoping his first name would be Don't Be. It's actually Hans, but I kid you not, there is a Dr. Madwemy at Covenant College.
I would sit in the back. I would sit in the back of the class and do this.
Don't be mad with me.
I mean, I would be doing that the entire time. You know I would.
Don't be mad with me.
You gotta love that.
Lines are available. Helmsy's ready. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Billy! Let's go to Billy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Billy, go ahead.
Yes, Rick, I got the best solution for you building your new house.
Okay.
Don't.
No. 10 years ago, we built one, and after we got the final plans, I left everything up to my wife, and I just paid the bills as they came in every time they done a draw.
Billy, I will say this: there was really no reason to tell me that. That's already the plan.
That's how we get through life.
It's kind of like these people I've never understood. What kind of men actually care where you go on vacation? You know, and want to plan it and get everything there. I'm just like, you know what? I don't really have all that really strong opinions. No. I mean, if she's fired up about where we're going and gets it all set up,
you want the walls to be?
You really want her happy when you get there.
Yeah, there's this little sad thing that Sherry's trying to do, and bless her heart. I mean, and I keep doing this, and you will absolutely love this, Mr. Bussey. So you know there's a hashtag Save camp house out there.
Yep.
And so Sherry,
I'm leading the charge.
Sherry in the plan of the new house, she's like, now this over here, this is just going to be your area, and you can set it up. We'll even have it decorated different than the rest of the house, and this is going to be, you can put your deer heads up in here and put put all your stuff in here and all your hunting stuff, and so every time we're getting on a budget crunch involving the house, I'll do this every time. Y'all would love this. I say, hey, y'all just take my part off. Just take that little area I've got and let's just reduce the house down by it. And she'll be like, Rick. And I said, well, I got camp house. I don't need it.
Camp house is always there.
I got camp house.
It's
I don't
done.
need it. Hey, just take that part off. Just slice it right off the plans.
Yeah.
I don't even need that. I don't want any. I don't want. I want this to be exactly the way you want it, honey. I'm honored to live in this house with you. That's bottom line. And so I keep acting like I'm trying to throw it out. Yeah. But y'all know as well as I do. There's no such thing if you're in a house with them, you're not gonna have a say.
No.
What you end up in is a room that they think you should be in.
Yeah.
You know it, and then the way
and
that's it.
And then it'll be decorated too.
Sure, but I am not looking forward to that process, and I wish there was some way that I could. I don't know. I would be for y'all call us when it's done. And 100 years from now,
it's like that the show, the makeover show.
Right,
we get to see it when it's done.
Yeah,
and I don't have to hear about everything along the way that didn't work out.
I'm serious. I know that building a house is such a nightmarish situation.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this is a big statement because I love the farm. I love going there and I love being there. I mean, it's one of my favorite places on the earth. Obviously, I'm going to live there for the rest of my earthly life, Lord willing. So I would almost be willing to say I won't even go down there for 18 months, okay? And then y'all just holler at me when you think it's done, and I'll just come down there and look and go, yeah, this looks good, or here's some things. I mean, really, because I would just y'all just holler at me later.
Yeah,
and when it's done, but that's not what's going to happen. It's going to be like building
look
a
at
house.
Our rebuild. It's put me in the hospital.
I know.
It's
right. Oh my God.
Anything involving home improvements, building houses, things like that, it moving, it really is literally like just being tied to the back of all the old days of the West of a out of control horse and just being drugged.
Right. Somebody shooting a gun there.
And you hit every rock, every tree,
cactus.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to. Let's go to Jim in Atlanta. Jim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I've heard y'all talk about KC and the Sunshine Band before. My wife and I went and saw him last week.
Oh, no.
And before the music started, he talked about his weight gain.
Oh, boy.
And he said he considered changing the name of the band to KFC and the Sunshine Band.
That's good.
That's a great line.
That is good.
Now, see, I love self-deprecating humor.
That's good. Okay, which means he realizes where he's at, so he don't need to try to do them dance moves he's doing.
Well, Greg,
look.
Oh my gosh,
those dance moves he does.
So how big did he say? How big he was now?
Yeah, he's got to be.
He said he was the. Now, disclaimer: I went to high school with him.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
But he said he was the heaviest he's ever been, and he looked it.
Well, I remember him in his heyday. In his heyday, he had it going on.
Did you love the double down?
And he looked it. So tell me this: what was he like in high school?
He was a good guy, quiet. I can't remember the girl's name that sung one of his songs, a famous girl, but that's all he hung out with her all the time.
Was it Terry
DeSaro?
DeSaro?
Yeah, Terry, right.
So they were in high school together?
I didn't know that either, did you?
Yeah.
Listen, nobody was cooler than KC in his day.
So, but was he
he
musical? Did he have a band in high school or anything?
Oh, yeah. In fact, my cousin played in his garage band.
So when he asked her to go to the prom, did she say, yes, I'm ready?
Are you ready?
He's the one that wrote that song.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
So,
well, Jim, that was it rough though? Because I know when he tries to dance now, it's kind of tough to watch.
Yeah, every time he tried to do a spin, I told my wife, I said, he's gonna throw a hip out. And
His spins.
So
did
you make contact with him prior to the show to go, hey, high school together and go backstage? Or anything?
I tried to, but you just couldn't do it. I think he just disappeared in the bus, and that was the end of it.
Well, probably not disappeared at that size.
No. Yeah.
It was a big bus.
Well, that's great. Well, that's insight right there.
How about OKC?
Louisiana, Rick,
KFC.
check it in. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
Good. Look, I just wanted to call. We had a man church event last night. Rich Wingo and Blake Prime were here.
Mangum, Louisiana,
and, yeah, man, it was awesome. Appreciate. Well, of course, we missed you, Rick, but those guys knocked it out of the park.
Oh yeah.
And just wanted to tell y'all thank you for what you're doing. And man, just keep up the good work. We'll be praying for you.
Yeah,
And thank you much.
I heard it was great. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about having, just like here on the show. You know, you have the team here is so solid. I mean, if one of us can't be here, and same thing we built there. I was where I was supposed to be this weekend, and Jeff could not have been more understanding. Jeff White there that put it all together. And I knew Rich, had no doubt about that. And Blake Prime just gets better every time I hear him teach and speak. We teach a Sunday school class together. So I knew y'all were in good hands, and I've heard great feedback on the event. And I know they're going into the third curriculum now. I think Be Disciples is what they're moving into next. So that's been one of our man church success stories there in Mangum. They really went all in, and you've really seen the fruit from it. And I'm glad you were part of that last night. I heard it was so powerful.
Yeah, we were blessed.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank y'all.
that very much. Thank you. All right, we'll come back. When we come back, we'll run down anything we might have missed. Bubba, I am going to play our liner from KC coming out.
Okay, thank you.
Followed by Beth Mowens. I'm just kidding. I'm not doing it. So we'll come back, and if you have any final comments, phone call wise, I know we have some that didn't get in. We'll take those and look at anything that we might have missed when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I didn't know who that came from. It freaked me out a little bit.
That's funny.
It's looking at you, kid.
Oh, that's it.
That's Humphrey Bogart. You took him combined it with Telly Savalas.
Who loves you, baby?
Who's looking at you, baby? That's not it.
I knew it was something like that. Telly Savalas.
Remember? I mean,
There you go.
Hey, let me tell you, he's one of y'all's pioneers, Speedy. Bubba, where do we begin on the political update today?
Well, Rick, it's crazy Bernie Sanders.
Bernie!
He's out there trying to give the farm away.
Everybody's favorite socialist, Bernie Sanders.
Have you ever noticed?
Hey, Bernie, how you doing?
Have you ever noticed that you never see Bernie smile?
Bernie!
Have you ever Thanks, Rick. Have you noticed you never see him smile?
Never.
He's never happy.
Why is that, Bernie?
He's like that guy that somebody stole apples out of his yard the whole time.
How about this? If I was a socialist, I wouldn't be happy either.
There's nothing to be happy about, Rick.
Unless
There's
I can
motivation.
Well, Bernie should at least be a little bit happy because he's trying to go for the only place in socialism that is pretty good, and that's to be part of the ruling class.
I mean, he should be happy after he bought that third home, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, Bernie is proposing that we cancel $1.6 trillion of student loan debt and pay for it with a new tax on Wall Street.
Is there ever do they ever have anything that is new, a new plan of any kind? All they know how to do is to say, well, if we would just tax something and try or print more money, we can do anything we want to do. They never, and their only idea is more taxes, and then the only way that they ever say, if you go, well, what about so-and-so's idea? Well, you talking about the misogynist racist? I mean, they're like a broken record. Yeah. So they don't even know how to do. When's the last time they had something new to say?
So, Rick, not only that, he wants, that's just the opening round. That's your down payment. Then he wants all college at state institutions to be free.
Of course, yeah.
The problem, it's funny, a lot of folks had been commenting on this. They said, well, I paid my student loan back. Do I get a refund?
Thank you.
There you go.
How does that work?
Thank you.
Crazy Bernie, it's just when you have a Democratic primary, it is the giveaway race. Everybody's racing to give the most away.
No doubt.
To whatever targeted group they think will help them the most.
Right.
And Bernie's under the illusion that young people like him. They really are just messing with him, and he don't realize it. That's the sad part. What do you mean, Bubba? I'm like,
come on. He's always unhappy. He's an old guy. He's trying to play Santa Claus and just give everything away. And then you're trying to be outdone by everybody else. Elizabeth Warren, have you heard her latest proposal?
Yeah. Now, what you said to me can't be true.
We're giving reparations
for gay couples.
This is unreal.
She wants to give $50 million to gay couples who were married before the Defense of Marriage Act was overturned.
And
because they deserve it. And I hope to buy some votes with it.
All right, so, and again, I hate to keep bringing this up.
Will Bernie cancel my mortgage, too?
Right.
Can we get mortgages thrown in there while we're at it? I mean, we're playing with play money anyway. Why not? Let's just go all out. If we're going to play Monopoly, let's try to buy Broadway.
But don't forget, Elizabeth Warren, she got tested. She's also part gay.
That's good.
A lot of people don't know that.
Hey,
a lot of people don't know
Well, that explains that haircut.
Yeah.
Watch it.
And we're out.
Oh, yeah. Rick and Bubba.
Probably get left that part out, but it's all right. Everybody say, let's dance.
You listen to Rick and Bubba.
Everybody say it.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake
Shake your booty. That looks a little too real.
You've seen it, right?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it, Greg. Of course.
It's like the Marshmallow Man.
Didn't even sleep at night. It was kind of like Bubba last night.
Shut him down, his big eyed.
Oh, gosh.
Bubba got up this morning, put his dirty shoes on, came on.
Yeah. Tried to clean them, said the heck with that.
Do you realize how dirty your shoes had to be for me to notice it?
Hey, well, I'm gonna.
You have to just step
Listen,
in.
I need to tell you, this is like 2 or 3 weeks running now, Bubba. Just so you know. Your shoes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's been a minute.
They've been like 3 weeks.
Since we've been working at the farm.
yeah.
No, I've seen Alabama play on them for a month.
Bubba, get some more
You
new
don't say
balances. I hear you.
this is after I clean them every time.
Bubba,
That's
you
what's
do
bad.
okay. You can get another pair of shoes.
I've got another pair.
Oh, my gosh.
Y'all, it don't.
And isn't that a fake? That looks like fake hair, too.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But
Not even good fake hair.
y'all.
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh,
Wow,
Adler,
we're just
why
scooting
don't
along.
do that?
This is
How
good.
can you do that?
You were just so accurate with your
Oh,
impersonation
my
just now,
God.
Rick. I had to bring up the real thing. I'm so sorry.
You know what? It falls under worse than you even imagined.
No, you're right.
I mean, if somebody told you KC had put a little weight on, you'd think he's put some weight on, and this is way worse than you thought it was.
And does he
And
put
his arms got
Is he
shorter.
gone back and got his wings from the 70s and 80s, and then he's put it on top of his head as a fake version?
I think so.
But Adler, no. Is that a fake version of hair on top of his head too?
I think so. I think so.
How about that shot? People must still want to come out and see him.
Nah, Greg, you're right. Worse than I imagined.
I'm telling you, you can't. You
At
know.
least he's got the
No,
band
no,
with
it
him.
was
all right.
Okay, now that's a little further. He's a little thinner there. It looks like.
I think he just took that purple shirt off.
No, I think he's put some
about the
on.
same.
Please.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh man.
What's the 9 for? Okay. Oh yeah. All right. Let's stop. what we're doing now? Wow. What we're doing now is just so it's not good.
It's over the line.
It is.
Yeah.
And you remember when he owned it?
Oh
yes.
yeah.
There was nobody cooler. Stay back there.
Yeah.
Well, see, Rick,
halftime at the Orange Bowl. Remember that on the field?
He was behind the keyboard and he acted like he wanted to get out and dance. And you thought, man, if he didn't have to stay behind that keyboard, he'd really be bringing it.
And he didn't go about 350 then.
No,
and that's
he was
the
a beanpole.
Hey, and that's the beauty of the optical illusion is that he made you think, I bet he can dance, but he never proved it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. So but now who
can do it?
Well, people like him see.
Let's hear it, Adler. Let's hear it. He's struggling to sing. Let's just hear
oh boy! All right, looks like they've gone to a music break here and let others dance.
Mm-hmm.
To the phones we go. Tammy is in Chesterfield, Virginia. Tammy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I just wanted to ask about all the missile firing and everything going back between Palestine and Israel. And I know that there are some very historic parts. So let's just start with the dome. Isn't that owned by the Muslims? And do you think it would be fired upon? Do you think the Western Wall
Say that
would be
again.
fired upon?
The dome? Are you talking about the Iron Dome? Or are you talking about the
Dome of the Rock?
Are you talking about the Dome of the Rock?
Yes.
Which one?
Which one? Dome of the Rock?
The Dome of the Rock.
Do I think the Israelis would blow it up? I don't. No, I don't think.
Or were you asking would they shell it from Gaza?
Yes.
I don't know that their rockets will reach that far.
Yeah,
Do you, Rick?
I don't think
know
so.
the geography of it, but I've never heard them being in fear of the rocket attack at the Western Wall.
The people that Sherry and I know and have
Most of these rockets are short range, homemade things that they made out of water pipe.
Right. Now they did pick up some that were showing up a little bit better, and I think we know who that came from. But they still are. They still are
it's like
limited.
a mortar fire. Yeah.
Right now, and it's what we discovered when we were there when we came back because they were telling us the problem with those neighborhoods and stuff that are close to the West Bank is that they are so close that even their weapons can reach them. They are bombing all they can reach. So they wouldn't be able to make it, and I understand what you're saying that they would blow it up, maybe make it like Israel blew it up, hoping to, I don't know, fire up.
Yeah,
because I mean that's a sacred place to the Muslims. I don't know that they would blow it up on their belief system. I think they would be in violation of their own standard. But
can I ask you about the town of Bethlehem? What do you think?
Like, do I think it would be attacked? Again, it's according to how close it is.
I think if they could, they probably would.
Yeah. Now
they've overrun the church where they thought Jesus was born and tore it up a couple of times.
Yeah, the Muslims are actually Bethlehem is kind of still there. It's their area now. There's not a real strong Israeli presence in Bethlehem right now.
Correct.
But I don't know why the Palestinians would shoot their own people. I don't fully understand your question.
Well, I guess it's just more of the sacredness of these places. I mean, it's obvious that there's no sacredness for human life with Hamas and all of that. I was just wanting to ask. That's all.
Yeah, I think what it is, Tammy, you really don't need to go any further, and I guess anything would be up for grabs based on, and that's the point you're kind of making. The Palestinians, the ones that are with Hamas, they and the other Arab countries, they don't want Israel to exist at all.
Yeah, they're not. They don't want a two-state solution.
No, they don't want two-state solution. They do that to play games with other nations from time to time, so they can play victim. But they don't want Israel to exist. And if they could, they would banish the Hebrews from the face of the planet.
Yeah,
if they could. That's so I guess. They believe that anything they do, no matter how they do it, what they accomplish by any means is worth it.
Yeah, they look at it like they're clearing out an infestation, so to speak. Right.
And that's that. And until you understand that, you don't really know how to negotiate these things either. If you're other world leaders.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.